everybody, it's Romania Black, and we are on Season 4, Part 1's recap, review, and RIP. Oh, so, for this wonderful recording, I don't have any Southern Marley wine, but I decided to shake things up and do some Midwest Moscato, and this is either going to be a really great decision or a really awful decision. But you know what? There are no bad, well, they're all bad choices in this season, but there are no wrong choices, I guess, for Attack on Titan. So, oh my god. Season 4, Part 1. I feel like I have waited. I started reacting to this series in June of 2021, and it was around the time that this part had ended. And so a lot of you were like, oh, wait till you get to Season 4, and here we are. Holy crap. Oh. So I don't know how long this is going to be. I finished up my notes last night and into this morning, and I'm at 18 pages. I'm at 18 pages of notes. And for reference, last part, Season 3 Part 2's recap had 11 pages. So, but I did react to all the songs, and that took a good half an hour. So of that 4 hour and 45 minutes, half an hour was song reactions. It's fine, but we're going to go through this. I've got it all lined out. Oh my god. So, I've got my notes pulled up here. So, man, we really took the Season 3 Part 2, the war movie tone, and just made it a whole season, right? It's just the whole story. Fun times, right? Things were so simple. I've gone back and rewatched over the course of this part a few episodes from Season 1 in reference to things I'm going to talk about, and wow, that series was so simple back then. I get why some people, we've talked about it in the comments, a lot of people were like, should they have stopped the series at Season 3 or done this season? And I honestly think that this season, Season 4 Part 1, has probably been my favorite. It's been the most frustrating and the hardest to watch, but it's been my favorite out of the entire show. I think if I go back and rewatch episodes the most, I think I'll rewatch them from this season. I don't know, this season or Season 3. I think that I will do that. Probably maybe Season 3. Season 3 is a good contender, though. Part 2 is. But in argument, I would say if they'd stopped they'd stopped the series at episode 22 of Season 3, I would have been upset. Because it doesn't leave on a definitive note. It leaves you kind of hanging there as the audience. It's like, well, what is beyond the sea? What is out there? And it's like Pandora's box. Do you want to open it and see what's out there, or do we just stop the series? So I could see people wanting to stop the series if they didn't particularly like the tones and themes being talked about in this. But I give Isayama amazing props that he spent 3 seasons building up an entire side of a story. And then he starts Season 4 with the opposite side and showing how that side is basically just the same. Everyone in this whole series is struggling with the same hardships, just on different levels. And it's kind of amazing. And so I give Isayama props. It's just making this story so complicated, and to where I've never felt in the comment section, like leading up Seasons 1 through 3, everybody in the comment section, we've all had a great time talking about this show, but it's all been pretty cordial, and everybody's like, oh yeah, this. Season 4, some opinions came out, and that's fine. That's what a dialogue is about. It's about everybody expressing their opinions. But man, this season makes you feel so heated and emotional about a lot of the topics, and I had to keep myself in check because I especially noticed towards the end of this season, I was starting to let my own personal bias get in the way, and I was like, okay, wait, let's handle this in as neutral way as we can and try to see things from all different sides. And it's hard because they're tackling issues. Isayama's talking about issues that affect all of us very personally, and talking about trauma and the effects of generational, historical debt, generational shame, and talking about childhood abuse and verbal and physical assault and just dealing with death and destruction and all these things that anybody that is watching this show can on some level relate and understand. And it gets you in an emotional place. And so it's amazing. And I give Isayama a lot of props as an author for not shying away and doing something that's a little bit against the grain and going to the extremes that he has to show that, yeah, in a war, both sides have reasons why they're doing the things that they're doing, and you can argue both sides, and both sides are not necessarily wrong, they're not necessarily right, it's the shittiness of it. And if y'all didn't know, and I'm going to flip Whiteboard Kun over here in a second, but if y'all didn't guess at this point, this whole series is anti-war. Isayama's like, war is shit. and the cycle of violence is shit. And so if you didn't get that impression with this series at this point, that's pretty much the theme that he's going with. So it's just crazy. But yeah, I also noted at the end of the last season that this season ended on a weird transition. So, and I think a lot of you, someone in the Discord was commenting today that there's a point in season 4, part 2 that could actually have ended the part 1 and then could have explored the rest. But for scheduling, budgeting, whatever reason, the animation studio decided not to do that. But yeah, episode 16, it makes sense that's where the story stops, but it's not a definitive conclusion. It's just like a cliffhanger transition into part 2, which I'm hoping to, if I'm not exhausted by the time I finish this, I'm hoping to start it tonight, but I don't know if that's going to happen. It may be tomorrow when I get to it. I don't know how long this recording's going to last. I'm already 5 minutes in and I'm not even through the opening. So, but yeah, this is basically a cautionary tale about war, the detriments of it, and how not to get to this point. Because at this point, there are just awful options. The good option on the table, Isayama has given us so many themes of what could happen and the goodness that could come. But with these characters and this world, it's just not happening. And this story has become a tragedy. And it's so sad. And my fear is, I'm a happy ending person. I mean, like, I'm a happy ending person. I like a happy ending. I can suffer through the darkness and despair, but I like that ray of hope at the end. Even if it's bittersweet, I like that little ray of hope. And I don't know if we're going to get it with this series. I think Isayama's going to end it on a very bittersweet, horrible, tragic note, and we're just going to be there as the audience going, wow, that was sad. Okay. That's what I'm afraid of. But we still have a whole entire part to get to, right? So, yeah. And I think another thing at Isayama's point is that peace and diplomacy are worth it. It's just, in this story, we've gotten to the point where they're not entirely viable options. And that's where it's really sad. I'm going to bring up all the different plans and things on here, but we get lots of different viewpoints from Armin to Magath to Eren to Zeke to Levi to Yelena. All these different viewpoints offering different sides of the story and different solutions to the problem. And which one is the best option. And it kind of just depends on what the end goal is and what side you're on. So, fun times. Now, I will make a note here. I'm going to probably say the term Eldian a lot in this series and a lot in this recap and a lot in part 2. I know that they're just the subjects of Ymir. Peak makes a big point in episode 16 of saying, we're not Marleyans, we're not Eldians, we're just the subjects of Ymir. I know, but saying subjects of Ymir is a mouthful. It's a lot to say, so I'll probably just say Eldians, but if y'all hear me say Eldians, just know, I know that I'm supposed to be saying subjects of Ymir. I could just call them Soy. We'll just go with that. But Eldians is just easier to say, so that's just the caveat going into the rest of this recap and going into season 4, part 2. But yeah, I did the math today, and after 2 mini recaps and nearly 36 hours of talking about season 4, part 1, I've talked about season 4, part 1 for literally about 36 hours. There's still so much more to talk about. There's going to be more after this recap to talk about. I'm not going to be able to cover it all. It's kind of the amazing thing about this series is how many layers and how in depth it goes and how much we can talk about, because it's insanity. Isayama's a genius. There are plots, we've talked in the Discord, and I'll bring them up in this too. There are elements of his storytelling that I can see people finding the flaws in. I can see people finding the plot holes in. I can see it. But in terms of doing a character study and a study of how awful war is and the detriments of it and the effects of it on a society and on us as a people, it's masterful. I love it. And this has honestly become one of my favorite anime series. And when I get to the manga, I'm sure it'll become one of my favorite manga too. But so here's the structure of this monster, because this season's been a monster so far. So we're going to recap the plot and the timeline. We're going to do questions that were answered and unanswered from season 3, part 2, expectations and theories. We're going to go back to that Eren antagonist theory, themes that stood out and resonated, that discussion of dignity I brought up in episode 1 or episode 2. We're going to talk about it. We can't really apply it like I thought we were. And then ranking the episodes, talking about the ships, the characters. I am going to break down the OP and ED lyrics. And then there is a little trailer that I'm going to watch. And then season 4, part 2 predictions. So I got through that opening in less than 10 minutes. It's fine. So as per always with these, we always start out with our toast, our RIP toast. And this is no different. So First on the chopping block, actually there's two here. One's just kind of a joke. But we have our freckled Ymir from episodes 1. Technically in episode 1, I knew Ymir was dead when we saw Porco with her Titan shifter. But then in episode 2, it gets confirmed. So we're going to toast that first. Ymir, God. I didn't toast her in season 3, part 2 because it wasn't confirmed. And now it's confirmed. She's one of my favorite characters in the story. And her like Erwin, is sorely missed from this season because I feel like Ymir's banter and her wit and her just sarcasm and snark, it was such a point of humor in the darkest of ways, but I loved it. And probably the saddest thing is that Isayama, I'll talk about in the ships, he doesn't want us to have love. Not easy. But she was Historia's soulmate and my OTP. And I feel like Historia, it's like when Connie talks about his other half being gone with Sasha's death. Historia without Ymir is just, she's so tragic. And I feel like there's just a piece of her missing. And it's terrible, right? So I feel for Ymir. She was a great character. I started out season 1 not even thinking she would have a major part in this. And by season 2, I was like, wow, Isayama, blew me out of the water. And then season 3, she doesn't have a whole lot to do in season 3 because she's dead at that point. But God, she was a great character. And so definitely give her a toast. So to Ymir, a wonderful name. Despite what Porco says, a wonderful name for a wonderful character. This is going to be a bad decision. I can already tell. And then the other RIP toast, and this is a joke, but several people were saying after episode 4, we needed to toast Reiner's wallet. Our poor boy, he's just a soldier working hard in the warrior crew, but you know those guys don't make a lot of money, so he's had to ditch all of his money to buy Gabby and Falco and Udo and Zofia, and even Galliard to an extent, some much needed churros and food from the festival. So Reiner's wallet, it suffered in episode 4, and so we'll toast his wallet for that. I'm glad, for the record, that I don't have to toast Reiner in part 1. I'm very glad, because I will be honest, I honestly thought he was going to die in this part. But we'll get to that. So yeah, let's talk about the plot, the timeline, whatever the hell this is. Because at this point, everything becomes more clear and everything becomes worse simultaneously. But okay, so let me get old Whiteboard Coon down here for a second. All right, Whiteboard Coon is like struggle bus. There we go. So yeah, I didn't want to break the timeline up too much because I've spent the last 3 seasons breaking down the damn timeline. But for the record, just little additions that have happened this part 1 that we've had is, we know 18 to 1900 years ago, Ymir Fritz became a Titan, started this whole shebang off like you do. And then 1200 years ago, we know that Lago was conquered. We had that brought up, and Monty and another place. We talked about those places being conquered. I don't know if they'll have significance later on, or if they're just little things that Isayama decides to bring up in the story just for context and to expand the world building. Okay. We know 600 years ago that the founding Titan altered the body of the subjects of Ymir so that they would resist a plague. We learned that, which is interesting. And then about 107 years ago, which now it's like 112 or whatever years now, Karl Fritz leaves to go to Parody, forms the island, isolates himself from the rest of the world. And then 9 years ago, we have Eren inherits the founder Titan and the attack Titan. Shiganshina gets attacked. That starts out the whole chain of events for the entire series. So basically, this entire series from start to now has been almost a decade, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. This whole series ran the course of a decade. Interesting. And then 10 months ago, we mentioned 10 years. 10 months ago, we have this very conflicting thing. And I'm going to talk about Eren a lot in this part 1 of season 4. But we have this very conflicting moment. I always think back of episode 10. We have 10 months ago nearly a year ago, we have Eren confessing to his friends that he loves them and he cares for them and he wants them to live long lives. And then we have a few months later, him talking to Yelena and then leaving for Marley and starting out this whole chain of events of season 4, part 1. And so now we have a month after they've gotten back from episode 8, a month has passed by, Zeke's plan, and I'm just going to call it the plan, is getting enacted. And then we still have 5 months till a global alliance is supposed to come in and try to take over Parody and wipe them out. And then we have 1 month has passed and now Reiner and Co. are there, and that's where we've left off. So lots of things happening, right? Lots of crazy things. This season has just been like just thing after another. I felt like once we got back to parody, it just kicked off and didn't stop, right? So yeah, just some things I want to note here that I rewatched. I rewatched the entirety of part 1 this last week, which, for the record, how you all binge watched this season, I will never know, because this was physically, I will be honest, this season has made it physically painful to watch. I've never watched a series of an anime where I felt sick to my stomach. I felt queasy, I felt nauseous, I felt anxious watching it. Like, it just made me, because it got all these emotions riled up in me, and it made me feel so sad. And I think Banana Fish may be the only other show that's really made me feel nauseated watching. And that show's great. It's one of my favorites as well, but it sticks with you. And I guess that's the point, is Isayama wants these emotions and these themes to resonate and stick with you, the reader, so that it helps kind of reinforce the war is bad. We'll talk about that, basically. So, but in rewatching episode 5, a lot of things came out. And rewatching it the second time, a lot of characters that I didn't care for the first time around, I was like, okay, interesting. I may still not like you, but I get your perspective. So, yeah, we'll talk about this. But basically, the Eldian Empire has been, as Willie Tybur says, a path of slaughter became humanity's history. And that we're all scapegoating and blaming it on the Titans. That the Titans were responsible for most of it. And wiping out other people's histories, which is Willie Tybur's exact words. And Willie also acknowledging that the Tyburs sold out the remaining Eldians to Marley after they made that agreement with Carl Fritz. So there's so many parallels and connections between characters and history repeating itself in different ways and unique ways, but I will admit, I gave King Fritz hell. I think back in episode 14 or 15, I gave him a lot of hell. And several of you were like, should you? It's like, again, I think at the time I was trying to scapegoat King Fritz into getting Eren out of my, blame game. But honestly, King Fritz was trying to do something. He was trying to do something. He was taking his power as the founding Titan and trying to make some form of change. It had lots of problems, but he was trying, right? And I'll make the argument that Eren, in a lot of ways, is acting kind of like Carl Fritz. He says he's free and he's taking power into his own hands and he's making the change himself. And that's pretty much what Carl Fritz did. And the plan that Zeke has problems, and we'll talk about it, but they are trying to change something, right? And the sad thing in all this is we figure out that Willie Tybur, he points out that Carl Fritz was actually the savior of humanity in that sense. And he'd been known as the enemy or the devil. So again, we talk about anybody can be a god or a devil. It just depends on who believes. And everyone before believed Carl Fritz was a devil, when Willie Tybur's like, well, actually, he might have been an angel because he saved you all. And it's like, So we have that concept going around. We're going to break that down even more. But the whole vow-renouncing war is kind of like what Mr. Browse is suggesting about keeping the kids out of the forest, in a way. It's not quite what I have in mind when I think of Mr. Browse's speech about keeping the kids out of the forest, but it's a form of that. The vow-renouncing war was trying to keep his children away from the forest. Like, don't go and have war against other countries. That's what happened during the Great Titan War, and I don't want it anymore, so just don't do it. The problem is that the only child he was keeping out of the forest was his own. He wasn't actively, and I guess you could say by proxy, he was keeping the other people inside the walls out of the forest as well. But that didn't stop the rest of the world, right? So again, it was a flawed plan. He wanted peace, but here's my thing, key with Carl Fritz. He wanted peace and he was making steps towards it, which is good, but he wasn't willing to talk to others. Instead, he just became a recluse. That kind of goes back to what Uri was doing with Kinney. When Uri and Kinney confronted each other, Kinney wanted to kill him, and Rod Reese wanted to kill Kinney as well, and Uri kind of stepped in as the mediator and was like, okay, wait, let's not kill each other. We've had all this bloodshed between us. Let's talk this out and reach an understanding. And it worked. Uri was the mediator between between Rod Reese and Kinney, and it ended up working out. But Uri was willing to come to the table to create that understanding. And Carl Fritz kind of doesn't want to come to the table. He just wants to become a recluse and take his people away, but ignore the rest of the world and act like their opinions aren't valid. And their opinions were. You know, who knows? And we can sit here and speculate all day of be like, well, they would have killed Carl Fritz if he tried to come to the table. Yeah, sure, you can say that. But in any situation, it's, do you try? Do you make the effort to try, or you just assume that it won't happen and you just ignore it? That it's just something that this series brings up, and rewatching it, it's interesting. So Eren's plan, if we assume it's similar to Zeke's, and I don't think it is entirely, but we'll get to that, it acknowledges Carl Fritz. It acknowledges the problems, the pros and cons of Carl Fritz's plan, but there's not really, like Carl Fritz, the atonement for the subjects of Ymir is that they just die out. Like that's their atonement. It's like Carl Fritz's plan, it's just more peaceful. You know, it's more gradual, more peaceful. Carl Fritz's plan was gradual as well, just not peaceful. This is kind of taking it a step further, saying, well, this is kind of like Carl Fritz's plan. We'll just put everybody on parity and they'll just slowly die out like they were under Carl Fritz. It's just the rest of the world won't be trying to attack them now. There's very little difference. So it's just little nuances like that. But yeah, and again, going into this, I'm going to try to be as neutral as possible. I recognize that all of these plans have bad parts to them. They have pros, they have cons. They all have positives and negatives. It's just depending on those characters' perspectives and what is benefiting whom, right? So let's break down these plans. I do want to note, Beatrice Oliveira, I have some people that I didn't manage to get into the reactions I want to comment on, but Beatrice Oliveira noted that a month passed since Liberio, a month passed with Zeke in Levi's custody, a month passed with Eren in jail, and Beatrice noted out saying that the characters are not using their time properly. Like, they want more time for peace, but people are being inactive. Like Beatrice noted, she's like, what were they doing that whole month? Why weren't they talking? They tried to talk to Eren. Eren just didn't want to talk back because Eren's committed to this plan, so he's not going to negotiate. You can argue that they tried to negotiate with Eren and it didn't work, but they're not using their time properly. And I will argue that's been probably one of the most frustrating things about this season is that we get in episode 9, 3 years ago, and Armin's like, we need more time. We need to do these things. We need time to find options. And that's just not something available. I think that the biggest detriment to the ideas of peace and talking and understanding in this series is that there's just not time. Everything's on a timetable and we don't have time to come to the table and discuss things. That's the biggest detriment to that idea being fostered in this series, which is tragic and sad because you think that you'd want these people to come to the table and talk and reach an understanding. But it's just not happening, and we'll talk more about this. But I want to point out that we have these plans, and I've got lots of notes up here, but we have these multiple plans on the board here. And so we're going to break all of them down. They all have pros and cons, right? So we have Zeke's plan. Zeke, Yelena, and we'll just tie Eren up in here for now, but I'm going to bring Eren up over there. But basically the plan is that Zeke and Eren are they're gonna lock hands, they're gonna hold hands, sing Kumbaya like brothers, and then we're going to enact the rumbling, right? And while this rumbling is going on, I guess, they're also going to sterilize all of the subjects of Ymir, all of the Eldians. And so, as far as Flock and the Jaegerists are concerned, I love the conversation. Somebody noted that Flock and them, this plan is basically what Flock and them know. There's just the fine print about the sterilization. Flock and them don't know that. And that's what's interesting, is that a lot of these characters have no clue about the sterilization. And I'm very curious to see their reactions when they find out. Like, how are they going to react to this? Because we've already seen with Jean and Armin and Mikasa and Connie, they have different reactions. Jean is very much like me and has an instant like, wait, this seems flawed. No. And Armin, we'll talk about him. He has a very, like, is touched by the nobility of it, that they're trying to do something for humanity. He's touched by that. And he's like, oh, we don't know if he agrees with it or not, but he's touched by it nonetheless. To think your cause was noble, he says, it touched my heart. Like, Armin was touched that they were at least trying to do something to save the world. Okay. And Mikasa and Connie, we don't really know their reactions to it yet. But the idea is that this rumbling is going to deter, for up to 50 years, the rest of the world from attacking them. It's going to deter them long enough for Parity to have a military. And Hizuru is supposed to help them out. And that gets a little complicated too, because Hizuru is just after the resources, right? They're just after the resources on Parity. And I thought about that this morning. I was like, well, here's something that I think Jean would bring this up. We can't know for sure, but who's to say that once the rumbling happens, who's to say Hizuru doesn't sell them out to somebody else that will give them more money? Who's to say there's not going to be this giant worldwide civil war breakout in Parody to try to gather up all the resources? Because they're like, well, Parody's all going to be gone, but who's going to get the resources once they've left? You know, who's to stop that? So who's to say they won't come in and try to destroy? And I know the rumbling is supposed to try to deter them. Sure, but what is the rumbling going to involve? I guess the rumbling is a big mystery to me because I don't know the scope of it. Willie Tiber makes it sound like once the rumbling starts, it's going to destroy the entire world. Okay, well, they won't come after them then, but then there won't be the rest of humanity, so what was the point? So there's not going to be the rest of the world to harm them. So if we destroy the rest of the world through the rumbling and there's no one left alive, then why did we euthanize them to begin with? Because then they won't suffer because there's no one to bother them. So you see the conundrum, right? There's a lot of ifs. But I wondered if Mikasa is sterilized, she's no longer the heir to Hizuru. There was a part of me rewatching this season that I was like, is Hizuru expecting Mikasa to come back with them and be their heir and kind of do like Historia and take over the family? Well, if she can't have a kid, are they going to care anymore? And it seems like you think that they would because she's family, but I don't know. It's very conflicting. And so then we think that obviously after 100 years max, if all the subjects of Ymir are sterilized, even the youngest baby, once they're born, is only going to live probably up to 100 years. And then they'll all just die out. And the hope in this magical mystical plan is that the subjects of Ymir won't have to suffer anymore because they'll be dead. And the rest of the world is just going to all come together and be like, well, the Titans aren't going to bother us anymore, so guess we'll all just have world peace. And we bring up a lot of things. I'm going to bring up a lot of comments with this. It is a plan. And yes, it would stop the Titan domination. That is true. It would stop the Titans' domination of the world. There are some things that conflict that I want to talk about. But does it stop the cycle of violence? I would argue no, it doesn't. There's no coming to the table. There's no talking about how war is bad. It would be like we had all these conversations with like Kaya and Gabby and with Falco seeing Niccolo and Sasha in love and seeing these sides come together. And we'll talk about Magath and all of them. But destroying and causing a genocide doesn't make the world realize that those people were the same as them and maybe we shouldn't have fought them all along. It's just, wow, they're out of the picture now, so I guess we're okay. But it doesn't stop the cycle of violence or address any of the themes I think Isayama is getting at and talking about how these people have been oppressed and how they're no different than anybody else. I don't know. It's a plan, and on paper it seems like the most logistical way to stop the Titans from furthering the cycle, but I don't think it solves the cycle. That's what's frustrating. So another couple things that come out with this plan that I just want to point out. And in part 2, there may be more come out with this plan that completely changes my mind. I'm going to keep a very open mind to that. But I did think about some of these things too. So I noted in episode 16, and sadly, as I'm recording this, episode 16 has not come out yet. So I'm sure that in the comments, you all will say something that will date everything I'm about to spiel about. So I'm not going to focus too long about it. But Zeke, the whole timeline of Historia, so this rumbling to work for deterring them for the next 50 years, right? So Zeke in a year is going to have to be passed on to Historia. Historia's going to have to inherit Zeke, right? Her child's going to be about a little under a year old at that point, okay? So Eren is going to pass his founding titan, if this all goes to plan, to someone else when that child is around 4 years old. So I'm assuming that child would not be old enough to do anything there. So around the time, the child would probably inherit Historia's titan when they're around 16, okay? And then by the time they die, they'd be 27. So around 30 years. So them and the founding titan could probably induce another rumbling to stall the rest of the world until everybody dies out. So 30 years plus you add another 30 years on. So yeah, it'd be about the same time. But there's some flaws with that. Like John said, nothing's certain, right? Nothing is certain with that plan. And so we don't know, like, what if Historia's child dies? What if Historia's child is stillborn? What if they don't make it? Is Historia going to have kids while she's a Titan shifter? We talked about that in the comments. I'm like, I don't know. How does that work? Can she have kids while she's a Titan shifter? Is that possible? We haven't really addressed that. Can Titans have children right now in the current timeline while they are a Titan shifter? We know Peek and Annie are Titan shifters, but could they have a kid? I'm assuming that they've never really tried to do that for risks, probably. But if that's possible, then I guess that changes this up a little bit. But if it's not possible, then after 30 years, that kid's going to probably die. And then what? You still have 70 years of the subjects of Ymir on Parity being like, I hope nobody attacks us in 70 years. I hope nothing happens. It's going to be this island of senior citizens by the end of it that are going to be defenseless, like John pointed out. And again, a lot of people are like, oh, well, the rumbling will deter that. But then like, if the rumbling is destroying the rest of the world, then why are we doing the sterilization to begin with? If the rumbling is going to kill the rest of humanity, why? And I don't know, again, I don't know the scope of the rumbling. I don't know what the scope is. Willie Tiber makes it sound like once it starts, it will destroy everything in its path. And if that's the case, then why are we sterilizing them? Because there won't be anybody to oppress them if the rumbling happens. So that's still a big question mark to me. Another thing is that if Zeke and Eren pass their Titans on to Historia's child and whoever gets the founding Titan, what's stopping them from just reversing everything? Right? What's stopping them from going back and locking hands and being like, hey, let's undo everything that Zeke and Eren just did. Let's do that. What's stopping them from doing that? Is Eren going to do like the founding Titan and put in a vow to not undo the things that he does? I don't know. But I was thinking about that today. I'm like, if Eren and Zeke can go to the founding Titan and make this dramatic change like has been done in the past, what's stopping their successors from undoing it? I guess they're assuming that the subjects of Ymir will all be thankful that Eren and Zeke spared them from all their suffering, and will just be like, well, they spared us from suffering. I guess we'll just be fine dying out. But I don't know. This is human nature we're talking about. I could instantly see the Titan, the people that inherit their Titans being like, we don't want our race just to die out. Let's reverse it. So, but I don't know. I don't know part two. So that just came to me this morning. I'm like, well, why wouldn't they just... Historia's child like has a vengeful streak and is like, nah, let's reverse this back. And it's like, okay. And then I wanted to make note that there are some other things I've noted rewatching this. And I thought back to season 3, episode 20 with That Day when Kruger was telling Grisha about not only saving Armin, Mikas, and them, but Grisha was looking back and trying to decipher the tome, the chart that he had. And he made the note and he told Grice and the others, he was like, no, Ymir was benevolent, and Ymir was trying to help all the people and use the Titans to make all these structures and wonderful things. I was like, huh. And I've kind of forgotten about that, but we associate the Titans with destruction and devastation, and it's like, could they be used for something more? I don't know. It's just, it's odd, right? And I'm sure the argument is no, they're supposed to be representations of bombs, like literal destructive weapons. They're not going to be used for good. But Grisha did point that out from the passage that people had thought Ymir was a god and was benevolent and helped to create all these structures and infrastructure using the power of the Titans. And that it's just been misconstrued and it was taken over by human greed. And that's what led to this power struggle and them being used as weapons. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to that. And then obviously, if this plan works and this entire race of people are destroyed, then it's like their whole culture is destroyed, which Isayama makes a really, I want to note this, Isayama does a really good job of not really having the people of Parity having any defining culture. They don't really have anything they've contributed to the culture, right? They're amazed by Marleyan's cooking and the things that's imported to them, but we don't really see anything exported from Parity, which is curious, right? We don't really see Parity have any exports to the rest of the world that would give them a defining culture and a reason that their loss would be significant, right? And I don't know if that's deliberately Isayama doing that, so it's not called into question, or the fact that they've been stuck inside these walls and technology and everything's been stagnated. They haven't had any time to develop anything like that. But it's interesting. It's an interesting point that they don't really, what are they culturally bringing to the table that would be taken away. Like if Marley's wiped out, there's no Marley and wine. There's no more this and that. And they make a point, Willie says, that the Titans eradicated people's histories and cultures. But what culture do the Titans have themselves? So that's interesting. Right, it's very interesting. And then obviously, once parity is gone, once the subjects of Ymir are gone, all those resources are still going to be there on the island, and the rest of the world is probably going to fight over them. So does it stop the cycle of violence? I don't know, but we have other plans on the table here. What I think is interesting in all of this is that Flock and them don't realize, Flock thinks that this whole plan doesn't involve the sterilization. So he's like, we're just going to use the rumbling to take over the world. And we're going to get back at Marley and the people that attacked us, and we're going to take over and be the dominant power. Flock is thinking of there being a legacy being left behind. That Eldia is going to become the new empire, and it's going to create a new legacy. But that's not what this plan does. This plan eliminates legacy. There is no legacy left behind by the subjects of Ymir. The only thing that will be left, as Yelena notes, is that Eren and Zeke will be known in her eyes. She believes they'll be known as gods who changed the world. Which they very well could be. But the thing is, if they destroy the world to do it, are they going to be revered as good gods or as demons? I don't know. It's interesting, right? It just depends on what everybody believes, right? So there won't be any legacy left behind with this plan. What is curious is that I think Eren's a big question mark over here, because I don't think Eren is entirely on board with the plan. We'll talk more about him in my theories, but Eren is not entirely on board with the plan, I don't think. There's something amiss. Something has not been brought up yet that's going to come out in part 2, and I'm waiting for it, right? But we have these other plans on the table. We have Magath. Magath is so interesting. Magath's whole idea, and I think it's going to tie kind of to Armin and Hanji and Falco, so we'll do him last. Willie's whole thing in rewatching episode 5, listening to his speech, he was basically trying to get the world united, which is the weirdest thing. He was trying to unite the world. He'd spent his entire life befriending all of the world dignitaries and befriending all of them to get the world united against this common enemy. And yeah, the common enemy is parity, where our main characters are, which is a problem, but he specifically noted Eren as the enemy. And the world was empathizing with Karl Fritz and what he was trying to do and trying to invoke peace. And the audience there were like getting really tearful and sentimental about it. And Willie says to Magath, he's like, my whole point is to make Liberio, the internment zone, look like victims, like tragic victims. So in a sense, a lot of people in the comments have been like, well, there's no way they'll come to the table and talk with anybody from parity. And I'm like, well, from parity, that's really hard right now. Yeah, because they're being viewed as the enemy. But with Magath, there is a chance they could come to the table and talk with Eldians. There is a chance. Because like he said, they're going to view them as victims. And Willie makes the note, he's like, well, Karl Fritz and them were trying to establish peace. We really have had it wrong all of these years. We've had it all wrong. They're not bad people. They're actually trying to just atone for their sins and not be a part of any bloodshed. Look at what's been happening. But now it's not going to be possible because parity is going to attack us. And so it's funny. I thought in the moment, I'm like, what if Historia kind of becomes a figure like Willie Tiber? Because Historia has that connection to Karl Fritz, which Willie's just made this big point of making Karl Fritz this like emblem of peace, right? He spent his whole speech doing that before he died. What if Historia uses that? What if she runs with that? She's like, oh, I'm Karl Fritz's only descendant, because, Zeke will probably be dead by that point, by the time we get to the end of the story. She's like, I'm his only descendant. Like, I want to strive for peace just like he did, but I want to do it differently. I don't want to follow in the exact same footsteps and isolate ourselves from the rest of the world like my ancestor did. I want to come to the table and talk to you all and foster some kind of peaceful talk. Like I could see that happening. And if she uses Willie Tiber as a martyr, if she's like, well, Willie was trying to get this all started, but then this whole stuff happened with Eren and this plan and it all went to hell, but I want to come with you all now and start to have some kind of peace talk. Like, let's come to the table and talk about this and work beyond this. And if she uses Willie, who had such a great reputation with the world, as her backbone in this, then I could kind of see it. It won't be perfect. None of these choices are great, but I could see it kind of maybe working. Now, obviously, the biggest problem in all this is that parity is still at war with the world, and our characters that we've come to know and love are at war with the world. So no, it's not, I'm just thinking of, I have no clue what the ending of this story is going to be. Going into part 2 of season 4, I have no clue where the story is going. And so I have no clue if this is even remotely possible. But I was thinking that today. I was like, if Astoria could use her background, her blood ties, and use Willie as like a model and a template of saying, I'm kind of like Willie, then I could see the rest of the world maybe coming to the table and at least talking about things. Nothing good may come of it, but it's an idea. I'm just throwing out ideas. So then we don't know Eren's plan and all this, but then we go to Magath and Armin and Hanji and Falco. And Armin, Hanji, and Falco, they have set up this entire season the idea about trying to talk and create understanding. Like, as annoying as Hanji was in that episode 9 and 10 with Eren, as annoyed as Hanji was to Eren, she was just trying to get information out of him. She was trying to talk to him. She was trying to relate to him somehow, and it just didn't work because Eren's was beyond that point. But Armin and Hanji and Falco all seem to want to understand the other's perspective, and they want to create a dialogue. They want to communicate and talk and foster some kind of understanding and see where it will go. And we've seen characters like Niccolo and Anyan that can have that relationship, and it can work. It just takes time and effort. It's not easy, right? It just needs time and for people to come to the table. And the problem in this world is that people don't want to come to the table. The problem in this world is that a lot of Attack on Titan characters, they're greedy, they're selfish, they only think of themselves, they're impatient, they're reactionary, they don't want to take the time and effort to come to the table and talk about things. And it's very frustrating as an audience member because we can see how this can work. It's just every factor is against it, right? So it is hard. But that goes back to Mr. Browse's metaphor about the forest. And it kind of ties to Magath in a way. And I'm going to tie Mr. Browse and Magath together. I never thought Mr. Browse and Magath would tie together in a way. But it kind of ties them together because Magath's whole thing is about the conscription, is about the draft and getting the people of Marley. Right now, the people of Marley, they don't care about parity and what happens to them because it doesn't affect them. They're removed from the conflict. They're like, oh, well, we have an army that fights for us. We don't have to worry about it. They're not involved in the conflict. They stay happy in their homes, content, and they don't care what happens to the army because it's Eldians. It's not themselves. Magath wants to change that. He wants the people of Marley to understand the horrors of war. He's like, if these people were involved in the war, they wouldn't want it to happen. And that's going to tie to what Eren says at some point when he tells Falco, Eren telling Falco, he's like, if people could see the results of this war, they wouldn't want it to happen in the first place. Like, Eren told Falco that back in episode 3. Magath is saying basically the same thing Eren is. He's like, if people understood how shitty this is, and the results of it, they wouldn't want it to happen in the first place. So he wants people to understand the horrors of war so they're less likely to commit to it. And it puts the elites on equal playing field, and it would, in the craziest of ways, yeah, it's perpetuating violence because he's getting people involved in war, and I don't like that, but he's at least trying to maybe create the miracle Uri's discussing where these people like Magath and Kozlo, throughout the course of this season, we find out they have a relationship with Reiner and them, especially Magath. He has a relationship with Reiner and the Warriors, and it's because they fought alongside each other. That's what Peak says to Gabby at the very end of the season. It's what we've seen with Erwin and the Survey Corps members. Back in season 1, 2, and 3, the Survey Corps members were like, we trust Erwin more than we do any government official because we fought alongside him, and we can share our compassionate understanding with what they're going through. So, in the weirdest of ways, it also ties to Reiner and Annie, and I put Ram on here, I guess Marcel and Bertolt from season 1, season 2. Reiner and Annie and Bertolt, they fought alongside Connie and all of them, and it complicated things. It messed Reiner up. Reiner was so messed up because he had fought alongside them and realized, we're not any different. We're all fighting wars within ourselves and against other people. It's shitty on both sides. So I can see these kind of tying together because Mr. Browse being like, we need to keep kids out of the forest. It's kind of what Magath is saying too. He's like, we need to stop this Titan warrior program and keep people out of war. He's like, I'm tired of it. And the only way that Marley's going to understand how shitty this is if they get involved themselves and see it firsthand. And maybe that's what's going to happen in part 2. I don't know. But basically, war is bad, and the cycle of violence is hard to break. And Isayama makes a big point in this whole series of saying that it is hard to break the cycle of violence. I talked about in another show In Modao Zushi, the line, it still sticks with me, that line that it's easy to harm 1,000 people. It's hard to save one. It's the peace talks, all this stuff. There's been so many comments that are like, well, you're not being realistic. And I'm like, no, it's hard. It's not easy. But that doesn't mean that it's not right. And so I'm going to tie back to that here in a second. And it just takes time. And Isayama's trying to tell us, the audience, that we need to make time to make it possible. He's like, we don't need to resort to where we have these options on the table, because none of them are great. None of them are ideal. We need to get to where we don't get to that point, right? Isayama does not want us to get to the point that we're at in Attack on Titan. He's like, at this point, things are really bad. We don't need to get to that point, right? And so just to kind of tie on to that, the idea, MC12136, comparing Eldians to sentient bombs. And I want to read your comment verbatim here, saying, but I think it's a better analogy is imagining atomic bombs had consciousness and could reproduce. Weapons that the world couldn't accept to exist since they are too dangerous. Either there would be a way to defuse them, or there could be only one of both, sentient atomic bombs or humanity. And in the second scenario, I would prefer a euthanization over a war. But who knows if they could be diffused. That's the thing. A lot of people were like, well, I don't know about Eren. If Eren and Zeke, if they meet the founding Titan, and Eren says, well, okay, instead of sterilizing the subjects of Ymir, let's just take the Titan powers off the equation. Let's take it off the table. Let's say the Titan powers stop with this generation. The Titan powers end, and then they don't pass on to anybody else. And that's it. So I don't know. Maybe that's what Eren is planning, is that we're just going to stop the Titan powers with this generation, and that's it. The adults are going to shoulder all the sins of our past, and then future generations of subjects of Ymir won't have the Titan powers, and they won't have to deal with it. And a lot of people are like, well, that means they could still be at war. Yeah, but they at least would maybe have a chance at a future, and maybe have a chance of coming to the table or something like this, instead of just dying out and it just being a way out. I don't know. We'll talk about this. And then talking about framing, in episode 5, Willie Tybur frames Eren as a rebel against peace. And there's this big talk about gods and saviors, and how is Eren and Zeke what is their legacy going to be like? Are they going to be viewed as good, benevolent gods that saved humanity, or are they going to be viewed as devils that destroyed the world to change it? Ymir Fritz, it's the same thing. How is she viewed? A god or a devil? It depends on what side, right? What perspective you're looking at. But yeah, some dude, and that's their username, also noted an extension of Eren's words tying, and this is what also makes me, I'm going to talk about Eren a lot in this, and God, I'm almost at an hour already. This is bad. I'm going to talk about his plan in my theory about Eren, but noted that in episode 5, some dude noted, Willie strikes me as a good example of this, loathing himself and the Eldians as he still uttered the same words and wished to live. And some dude combined the phrases of both Carla and Willie, saying that, and Willie/Eren, saying, there's no greater salvation than never being born, but I am special. I have been born into this world. So I love that phrase, some dude, because that's pretty much getting to my point with all this, is that, yeah, this world in Attack on Titan is establishing that there's a lot of suffering, and a lot of people are born into the world suffering. And that, yeah, the greatest salvation may be that you're never born. Maybe if you're never born, you don't ever have to suffer. But you're special, and you have freedom, and you have a choice, and you have a right to live because you were born into this world. And that shouldn't be taken for granted. And I love that. I love that phrase. I think combining those two phrases together, because Eren says the phrase in episode 15, he's like, there's no greater salvation than never being born into the world. But he gets a spark in his eye and lights up whenever Willie says back in episode 5 that it's because I'm born and I live that I want to survive. I don't want to die. I want to live on. That's my right. And that ties back to Eren in season 1. It ties back to him in season 2, in season 3. So I don't really fully see Eren being on board with Zeke's plan entirely. He's told Zeke that he is. But we've seen in this season, Eren's become a better actor than he once was. So I don't know. I feel like there's something amiss, and we're going to talk more about that. But again, tying to the whole notions about war and everything, Tamir noted that Sasha's dad's purpose in the story, it's always been about war, killing, sins and repentance since the very beginning. There are very few who are trying to stop the cycle. Vengeance is taking the priority. Yes, vengeance is taking the priority. Probably in all the darkness, only his speech is the ray of hope for a possible happy ending, which is why I love it so much. If they could at least get the kids out of the forest, maybe things could end with this generation. But the thing is, who will do it? And how? Things have escalated so much, and with us getting no read on Eren, the biggest piece on the board, it only feels like we're getting deeper and deeper into the forest. I love that, Tamir. I love it. And Tamir also adds, I feel so bad for Niccolo. To him, his only salvation was Sasha. She loved eating and he cooked for her. How something so insignificant as food can connect people on different sides is fascinating. I love how Isayama is showing that despite so much hatred between Marley and Eldia, culture connects people, not power or dominance. But on the flip side, Zeke and Yelena are using the cuisine and the wine as a weapon to take control. So yeah, it's so funny how things so easily can be used for either side. So something like food and drink, something that is a basic necessity, Niccolo uses to connect with the other side, to connect with Sasha, and they form a love and relationship out of it, and they create something beautiful. Whereas Zeke and Yelena use that same thing as a weapon to destroy that bond. And so it's so funny. It's like just how you use it is important. And you can either use it to foster something great, or you can use it to destroy it. And to what end, which is better? But I love the idea that Mr. Browse is a representation of literally like the only hopefulness in this series. Like he is the main messenger, I believe Isayama has sent us to say, look, we need to shoulder the sins of the adults of our past as adults and just work to keep our future generations away from violence. And I just think that this, you could argue that this plan is keeping the future generation away from violence by just having them not exist. I guess you could say that, but it's very complicated, right? It's very complicated. And so I want to make a note. This is the last note I'll make before we finish out this one part. God, this has been a long time already. But P.S. want to note Armin's words. To defeat a monster, you must be willing to throw aside your humanity and all that makes you human. That's a big theme in this entire part, because it seems like from our perspective as the audience in part 1, and we don't know what happens in part 2 yet, but for us, the audience that are only going into this part 1, it seems like Eren is throwing aside his humanity. He's casting it aside so he can do what needs to be done, right? And he's willing to throw aside his humanity. And we'll talk about how Armin and Mikasa represent that. We'll talk about Levi's involvement in all this. There's a lot of interesting parallels, but Eren is tossing aside his humanity to do what needs to be done, right? To fight the monster that is the rest of the world against parity, he is tossing aside his humanity to do so. And it's funny, it's like, well, if you toss aside your humanity, are you a monster or are you a god? What are you? So if you're not a human, what are you? And I will note that after reading PS's comment, I went back and rewatched, because I was like, that line, is that from episode 25 of season 1? I went back and rewatched that episode. It was actually from earlier. It was from Forest of the Giant Trees. Again, the forest. Children of the Forest. We're all tying this back together, right? That episode was Forest of the Giant Trees, where Armin and Jean first had that conversation. But it comes back in the season finale of season 1, and I want to bring up this conversation. It's, God, such foreshadowing. Isayama's like just foreshadowing everything to come back full circle. But in the conversation in season 1, in episode 25, Jean says, is that the only way to win? Becoming a monster, to defeat a monster, you must be willing to throw aside your humanity. Jean says, is that the only way to win? Armin says, it is one hope mankind has for prevailing over the Titans. I think Eren can do it. Case in point. And Jean says, I wonder, getting rid of the Titans by becoming that kind of monster, would that really be a victory for humankind? And Armin sees the birds flying over the wall, like symbolizing that freedom. And he says, and all he says is, it won't be easy. Yeah. And I feel like that's tying back to the season. Like, yeah, we could become a monster. We could destroy the rest of the world. Or we could sterilize the population. We could become a monster to do all of that, to get that plan to work. But is it really a victory for humankind? And Armin's just saying, it won't be easy. None of these options are easy. Nothing is easy in this series. It all is very difficult, and it's just depending on what is the end goal and is it worth it to you. And it's just, So I don't know how the rumbling is going to go. How is it going to affect all this? How is it going to affect the cycle of violence? I don't know the extent of the rumbling. It sounds like a doomsday scenario that the world's just going to end once the rumbling starts. But then they talk about test runs of the rumbling, and it's like, what is a test? And we were talking about this in the comments. What does a test run of the rumbling look like? And someone was like, well, it's like if you're doing like a nuclear, like a missile test. And I'm like, this seems like on a bigger scale than that, but I don't know. I'm like, are they going to release all the Titans from the walls and they're just going to hang out on the edge of the island? Are they going to destroy one city? Does Eren have the power to stop and start them? Like, I'm very curious about the logistics of this rumbling. And I guess we'll find out. And then how does Eren fit into this plan? What is he thinking of? We'll talk about that. Will Eren put a failsafe to keep the future founding Titan, the future Titan shifter from altering what they've just done? We don't know. And then basically lots of characters, they feel like they either don't have a choice in all of this, or they know they have the power to make choices and they're making them, and maybe not. We don't know if they're thinking about the full picture or not. Because Flock, for example, Flock has a lot of power in this season. He's making lots of choices. And those choices are all tying to his character and his motivations, but they're impacting people in different ways, right? And then there's some characters that feel like they have no choice. Like Eren has said this season that he feels like he doesn't have a choice. Zeke feels like he doesn't have a choice. Lots of characters are acting under the assumption that there's no other possibility. Like Gabby throughout most of the season is acting under that philosophy as well. So it's interesting. And then the Ackerman bond, we're going to talk about the Ackerman bond. We're going to talk about all that. We still don't know about the three daughters, Rose, Maria, and Cena, and the founding Titan fully. And I'll bring that up. We don't fully know about them yet. Eren and Zeke, it's basically at this point, it is a three-way war. And I kind of speculated the last 3 seasons that we'd get to this point. It's just happened in a way I didn't expect. But we have basically Eren and Zeke with the Jaegerists. Eren and Zeke featuring the Jaegerists, our new band of parody. They're on one side with Yelena and the Volunteers. I guess they're a big group. And then you have Parody itself, which involves Levi, the Survey Corps, Hanji, our crew, Nile and all of them, Pixis, you have them. And then you have Marley and the rest of the world. And I guess you could have its 4-way. You have the world standing over here waiting for the Global Alliance to attack Parody. You have Marley and the Warriors trying to do their thing. You have Parody itself, and then you have the Jaegerists, Eren and Yelena and Zeke and all of them. So it's like these 4 groups all moving across the table, right? So we'll talk about the Ackermans and Mikasa and all this. I'm just going through my notes. But the Eldians are all connected together with the coordinate at the heart. And Eren's the heart. So is the rest of the body going to fight back? I was thinking about that. I'm like, if the body gets like a virus or something or a disease, then the rest of the body tries to like fight back. Is that something that's possible? Is there a way for Armin and the others to fight against Eren and Zeke? Is there a way for them to fight back against the Titan Shifters? I don't know if that's going to be like a metaphor of Armin and them fighting back against Eren and Zeke if this plan goes through, or what's going to happen. But I thought about that. Like, what happens if the body like tries to reject or fight back against something inside of it? But Eren, without a doubt, Eren is the linchpin in all of this. Our main character, Eren, has become the ultimate linchpin in this entire story. In season 3, part 2, he was questioning the point of it all, and is now trying to take control of his own destiny by making a big change to save people. And the question is, how is this change going to save his friends? Is it destroying the world of the Titans? Is the euthanization, is it saving Armin and Mikasa in his mind because he thinks that it'll end all the conflict and then Armin and Mikasa can just slowly, which Armin's going to die in 13 years anyway, but then Mikasa will slowly just die out with the rest of the subjects of Ymir? I don't know. But yeah, before we go any further, I'm already an hour into this. Dear God. We need to do RIP number 2. And that's Willie Tiber from episodes 5 and 6. I'll be honest, we'll talk about Willie Tiber in the character tier. Rewatching season 4, part 1, I really appreciate his character a lot more. I was hard on him. And he does very problematic things. And I don't entirely agree with all of his viewpoints. But he's a very compelling character. And damn it, Isayama, he's a good husband, he's a good father, and you kill him? Okay. But yeah, rewatching this series, I really appreciated Tiber's character a lot more. And his voice actor did an excellent job of conveying all of his emotions in the scenes. The scenes when you rewatch them and you're not like fishing for notes or reacting specifically, they're just so nuanced, they're great. And he's an old BL actor, he's a voice actor who's been in a lot of BL series. He has that just like sensual voice, you can kind of tell. Willie is a very complicated character, and he, like Eren, was taking control of the wheel. He's like, it's my right to live. It's my birthright. It's my right to choose whatever I want to do. So here's what I'm going to do. And I give props to him. His plans were problematic in a lot of ways, but he took control of the wheel like his predecessors hadn't done and tried to make a change, and then ended up basically dying as a martyr because of it. So you got to give him props. He could have just stayed in his mansion and hid away with the Warhammer Titan, but he chose to bring his sister with him and to fight for their cause. So can't fault them for that, can we? But anyway, to Willie Tybur, a much more nuanced and interesting character the second time around. Oh my. Okay. So here we are. Questions answered and unanswered from season 3, part 2. And before we tie into this, I am going to flip this board over because now we'll just have that on backdrop. But if I need Whiteboard Coon for any part of this remaining thing, I'll just bring him out again. All right. I got Wine Chan ready though. So questions answered and unanswered from season 3, part 2. So answered questions. I went back and looked at all my stuff from season 3, part 2. I didn't have a lot of expectations for this first part. And so I was pretty much blown out of the water from the whole thing. But we did get to see the hometown. We did get to see Reiner and Annie and Bertolt's backstory. We didn't get to see Annie fully, which makes me think that there's more to Annie left to go. We get hints with her father and everything, but we don't see the full story. So I'm like, okay, Isayama, are you saving Annie for something? Please tell me you are, because we had so many teases this season. But we do get pretty much most of Reiner's backstory. Ymir did die. All the Titan shifters have been revealed now, and we've condensed strategically down from 9 Titans to 6, because Eren has 3 of them inside of him. So we've condensed down to that. Annie is still trapped in the crystal. I'm like, if something doesn't happen in part 2 with her, I'm like, Isayama, this has been the biggest case of blue balls with Annie, like this whole series. Like, you give us this really cool character in season 1, and you just take her out of commission for most of the season, most of the series. Okay. The Beast Titan, we learned about him. We got his backstory. God, we got his backstory. We'll talk about that. We learned about the Jaw Titan and Marcel, who's gained Ymir's powers. In a lot of ways from season 4, part 1, we get the impression that Eren is not really striving for a dialogue in this. No, for him, it's not possible anymore. He doesn't see that as a possibility. He's got bigger fish to fry. He has more important things to do. There's no time to sit down and talk. It's time for action, which fits Eren's character very well. And so I noted on here, my notes from season 3, part 2 was, how do we set up the final boss with this series? Who even is the final boss, right? Because at the end of episode 16, it makes Eren seem like the final boss. Like, he's the one we have to defeat. But then you have Eren and Zeke saying that they're saving humanity, so it complicates things, right? You have the would-be saviors of the world being framed by the rest of the world as the enemy because they don't know what's going on. And so that is one thing I will say about Zeke's character, is that this plan that he's concocted and developed, he keeps it so hush-hush throughout most of the series. And I get why he does it. I get why he had to do it. But it's the tragedy of it is that he's doing this plan that he believes is saving the world, but he can't tell the world about it. So it seems like they're only going to know that he was trying to save them after he dies. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what Zeke wants. But Yelena's wasting no time. Yelena's like, I'm not waiting until my boyfriend's dead to tell the world about his plan. Here's what's going on. She is spreading the gospel of Zeke, as far as we know. So yeah, and then we have Eren. Did Eren talk to Zeke? Yep. I feel like we didn't get enough of it. God, I wanted more of that conversation. I wanted more of Eren and Zeke talking. We just got that little bit at the end of episode 15, and that was it. But what can we do? And then, did Levi get a rematch against Zeke? Yes, he did, and he won again. I was like, Levi, although Zeke got the last laugh, and we don't know what's happened with Levi, and that terrifies me that we don't have a clue where Levi is at this point. I'm nervous and terrified beyond all belief, but we'll find out in part 2, I'm sure. But yeah, and then it looks like another Titan War is happening. Like, we're having a repeat of history. We're having a repeat from 100 years ago where another Titan War is happening, but Eren seems determined to stop it. And the question is, how is that going to factor in with Reiner and the others? That's the big question. This euthanization plan, and the whole thing, like, how is Reiner and them going to react to it? Because Pete didn't really know what was going on. She doesn't know the plan. Like, how are they going to react when they find out? Are they going to find out? That's a big question. Like, how are they going to react? How's the rest of Parody going to react? We only saw with that one jail cell's reaction. They seemed all more shocked than anything about it. And so what is that going to do with the rest of the world? How is that going to impact things? That's the question. What is Eren going to do with the other Titan shifters? Is he going to basically try to kill them all and eat them? Is that the goal? Is he going to try to do the badge collecting like I said in the past, only he's going to kill all the Titan shifters and take their powers so they can't go to other random people? I don't know. I don't know yet. That kind of goes into our other unanswered questions. Will Annie still have a role? Sure, I'm sure she will. We just don't know what that is yet. We didn't get to see the Titan shifters that Reiner and Annie Berchtold ate, but I've noted on here that that's not the point. At this point in the story, we realize that doesn't matter anymore. We established that it's just a cycle. It doesn't matter who they gained the powers from. The point is that they have them now, and it's possibly going to be passed on to someone else after them. So that part doesn't matter. The only one we really needed to see was who Zeke got his Titan from, and that was Cassavor. Will Eren ever confront the founding Titan in his mind? Is Eren being influenced by them? He's a big mystery box at this point, Eren is, so who knows? I'm assuming that next part, that's the whole plan, is him and Zeke confronting the founding Titan, but I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that's Ymir. I don't know what that's going to look like at all. And will anyone else from the squad become a Titan shifter? I don't know, because Reiner's there, Porco and Peek are there. They could die and their powers get passed on to somebody else. I don't know. Falco's drank the wine. So we'll talk about Falco later on, but Falco has actively, one of our warrior candidates has drank wine that will turn them into a Titan without the use of a serum. Funny that. So imagine that. I feel like Isayama, as a writer, I feel like that's Isayama planting a little seed, being like, well, here's how there's not going to be time during this battle for them to get out the syringe and get out the serum and give someone an injection and turn them into a Titan. But lo and behold, Falco, our warrior candidate, that's a prime person to take a Titan shifter's powers, has drank the wine, and he is a prime opportune subject to do it. So the question is, will that happen? Will Falco take one of the Titan shifters? It seems like it's set up to be, but I don't know. I have my own theory about it, but I'll wait till the end of the discussion to do that. All right. So expectations. Expectations and surprises. I didn't have a lot of expectations going into this part one. Everything got more complicated. I expected that we'd get Ymir and Reiner backstory. We got Reiner backstory. That we did. I wanted to know what Eren's next move was. Well, we kind of know what it is. We have a suspicion, but it's not confirmed, and there's some mystery about it. And then the military structure, I predicted that things would change because of them knowing the rest of the world and gaining that knowledge. And it has. The military structure has changed a little bit. We see that with Keith and the Survey Corps, where the kids are all like, well, what's the point? Well, we're not going to fight Titans anymore. We're going to fight people. And we see that with Lobov, where him leaving the garrisons, where he's like, well, there's not a need to protect the walls now. We got bigger fish to fry. So there was kind of a military restructuring. So that's interesting. And then, yeah, we got Zeke backstory. We did indeed. So any surprises? Oh, I put it in bold giant letters. We got so much of Reiner's backstory. Just an entire episode dedicated to Reiner. Just absolutely insane. Falco and Gabby, along with Peek and Porco entering the story. I had never imagined we would have these two kids enter the story and be like these avatars to kind of show the cycle of violence and the opposite ways it affects them. Because Falco and Gabby kind of react in different ways. So I think it's clever on Isayama's part to introduce these characters, to make them warrior candidates, to make them a possible player in all of this. It's interesting. Getting others incorporated like Anyan and Yelena, who are not Marlians, to show the outside world perspective and how they fit into this, to show Nicolo's perspective as a Marlian. Zeke's backstory and the plan. God, the plan. I didn't see that coming from a mile away. That was a big surprise. Eren's mystery during this shift of him. And to be fair, a lot of people have been like, Eren's not an antagonist. He's the main character. He's the one that is the protagonist. You can't be both. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to try to use a term that is not antagonist or protagonist, that he's the character. He's our main character. Because it's funny. It's like he is a protagonist. He's where the plot revolves around. But this series is so odd, and I think where a lot of people get the antagonist side of it is because Attack on Titan is a very ensemble piece. Eren is a main character. But I'd argue he's not the main character, especially in this season. Again, it depends on sides. In this season, part 1, we've made Reiner a main character. And so from Reiner's perspective, Eren is an antagonist. If Gabby and Falco are main characters, Eren is an antagonist. But if we view Eren and Armin as main characters, then maybe they're the protagonist and it's the opposite. So it's interesting. So I see why people use the term antagonist, and I also see why people are like, that's not right. So it's very complicated. So I'm going to try to say maybe main character, even though I am going to do Eren the antagonist, because that's my theory up until this point, right? We'll go back to that. That we actually see Grisha as a bad father. That was a big surprise. It was probably one of the best things to come out of that day, is to show that, to come out of Soul Salvation, is to show that Grisha was not a good father, and that he did do some really, really bad things. He learned from his mistakes and became better, but he was a bad father. And the things he did to Zeke and Zeke's whole messed up childhood are awful, and they all make sense now. But that was a surprise. Eren's conversation with Reiner, as soon as it happened, I knew that Eren and Reiner would meet up in season 4, part 1, but I thought it was going to be like episode 8 or 9. I thought it was going to be like episode 10 or 11. I didn't think like by episode 5 we're going to have them together. That was a big surprise. Willie Tyber's character, complicating the term of antagonist himself, because Willie thought he was doing something good, something beneficial to the world. He thought the same thing, Eren, that what he was doing was saving the world by attacking Parody and getting... And yeah, there's ulterior motives. A lot of people are going to say, well, he was trying to strengthen Marley and gain the Titan powers back so they could be a dominating force. Yes, so that complicates things, but in Willie's mind, he thought he was doing the right thing. We can argue that it wasn't, right? That Flock and Eren are friends, or maybe not friends, but on the same side working together. I thought y'all laughed at me so much. You all laughed at me so much in episode 6 and 7. You were like, we were waiting for you to find out that Flock and Eren are buddies. I'm like, no! So I thought going into this season, Flock and Eren were going to be enemies. I thought they were just going to be like at each other's throats. Nope. You were wrong, my friend. I was like, holy crap. Okay. Another thing surprising is the dynamics that we see some of these characters interacting with one another. Armin and Hitch. Armin's crush on Annie. It's not surprising that Armin has a crush on Annie, because I've thought that maybe back from season 1, but it surprised me that it was brought up like canon in this series. And Armin and Hitch having that conversation about Annie. That was a really cool moment in episode 10 and episode 11. That was really neat. Or episode 10 and episode 12. And then the truth is revealed. Again, we get more about the backstory. We get more about Zeke's backstory. It adds to the plan, adds to the plot, adds to all the revelations. And I know we're not done. I told y'all that I talked with my brother in episode 16. I think I mentioned it. But my brother and I finally got to have a conversation about Attack on Titan. Like a half an hour conversation about it. And I was so relieved to finally be at the point where I could talk to him about this series and it not be spoiled. And he was like, well, how far have you gotten now? I'm like, well, I just finished episode 16. He was like, mm-hmm. I was like, you can't tell him anything, can you? And he goes, you're not ready. I was like, no! I know I've not been ready this entire series. I wasn't ready for this. So I know I wasn't ready for this. So I'm just going to try to go into part 2 with as open mind as possible and just prep for whatever happens, right? So, God. But yeah, so, okay. But yeah, before we get into theory time, because I have a lot on theories, we're going to do RIP number 3. And RIP number 3 is actually several people. So we're going to do several little toasts here. But RIP number 3 is Sophia, Udo, Calvi, and the drunk man from episode 4, all of whom died in episode 5 and 6. So yeah, mainly episode 6, the Warhammer Titan. But Sophia and Udo, they were very much, I got the impression on them first glance that we weren't going to focus, we were going to definitely focus more on Falco and Gabby, but I didn't think they were going to die in episode 6, especially like Sophia's just like gone, like a boulder smashes her, she's dead. Udo gets trampled, and that's the thing too that kind of ties back to their deaths, is that it's a representation, I feel, because we talk about this whole sterilization plan and how it's going to stop, the cycle of violence, supposedly. But I'm like, in that moment where Udo gets trampled, all I could think about in rewatching this series was that Udo was trampled, Udo wasn't killed by Titans. He wasn't killed by Eren directly. He was killed by the rest of the world because they just trampled him like a Titan. It was very much like a representation of the rumbling, right? That they just trampled over him and killed him. And that was it. And that's all it took. So I'm like, it was just a very sad death. Calvi, we didn't know hardly anything about him except he was the leader of their military, but he's dead. And he just stood there and took it. Man just stood there and took it. I mean, props to him for just not running away. He just stood and let Eren kill him. And the drunk man getting hit by the rock, the man that basically caused Sophia's death through his unlucky streak. They were all four just very... Calvi, he was the head of the military, so I wouldn't call his death meaningless. He was kind of like... Magath was intending on getting rid of the top brass anyway, so he was on the chopping block to begin with. But the drunk man, Sophia, and Udo, they were all just such needless deaths. And for them to be a child death, it kind of helps establish the tone of this season. Episode 5 and 6 definitely established the tone that this is a lot darker, and it's going to question a lot of moral ambiguity with the actions that these characters take and the consequences of them. Because Gabby gets spurned on by Udo and Sophie's death. That spurns her on to go after, because she witnessed Gabby and Udo's death, it spurned her to go after the Survey Corps. It spurned her to get on that airship, which spurned her to shoot Sasha, which spurned all the rest of this. So, in a sad way, their deaths were kind of catalysts for a lot of this season and the actions that took place in it. A lot of the miscalculations. I love that Zeke calls them miscalculations. I'm like, I'm curious to see what the results of these miscalculations will be. We shall see, right? I'm going to talk about that later. But in the meantime, RIP number 3 is Zofia, Udo, Calvi, and the drunk man from episode 4. You all will be sorely missed. I took four swigs there for our fallen. Okay. I have a giant chunk of this dedicated to Eren. But it needs to come out. So we're almost an hour and a half into this. God. I'm only on page 5 of my notes. This is not good. But yeah, so Eren. Y'all have said this. This is nothing new. But Eren is possibly one of the more intriguing main characters of a story. And I've read, and I give Isayama props. It is not easy, and some of you have noted this, it is not easy to make your main character a mystery box. And to make your main character not only be a mystery box, but to remain in character throughout the entire mystery box section. So Eren has been such a conflicting character for me in this season, and it's because we don't get into his head, right? We don't get to see what he's thinking, except the only times we really get into his head, in his headspace in this season, is when he is fighting the Warhammer Titan. That's really the only time we get to hear an inner dialogue. We get to hear dialogue from Eren. We get to see Eren off by himself and see his facial expressions and things like that. But the only time he has an inner monologue is really during the fight with the Warhammer Titan. That's really the only time we get an inner monologue. That's it. Everything else is just monologue, actual words spoken to other characters, right? And he's telling himself to fight. That's literally it, right? So he's so intriguing. But ever since season 1, and this is where things get so complicated. Back in season 1, when Eren was spouting off that he wanted to destroy them all and having these weird visions and expressions and things happening, and he was just being kind of weird and freaky, I wondered if Eren was going to become the villain of the series. I was like, is Eren going to become the villain? Because he's spouting off these things like destroy them all, and not just the Titans, but them all, meaning other people. So I was like, is Eren going to become the villain? And he's always been this strong-willed character who has felt useless. He's felt like he's trapped in a cage, and he felt like he has no control over his life. And he suffered through all this trauma as a kid that I'm like, I wonder if that's going to affect him and make him a villain. The thing that's so wonderful about this series and complicated is that there really is no villain. It's whenever you say who is the enemy, Ymir's words are probably the most telling. It's who knows? Who knows? It just depends on your perspective, right? There really isn't. So when Eren asks her, he asks Peek in episode 16, he's like, where is the enemy? And she's like, right there, and points at him. To her, that's who the enemy is. And so it's so interesting. But I don't want to use the word antagonist anymore with Eren because he's really not. He's just the main character, but he's so interesting throughout all of this. And so it makes sense in this season, knowing what we know from season 4, part 1, it makes sense that he's taking charge as a character. He finally has a sense of power. He's learned all these memories from his father. He has a sense of purpose. He has the power to do so. And him getting the Warhammer Titan has allowed him to gain enough power where he's not necessarily useless anymore. And so going along with Zeke's plan is letting him have some free reign to do what he wants, and he feels like he has the power to change things, which he's wanted since season 1. So it's all very in character for Eren. And a lot of you noted that antagonists are usually people that have good intentions that are put into place through questionable means. And that kind of ties to Eren in this, because a lot of people point out that they're like, Liberio, you making a massacre of Liberio and killing all those innocent people, shunning your friends and telling them how much you hate them, being withdrawn. Those are choices you've made, but you may have good intentions by them, but what are the consequences of those choices going to be? And that's kind of the mystery of this season, has been like, okay, something seems off about Eren because things he does and things he says throughout the entire course of the season, they're not adding up. There's something missing. And that's what made him so compelling this season. So I made just some general notes about Eren that I want to bring up. Most of you said a lot of this in the comments, but I just kind of compiled them all together in an abridged version. But rewatching episode 5, Declaration of War, Eren tells Reiner that in season 4, episode 5, that he has no choice but to go to Marley. He tells Reiner that they are the same. Eren is trying to save the world as Reiner was. So he's like, you and I are the same person, Reiner. We both are trying to save the world. We both believe we're doing the right thing, but people are dying because of it, but it's just because we think that we're saving everybody else. And the idea that anybody can be a god or a devil, it just depends on what people want to believe. He's like, each side pits each other against one another and calls one side a god, one side a devil, but it's often reversed on the other side. So what is the truth? Is there even a truth in it, right? The question is, going into this, what are the subjects of Ymir going to believe? Are they going to find Eren's cause righteous and just? Are they going to view him as a god, as Yelena thinks? Or are they going to view him as a devil? We don't know that yet, right? And so then there's the idea of, that keeps going back to this phrase, to protect Mikasa and Armin, you have to see it through. He has to do what he wants to do to see his plan, whatever Eren's plan is, the big question marks over here, whatever it is, there's something else to it, right? There's something else to it. And there's a lot of different moments in this season that makes you wonder, what is Eren planning? Because I don't think he's fully going along with Zeke's plan. I don't. And we'll talk about this. But in episode 4, he talks with his grandfather, with Grisha's dad. And Grisha's dad blames himself for Grisha and Faye's deaths. And in that scene, rewatching it, after that scene when Grisha's father has a mental breakdown, Eren holds the ball. And it seems like as he's holding the baseball that Zeke gave him, he clutches the baseball. And it seems like in that moment at first, it seems like it's reaffirming him. It's reaffirming to Eren that the euthanization plan is the right one, because he sees how distraught his father is over everything that's happened to his kids. So him clutching the ball seems like Eren is reaffirming that, okay, no, the plan I'm enacting with Zeke is the right thing to do, because he sees how his grandfather is suffering. But then he tosses the ball into the air, right? He tosses the ball into the air, like he's just been like, see what happens. And I think that gesture is one sign that Eren is not completely on board with Eren's plan, because if we had just ended the shot with Eren squeezing the ball, reaffirming it, he'd been like, yes, this euthanization thing is the right thing to do, and I'm all aboard it. But the fact that he tosses the ball into the air after that is curious. It's a curious gesture. I'm not entirely sure the symbolism of it, but it's going to be interesting going into part 2 to see how that plays out. I don't know. But, and then we have Eren and Mikasa, or we have Armin and Mikasa. And several of you have noted, and I would believe this too, going back to that idea that to fight a monster, you have to toss aside your humanity. Eren views Mikasa and Armin as ties to his humanity. And Sasha Purvis and others have noted this, but Mikasa reminds Eren of his kindness and his compassion. When he was kind to Mikasa, when he saved her, when he wrapped his scarf around her, when he said he'd wrap it around her as many times as needed, Mikasa reminds Eren of his humanity and how kind and compassionate he can be towards Mikasa and his friends. Armin reminds him of the dream of freedom. It reminds him of this dream that Eren laments back in season 3. He's like, I feel like I can't see the same dream that you're seeing, Armin. He's like, I can't see the same things that you are. And I realized in that moment when I couldn't see the same dreams that you did, that I wasn't free. So you could argue that he's tossing me. He's so cruel to Mikasa and Armin in episode 14 because he doesn't want them to follow him. He wants to cast aside his humanity so that he isn't tied down, so that he's free to make these choices that are going to be difficult. And so he needs to get them out of the way. And he also does it because he cares about them and he doesn't want them to follow him and get hurt. You could argue that he's doing it for that, right? I questioned earlier, and if you've not seen Code Geass, then again, I've said this in prior reactions, just it's spoilery for Code Geass, but in Code Geass, there's a main character that tries to pit the world against them. And I wondered, is that what Eren's planning? Is Eren trying to pit the whole world against him so that he saves his friends and by taking the heat off of the rest of Parody and pitting it all on himself? Is that the goal? What if Armin and the others team up with Reiner and the rest of the world to take Eren down? If Eren's so cruel to them, because that's what I was wondering. I was wondering in all this, back in episode 14, I'm like, if Eren's so cruel to them now, does he think, because a lot of you were like, well, he does it because he cares about Armin and Mikasa. And I would say, yes, he does care about Armin and Mikasa a lot. But in saying these horrible things to them and being so cruel to them, and I feel like Armin and Mikasa are going to forgive him, but it's like, will things be the same as they were before? Or did Eren do that so that they would distance themselves from him so that if he dies, they won't feel as badly about it? Was that Eren's intent? Eren's like, well, if I make myself the monster and I'm horrible to them and I drive them away from me, when I die, they won't feel as bad about it and they won't suffer as much because of it, because they'll think that I was just a horrible person. Is that part of it? Is Eren trying to pit the entire world against him and have Armin and them team up with the warriors and the whole world come together to fight Eren alone? And then once Eren dies, that's it? That's going to at least cause some kind of understanding to happen? Is that the point? Is it like Code Geass? I don't know. That thought's come to my mind, but everything's so complicated right now that I don't know how that would work. And so I feel like as season 4 part 2 progresses, I'll know more. I definitely think he's going to betray Zeke, though. I think he's going to betray Zeke. And the horrible part about all that is that just makes Zeke's character much more tragic, right? Because Zeke has been used and betrayed his entire life. And I think that Eren's going to betray him too, which is so tragic because at this point in the season, Zeke believes that Eren is on his side. He believes that he wanted to go back and rescue Eren. And he's done this for his brother, thinking his brother was suffering like he was. But Eren is not the same as Zeke. And Eren's childhood was not the same as Zeke. And Zeke doesn't know that. And so I feel like Eren is going to betray Zeke at some point. It's going to be very tragic for Zeke's character because we've seen just how awful Zeke's character's had it. And if Eren betrays him too, it'll be like he had nobody. It's like, ugh. So I don't know if that'll happen or not, but... And then my big question with Eren is he going to be able to save the subjects of Ymir without the sterilization? And I don't know that or not. It's almost numbing at this point that I don't like the idea of the sterilization plan. I get why a lot of people think it's the only viable option. And in this world, in the real world that we live in, it is not a viable option. I'm like, no, that's not on the table. But in my mind and in my beliefs, but in the frame of this fictional story, it's going to be really sad if this is the only option. It's going to be like, ugh, that's tragic and sad. But again, I think Isayama's writing a tragedy. So maybe that's the point, is it's supposed to be really sad. But I'm like, does he go along with the sterilization plan entirely? Is there another part to it? Is Eren going to add to it? We don't know, right? But definitely there has been the metaphorical boulder that Zeke and Eren, they are trying to do some of what Mr. Browse is saying in shouldering the sins of the past. They are, as adults, trying to do that. And they believe that they are the saviors of humanity. But it's ironic, in being the saviors of humanity, they are abandoning their humanity. So it's like, are they a god? Are they a devil? Does it depend? What does that make them? If they're not humans, what does that make them? And then how does Historia factor into all this? She's still being used either way. Either way, through Zeke's plan, she's still being used. So does Eren have an ulterior motive to free her? How does this work? I don't know. Will Eren confront Ymir Fritz, the original founder? That is my biggest question going into season 4, part 2. I'm like, is Eren going to confront Ymir? Because Zeke saw an image of her. I know that was her. That had to have been. I'm like, she has the blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm like, I feel like, I'm like, come on now. Is he going to confront Ymir through Zeke? Zeke saw a vision of her, so is that where the connection is? He's royalty, so is that where the connection lies? I don't know. But I feel like Eren's going to confront her. And what is that even going to look like? I don't know. And then we had Eren berating Armin for having the quote-unquote the enemy in his head. But Grisha's in his head too, so how does that work? Again, I feel like Eren told a lot of lies to Mikasa and Armin that had the truth sprinkled into them. The problem is those lies have affected both of those characters. So it's made it to where how will Mikasa ever be able to have the same dynamic with Eren she had in the past? I don't think so. Will Armin now question with Annie or any of the other Titan shifters if his own actions are being influenced by Bertolt? I don't know. Will anybody talk to these characters and tell them that Eren's wrong? Jean seemed like he was getting to that point. Jean's like, wait a minute. Eren's not a crazy person. Eren's sane. So he clearly did this to you for a reason. So is there an ulterior motive? Maybe he's lying to you. It's seemingly what Jean was inferring. So I'm hoping that they get to that point and realize that Eren was lying to them, because I think that he was. But yeah. And Eren sees the world as lacking true freedom. So maybe he just wants to destroy it all. We don't know. He wants to end the cycle by destroying the Wheel of the Titans. But in destroying the subjects of Ymir, who's to say this won't happen again? That is the one thing, is that we know based on Kruger's words that Ymir Fritz touched something, the fabric of life and matter itself, and got the power of the Titan. Who's to say this won't happen again? I don't know. It's a big question, right? It's not happened since the first time, but who's to say it won't? We don't know. And so Eren gets backstory in Bystander, but his plan... So Eren, again, Bystander is still one of my favorite episodes because it presents this whole like hopeful notion that because we were born, we're special, that our birth gives us the right to be free and make choices and have free will and enact and make change in the world as we see fit. That was Carla's whole thing, right? She believes that birth gives you freedom and makes you special. But Eren tells Zeke that salvation is non-existence. So again, if you did like some dude said and combine the two phrases, it makes more sense. But it's funny because Carla and Zeke have completely polar opposite views on life itself. Carla believes that life gives you freedom and choice and the chance and possibility to do right in the world. And Zeke believes that being born you're just being born to suffer. And your life is just going to be endless suffering. And it's like, ugh. And you see where both characters come from based on their upbringings. So it's so insane to see Eren kind of confront both of these viewpoints. I will make note, rewatching episode 25 of season 1, when Eren wakes up and Mikasa confronts him, he laments to Mikasa saying, quote, "It felt refreshing having my body come apart. So much that I felt I wanted to die. But I don't want to now." So that whole coming apart thing and Eren wanting to die. Eren has since season 1 had kind of a death wish. They called him a suicidal maniac, but he's kind of flirted with death a lot and not been afraid of it, but he still wants to move forward and seek freedom despite all of that, to move forward and destroy his enemies until then. And I don't know. Will Eren die before his 4-year term is up? I think he will. I think he'll die by the end of this season. By the end of this series, I think he's going to have to die. I don't think he'll live another 4 years. No, I don't think with the plan that he's enacting that's going to happen. How does that play into the euthanization plan, though, too? That's another thing, too. This plan is on pins and needles, right? This plan, there's so many uncertainties because Yelena is just assuming everything is going to go hunky-dory according to plan. And Yelena, by the end of episode 15, by the end of episode 16, Yelena's like, well, the point is they're trying to enact a change. We don't know what's going to happen, but hopefully it'll all go to plan. But the point is they're trying to make a change, and it's going to affect the world. But yeah, that's a really good point. Like, if Eren dies at the end of the season and doesn't pass on the founding Titan, and it just goes to somebody random, what does that do? How does that factor in? Is everybody just going to have to cut their hands and see if something happens? If Zeke dies before Eren can touch him, that's going to ruin the whole plan, right? If Zeke dies immediately after and doesn't pass on his Titan to somebody else, what does that do? So where does that go to? there's just so many what ifs that it's very complicated, right? I did want to note before we move on to the Ackermans, though, a couple of monologues that we get from season 4, part 1. So in episode 3, Eren has that big monologue to Falco, which I think really kind of ties into his viewpoints in this season. He says, "Why did it ever come to this? Damaged minds and bodies, their freedom taken away, even losing themselves. If people knew it would come to this, nobody would go to war. But most people are pushed by something, forced to march into hell. That something wasn't their choice. Their situation or others made them do it. But people who push their own backs see a different kind of hell. They can see something beyond the hell. Maybe it's hope. Maybe it's another hell. Only those who keep moving forward will ever know." So that ties into Eren's whole psyche during this part, right? He's saying that this is a really shitty situation. It's stupid. It just destroys people. It wrecks homes. It wrecks lives. It takes their freedom away, which he hates. It just ruins people. And if most people saw what the end result was, they wouldn't go to war. Which is what makes me think that he wants to do the rumbling to show them how shitty things are so that they don't ever want to repeat this, right? Maybe that's the case. But again, if all the Eldians are going to die out, So, but he says most people are pushed by something and forced to march into hell. So he ties that back to Reiner. He ties it to Armin and Mikasa. He ties it to people, the subjects of Ymir. He's like, most of them are forced to do this by some extenuating circumstance. And Eren believes, he's like, no, I'm doing these choices on my own. I'm making this choice for myself. No one is forcing me. I'm choosing to do this. And I can see, because of that, I see a different kind of hell. I see beyond the hell. And so the question is, does Eren see another hell beyond this, or does he see hope? And he says only those who keep moving forward will ever know. So maybe Eren doesn't know yet. Maybe Eren's like, I know there's something beyond this. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to know until I keep moving forward to find out. And that's Eren's whole motivation. He's like, maybe, we assume that Eren wants it to be hope, that he wants to see hope beyond all this. But maybe it's another hell. We don't know. So that explains his entire motivation in this, is that Eren's like, I just know that I need to take control of my own life and not be influenced by anybody else. As Sacha Purvis has noted, Eren is the least free person in this show. He's always been shackled and caged. And in this season, he finally is trying to find a way to break free from that. But I watched someone in the Discord, I think it was you, Nick, or it was either Nick or Kat or someone sent me the link. It might have been, God, I can't remember who it is now, but they sent a link to I've Become So Much Like Eren Yeager, It's Scary. And it's like the little CGI model. And there was a moment in there I laughed so hard, but it was like, I show an open wound on my hand to people at all times to let them know I'm in control. Like Eren, it's so funny because Eren acts like he's in control in this season, but he's really skirting the line with that whole control, because he has to constantly show people, he has to threaten them with a sign that he's going to turn into a Titan to be in control of the situation. He is struggling a lot this season, and he's just trying to do things the way that he sees fit and to do things his way, because he thinks that it's the only way that he can move forward. And it's like Eren is the least free person in this series, and he's trying to gain freedom for himself, but it's not easy, right? So I also noted on here that Eren, he notes to Reiner, he's like, I'm the bad guy according to the rest of the world. I might just destroy the world, but you guys are the bad guys to me too. And he forgives Reiner, saying that Carla dying, he basically implies to Reiner that Carla dying to save the world, that he gets why Reiner did it. And if it was, he's like, well, Reiner, you killed my mom, but you thought you were saving the world. So I get that. I get why you'd think that. I'm about to kill a bunch of your friends and family, but it's to save the world. So we're even, right? Oh God, that whole dialogue's so good. But yeah, he's like, basically he's acknowledging, he's like, no, you're right. He's like, I used to think that across the seas, there were just enemies, just bad people, but it's not true. There are good people within all these cultures as well as the bad. They were just made to do things and had their freedom taken away. So what I'm doing is going to free them from that pain. So yeah, for better or worse, these are the actions I've got to take, right? And you can argue for and against it. I won't argue with you a bit. I have my own personal things about it, but that's basically what he's saying. And in saying that he's like Reiner, it's really sad too, because it reinforces the idea that Eren does want death, because Reiner wishes for death in front of him. He gets on his hands and knees in declaration of war and begs Eren to kill him. And it kind of reinforces the idea that both Zeke and Eren do want to die. They do believe they deserve death. But then we juxtapose that with Willie saying that he curses his blood but wants to live because he was born in the world, and that sparks Eren. But then he tells Reiner that they're the same, that they were born this way. So it kind of it ties in and around Zeke's plan, because if you think about it in a certain way, Eren is reaffirming Zeke's plan, because he's saying, well, we were born, you and I are the same, maybe we were born this way, meaning we were born to suffer, and it's natural for us to want to die because of what we are. So in a way, he is reaffirming what Zeke has said. He's like, no, because we're subjects of Ymir, we were born to suffer, and we were born wishing for death because of all the bad things that we've done, all the horrible, that we're monsters. So he's like, no, it makes sense you want to die. I want to die too. So there's that. But then when Willie says that because we were born into this world, we deserve to live, that sparks Eren. So it's like Eren is saying one thing, and maybe he does believe it to an extent, but then we've known Eren's character the last 3 seasons, and it contradicts that in a lot of ways. So Eren is so interesting in this season. He's so interesting. And I feel like Isayama is giving us, he's like, okay, you've known Eren. Here's the backstory with Eren the last 3 seasons. Here's all the little character things we've known about Eren from season 1. Now, in season 4, he's going to grow up and mature, and he's going to get a lot more complicated. And I'm not going to tell you what is the truth and what's not true. Figure it out. So I'm very curious in part 2 to see where Eren's character goes, because at the end of season 4, part 1, Eren has lost his legs, but he's turned into a Titan shifter. He's turned into the Attack Titan. I'm like, is he going to use the Warhammer Titan powers? How's this going to go? I'm curious to know what Eren is going to do going into this episode and how that's going to change things. I don't know. But yeah, Eren's just such a compelling character, and I feel like season 4, part 2, we're going to get the mystery solved and figure out Eren's true motivations, what his actual plan is. Maybe it's the same plan as Zeke's. I don't know. Maybe it isn't different. I don't know at this point. We haven't got there yet, and I'm very excited for us to get there. But yeah, so Eren as the antagonist 4.0, I think Eren has definitely gotten there. It took us 3 seasons, but we've reached that point. But what's interesting is I don't think Eren's an antagonist anymore. He's just a main character that is trying to fight the circumstances he's been presented with and make some sort of change. Now, whether that change is going to be good or bad, we, the audience, are going to have to decide when we get to it. But he's taking charge of his life and doing stuff that he's wanted to do since season 1, for better or worse. And we, the audience, just have to kind of sit back and see how it plays out and see how others react to him. And that's kind of cool, because in the last 3 seasons, Eren has been a character that has been reacting to everything around him. He's not been able to be proactive. He's either been kidnapped, or he's been taken away, or he's been fought against. He hasn't had a chance to do something on his own. He's always had people either pushing stuff onto him, or he's had to react to things. And this is the first time that we see Eren's character acting on his own, and people have to react to him. And so it's interesting. And you could argue that a lot of things being set up from the previous seasons have led us to this point. That all these previous characters and their actions, like Levi, Pixis, Hanji, Armin, and Mikasa, like all these characters have had an influence on him. Historia, they've all had an influence on him and led him to this point. So it's a fascinating character, to say the least. But then we get into the Ackermans. I have a little section about the Ackermans. So Eren's explanation of the bond, speaking of Eren, is BS. I don't think that's it. And the reason why, I think there's some truth to it. I think that the bond does exist. I do. But Eren's explanation of it, it kind of flies in the face of everything we've seen with Kenny and Levi. So with Mikasa, it kind of makes sense, because Mikasa loves Eren so much. But the problem is, and I hope Eren realizes this. I hope he does. I hope Eren realizes that Mikasa's love for Eren isn't because of the Ackerman blood. It's because she loves him. And I hope that he realizes that. I don't know if he does or not at this point in the story, but I hope he admits that he knows later on that she loves him. And it's not because of the blood. Because Kenny and Levi complicate that so much. Everything he told her in episode 14, I'm like, but Levi and Kenny, they go against everything you've just said in terms of how the bond works. So I think it's BS. I think that he's sprinkled in a bunch of lies with the truth. Who knows? I do think the Ackermans are going to be important to this story going forward. And maybe that's why Eren wanted to distance himself from Mikasa especially. Because you'd think on the outskirts of things, you'd be like, well, Mikasa's really strong and she wants to protect you more than anything. Don't you want Mikasa close to you? Wouldn't you want her as a bodyguard? Because here's the thing. We've seen Mikasa, even when she's thought things were wrong, she still wavered on the side of Eren throughout all of this. So from the outside of things, you would think Eren would want Mikasa with him because she would protect him. But the Ackermans are not affected by the Founding Titan. I keep forgetting that. They're not affected by the Founding Titan and their powers. So the memory erasing, not affected. So I feel like that's going to be very important in the story moving forward. And maybe that's part of the reason why Eren shifted her away, because he's like, Mikasa is going to be somebody that can resist the Founding Titan. If I have the Founding Titan in me, she's going to be somebody that's going to be a problem. I need to distance her from me in order for this plan to work, whatever this plan is. And so maybe that's why, but I keep forgetting that. And then, God, Levi. So, Levi, back in season 1, I said that, and y'all, nobody spoke up about it, so maybe you're all waiting until I get to this point. But I said back in season 1, when I started this series, I thought it was going to be Eren versus Levi. I thought they were going to be rivals. I thought it was going to be like Naruto. I thought it was going to be like Naruto and Sasuke, Levi and Eren. They were going to be fighting each other. And then when we saw the age gap and how Levi is more of a mentor figure to Eren, I was like, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. And then the more this season went on, I was like, no, wait, maybe. Maybe it took us 4 seasons, but we're finally getting here because, yeah, is Levi being set up to fight Eren? I've held off on this the entire series, but maybe we're leading up to this Obi-Wan versus Anakin, this mentor versus mentee battle. Maybe it's the battle of monsters. Because here's the thing. And Levi's fought against Zeke and he's won. Could he fight against Eren and win? Levi and Eren have never actually fought one another. Levi's kicked the tar out of him considerably, multiple times, but they've never full-on fought each other. Levi and Eren have never fought. Levi saved Eren back in Assault. He saved him, but he's never fought with Eren. He's always protected him and fought for him. So that's the question. Now, I noted on here, does Levi know the euthanization plan? No, he heard Zeke mumbling about it, but we don't know if he actually heard if he knows what Zeke's talking about, or if he's just like, euthanization plan, what? And maybe we don't know where Levi is right now. He's MIA. He's in the bushes somewhere. Hopefully he's not lost a limb or something that's going to put him out of commission in this whole damn thing. God, Isayama, you already took him out for like most of season 3 because of him hurting his leg. Or most of season 2, he was taken out of season 2 because he hurt his leg by landing on Annie. So I'm like, Isayama, are you going? Because Christopher Peterson noted that Levi is a very anime-like character. Of all the characters, he's the most anime-like as being a protagonist. And I can agree to that. And so I think that because of that, because he's so OP, that Isayama finds a way to take him out of the equation when he's not needed. Writing-wise, it makes sense. In season 2, he hurts his leg. So throughout most of season 2, he's out of commission because he's trying to heal his leg up. Makes sense. In the end of this season, I feel like we have him beat Zeke, and then Zeke does the thing with the Thunderspear and blows it up to take him out of commission for part 2. I don't know. It just feels like a writing move that Isayama made. It ties to Zeke's character. It's a good writing move. It ties to Zeke's character and relates to Soul Salvation, but it also takes Levi off the equation for a moment where he can't fight and be OP. I don't know. But Hanji and Flock do not know about the euthanization plan. So is Levi, if they find Levi, is he going to bring it up? I don't know. We just know that Zeke was mumbling about it and Levi was like, wait, what? And so I don't know, but is Levi being set up to fight Eren? I think it's really interesting because Levi as a character is the poster boy for what you would think would justify Zeke's plan specifically. I'd say Zeke and Eren's plan, but we'll just call it Zeke's plan for now. He is literally the poster boy for Zeke's point. Levi grew up having an awful childhood. Levi had an awful childhood. His mother died in front of him. He nearly died of malnutrition. He was raised by a man that didn't care, that seemingly didn't care for him and just abandoned him when he was like 8 or 9. He grew up in the slums. He had to kill people to help survive. He lost his 2 best friends. He joined the Survey Corps and lost more people. He fought Titans and lost his best friend after that. He's lost literally everyone around him. He's been made to fight his own Survey Corps, his own comrades, and kill them. Levi's had a terrible life. And you would think that he would be the poster child for what Zeke's arguing. But the funny thing is that Levi values life. Despite everything, despite all the bad things that have happened to Levi, he values life and says it has meaning. He gets on to Zeke saying, you don't care, you don't feel any guilt or remorse for those people that you killed. And Zeke's argument is, oh, I saved them. Death is their salvation. And Levi's like, no, their lives had meaning. And they should be able to live their lives and not be killed by you. So it's funny that Levi is the person who should agree with Zeke the most. But he's the one that disagrees with him the most. It's such a contradiction. And it makes the whole, it's one of the reasons why I'm also kind of against the sterilization plan personally, because I feel like Levi flies in the face of that. That Levi's like, no, life is precious. And it ties back to Levi's whole existence, right? His mother could have done like Kenny said and made it to where he wasn't born, but he was special because she chose to have him. And so he values that life and he doesn't want to take it for granted. And it's like, it's so good. And so Zeke seems like there's no point in living because freedom isn't possible in the current world. And Eren is seemingly going along with that. But Levi seems to be the counterpoint of that. And the funny thing of it all is that Levi and Eren in episode 14 in Savagery, we see both Levi and Eren shed their humanity. But it's viewed in such different ways, right? I wrote down my notes here. In episode 14, Eren is shown when he's fighting Mikasa and Armin. At the end of it, he's shown in the shadow, in the darkness above them, right? And he loses his humanity through his harsh words and actions alongside Flock, Yelena, Zeke, and the others. In that same episode, we see Levi shown as he's losing his humanity in the light, bathed in light, as he is about to kill his comrades. And so it's showing Levi in almost an angelic light and Eren as in almost a demonic light during the start of the episode, right? During the start of that point, it shows them losing their humanity, and Eren's framed as a monster, as a demon, and Levi is framed as an angel. Like you have the light versus the darkness. The interesting thing is that at the end of the episode, it's reversed. Eren is shown in the light, being bathed by it, looking out the window, being bathed in this angelic light. And Levi is shown covered in blood and mud and darkness as he's leading Zeke away in the cart, right? As the sun's about to go down, it's about to be in darkness. So again, it's like you have these two characters who are losing their humanity in episode 14, and they're both framed in positive and negative lights in that same episode. It's great. There's such symbolism there, and you can pick it apart a dozen different ways. But in that moment, rewatching episode 14, I was like, oh my God, is Isayama framing Levi and Eren to fight? That these two monsters who've shed their humanity are going to face one another? Is that what we're leading down towards? Up until this season, I would not have expected it. Up until episode 14, I wouldn't have expected it. And after episode 14, I was like, maybe that's what we're doing. So I don't know, that's my theory. That's my theory. We are two monsters, but both of them are fighting for different things. Both of them are fighting to save the world in different ways, and they're both becoming monsters to do so. It's interesting. So yeah, so there's that. God, I'm 2 hours into this. We're not even to toast number 4. No! So, theories. I did have some right and wrong theories. I didn't have a lot of theories going into this season other than the Eren one, which I've already expanded upon in the Ackermans. The theories I did get right. I did think the spark was tied to being an Ackerman. Check. We got that. I did think Sasha was going to die. I thought Sasha would be like one of the first ones to die in this season, in this series, and she was. And then the idea that Grisha had no choice when facing the Reeses, the no choice line. That was technically true. When we saw Grisha go back and face the Reeses, it wasn't premeditated or anything. He just went down there as a final ditch effort, and they wouldn't listen to him. So here we are. And then the wrong theories, definitely that Flock and Eren would be enemies. Got that wrong. And then I had a theory that a new King's Will would form with Eren. I don't know if that's the case for sure. We'll probably find out as we go. We'll find out as we go with Eren in part 2. But I kept thinking there may be like Eren getting Grisha's memories, that maybe the Attack Titan would form like kind of a King's Will like bond with him. We haven't seen that established, but with part 2, who knows? So before we go into symbolism and all that fun stuff, I do want to talk about RIP number 4, which is a group and a person, 2 people in a group. Lara Tiber, Carlo, and Peak Squad from episode 7. Lara Tiber, girl, Tomb Raider. Our Tomb Raider. She died too soon. We got like practically nothing on her. All that we got from Lara, kind of very similar to Frieda Reese. Lara Tiber was very similar to Frieda Reese in that she was fighting to protect her family and to prove their honor, and she basically died to avenge her brother's death. And her famous last words, her last words were Eren Yeager, usurper Eren Yeager, what are your last words? And those were her last words. So fun times. So that was Lara Tiber in a nutshell. Cracked like a nutshell by Porco. God, that scene was horrific. Her death is like one of the more horrific ones too, because she literally just got shattered into a million pieces, and Eren just drank her blood, and there's probably bones and stuff mixed into that. Blech. Just drank her whole, man, like a big gulp. What can you do? And then Carlo and Peak Squad. Carlo was the only one named, I think, on Peak Squad, but it was another example kind of proving Magath's point that all those people fighting alongside in Peak Squad were all Marleyans. They weren't Eldians. And so they had formed this bond with Peak, and they'd all become comrades in arms, and they'd come to an understanding of one another. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is that when they died, Peak got really upset. Like, it wasn't a sort of thing like, oh, the Marleyans on my back died. No, she connected with them. They had photos of each other inside her armor and everything. So again, tying to the idea that Magath is getting at, that by being involved together in different situations, you do form bonds by sharing time and understanding with one another. So it is sad that they died, and they all seem to love Peak, which everybody loves Peak. Who doesn't love her? So we give a toast to Lara Tiber and to Carlo and the Peak Squad. We didn't know much about any of y'all, but y'all died way too soon. R.I.P. Okay, take my dog out for a break. We're 2 hours into this, and I'm only on we're on page 9, so we're halfway through. We're halfway through my notes. It's fine. So I had this thing at the very beginning of season 4, part 1. I got this thing. I listened to, like, it was back when we had our in-service, our faculty in-service, and they were talking about this thing about the discussion of dignity. And so at the beginning of the season, I was like, oh, I got this cool pamphlet, this cool resource. I'll use it as a framework for my recap for season 4, part 1. Well, it kind of fell apart because Isayama kind of makes a lot of these things like fall apart, and it didn't work out the way I wanted it to. And I was like, well, damn it. But I still want to talk about them and bring them up because there are some things that I've noticed from this season that I do want to tie into this. And some of you in the comments may be able to tie more things into it as well. But the idea is the essential elements of dignity. And the way that this pamphlet described dignity is it's kind of, you have human instinct. Our instinct is to be reactionary and to act one way, and we're kind of prone to be violent as humans. It's instinctual. It's like a defense mechanism. But the idea of dignity is to basically counteract that with kindness and compassion. And a lot of people in the comments I've noticed during this season, they've been like, well, you're just all about positive thoughts and peace and things like that. And that's not possible in this world. And I get that this world of Attack on Titan, that peace and, diplomacy is not something that is easily able to come across in this world because these characters are set in a specific way. But I will say this, my degrees are in English and communication. And in communication, my entire focus is conflict resolution and mediation. So, yes, I'm all about diplomacy because it's my whole field of study. So I'm like, yeah, you got me. You put me in the niche. You're right. That's what I do. So, yep, you got me. But yeah, so essentially, this essential elements of dignity, there's a quote by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe that says, treat people as they want to be and help them become what they are capable of being. And I feel like that ties some ways in what Ymir was telling to Historia. Ymir was trying to treat Historia as she wanted to be treated, but also tell Historia what she was capable of being. She's like, don't be up to anybody else's standards. Like, be your own person. Be honest with yourself. And she was trying to tell Historia that. And I really thought that kind of connected to it. It's taken from Dignity, Its Essential Role in Resolving Conflict from Donna Hicks in 2011. So it's a dated resource. But there are these essential elements of dignity. And some of them I feel like applied to this season, and some I were like, eh. But you have acceptance of identity, where you approach as neither inferior or superior. You assume that everybody has integrity. And you could view that on Eren. Does Eren view everybody as being on an equal playing field at this point? Does Eren see people as equals? You could also look at Magath. Magath recognizes that he and the subjects of Ymir are no different. They are both capable of great and terrible things. When he tells Willie in the carriage in episode 6 in the Warhammer Titan, he's like, yes, the Eldians are spawns of the devil, but you and I are also devils. He's like, we're no different. He's like, we're all capable of great and terrible things. So there's that. Recognition, which is validating others and giving praise and acknowledging experience, talents, and etc. And you could say that Kasavr did that for Zeke. Kasavr gave recognition to Zeke. No one else would recognize Zeke as a person. They all saw him as an object towards a means to an end. And Kasavr recognized and praised him for his experience and his talents and things like that. He was kind to him. And you could say that Kasavr did that to Zeke. You could say Erwin did that to Armin. Erwin gave Armin responsibilities and praised him for his ideas. That whole guidebook I got back there talks about Erwin being like, great ideas, Armin. And so there's been recognition happen throughout this series. But you have that. There's also acknowledgement, where people give full attention and listen to their experience. You could say that, Kaya and Gabby's conversation is about acknowledgement, about understanding their experiences and coming to grips with those. You could say Niccolo and Sasha had that as well. Inclusion, a feeling of belonging. Sasha's dad is all about inclusion. Knowing those kids were he didn't know they were Marlians. Kaya did. Kaya included them. But he invited those kids that were outsiders to stay with his family. He invited all these orphans in. You could argue that as well. I will say this too. Mr. Browse is kind of a counterpoint to the argument of Zeke as well. Because Zeke is like, well, all these Eldians are suffering and their children all suffer and everybody's just born and suffering, etc. Mr. Browse is kind of an exception to that. Because I was thinking about that watching episode 4, when Eren has that conversation with his grandfather, and his grandfather is just lamenting over the deaths of his children, and it's driven him insane. And Eren seems in that moment to realize that these people are suffering. Mr. Browse loses his daughter, and him and Mrs. Browse, they both lose a child, something that's horrifically traumatic. But yet, he doesn't blame himself. He doesn't blame others. He just blames the system. And I think that's a big part of it, is that Mr. Browse blames the system, not the people within the system. That's kind of thing. He wants to reform the system. And you could argue that's what Eren's doing. It's interesting, right? But that idea of inclusion, I think this one is probably the least likely in Attack on Titan. Safety, physically and psychologically. There's not a lot of safe spaces in Attack on Titan. Not really. There's not really a lot of safe spaces. I think Mr. Browse's family and his farm with their horses is like the safest place in the world right now, in all fairness. Speaking of which, and then there is fairness, treating people fairly in regards to rules. I did connect that back to episode 1 of season 4, where Falco, he treated the Fort Slava soldier in the trenches, and Gabby's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm abiding by the rules of war. Like he was being fair. He was trying to play by the rules and be kind and considerate and give the man dignity. The sad thing is the man wouldn't give dignity back to Falco. He was telling him not to touch him. So it's interesting, right? And then the idea of independence, empowering to act on your own behalf so people feel in control of their lives and experience and have a sense of hope and possibility. Man, there's been a lot of anti-independence things that have been taking away hope and possibilities in this series. So again, you can see why it's been hard to apply this entirely like I thought it would be at first. I thought going into the season that we'd see all these being able to be applicable, but then things got more complicated and depressing, and as Sasha Purvis notes, sad choo-choo noises, choo-choo. We just didn't get there. And then the idea of understanding, believing that what others think matters, and giving the chance to explain perspectives and actively listening to get their point of view. And I would argue that Armin in episode 10 of season 3 or at episode 10 of season 4, back in Sound Argument, he wanted the world to know that they sought peace and that they would hopefully listen. And so I think that's really important to bring up, that Armin, he's like, I just want to go to the table and express what we've been going through and exchange perspectives and maybe come to some sort of understanding because of it. And I also think it's worth to note that Armin is the one running the train in that scene. Eren's sitting in the back seat with everybody, but Armin's the one powering the train. And that kind of goes back to what, we'll talk about this, but Eren making the note that Armin's going to be the one to save humanity. That I want to go back to that notion at some point, but that was such a funny thing to notice, that Armin's the one. It could have been Jean. Could have been Jean running the train, but no, it was Armin. So I think that's somewhat symbolic. There's some importance there. And in that same scene in episode 10, Eren said, if only we had more time. He wants them all to live long lives. If only we had more time to do that. Again, cautionary tale, right? Attack on Titan. Then there's two more of these. Benefit of the doubt, treat people as trustworthy, acting with integrity and good motives. You could argue that Armin to Yelena about the plan. In that moment, I questioned in episode 15 or in episode 16, I'm like, why is Armin crying? But it kind of makes sense now that Armin, he's like, oh, I thought you all were trying to destroy the world and that you had malicious thoughts. But he's like, he's like, you guys think you're saving the world. And again, Armin doesn't say whether or not he's like, oh, he doesn't cry and say, oh, the plan's amazing. He says, to think your cause was so noble. It touched my heart. Armin's like, to think that you all were trying to make a change for the world in a positive way, that you were enacting a choice that you thought was beneficial. It's touching, right? It doesn't mean he necessarily is going to go along with the plan, but he finds that their motives he gets why they're doing it, and there's integrity there. So that's my kind of theorizing of why Armin was crying in that moment, and y'all may comment something totally different. And then accountability, taking responsibility for actions, apologizing, and making a commitment to change hurtful behaviors. There's not been a lot of apologizing and not a lot of changing hurtful behaviors in the series, so that's hard to apply. But I will take note that Willie Tybur does try to take responsibility, right? He says he was trying to improve Eldian reputations amongst the world. Maybe that could lead, maybe Willie's actions in trying to improve the relationship of the subjects of Ymir, or at least the impressions of the subjects of Ymir to the rest of the world, maybe that could be something that comes to the table later. I don't know, but Willie was trying to do something, so he was at least taking responsibility of the wheel, for better or worse, right? And then we have these 10 temptations. The 10 temptations, maintaining dignity when instincts think they know better. And I think that's really interesting, especially in light of Eren, because Eren is like, we've said since season 1 that Eren follows a lot of his instincts and what he thinks is instantly the right thing to do. And so this whole thing is noting that maintaining dignity sometimes means acknowledging that your instincts think they know better, but they don't. And it's like, huh. So it's interesting. So the 10 temptations, and I don't have a lot of comments, I just want to note what they are. And you can apply them however you want to. But there's don't take the bait, letting bad behavior determine your own. We see that happen in this season. Getting caught in the temptation to save face, making yourself look good at the expense of others. That's happened in this series. Don't shirk responsibility when you violated the dignity of others. Don't be lured by false dignity. Don't be lured by false security, letting your need for connection compromise your dignity. Don't just stand there and take it. Don't allow someone to violate dignity without saying something. I do think that ties into savagery when Armin is like, he stands up for Mikasa and let him standing up for Mikasa, and also Eren letting Armin punch him in the face. I think those are those two moments where that can kind of come into play. Don't assume you are the innocent victim in a troubled relationship. Open yourself up to the idea that you might be contributing to the problem. That one is like this series in a nutshell. It is, don't assume that you are the only victim in a troubled relationship. That's this whole series, is that this series, a lot of these characters believe that they're the only ones that have been harmed, that they're not the ones at fault, that the other is at fault. But they don't know that they could either be contributing to the problem. Like, I think of Gabby in this mainly. I think that Gabby throughout this entire first part assumes that she is the victim in this, that all the, she's like, well, we're all the Eldians here are just victims, and we're just trying to prove that we're good Eldians and things like that. But as the season goes along, she slowly starts to realize that, yeah, you are a victim, but you're not an innocent victim. Like, you've been killing people and you are contributing to the problem, right? You are furthering the cycle, right? And that's the issue, is that you are a victim in this, yes, but you are part of the problem. Like, her killing, the guard in the tower escaping, her like trying to assault Kaya, things like that. Like, that is part of the problem. And then Kaya does the same thing back. So the cycle just gets furthered, right? Because neither of them, it says, this next one is, don't resist feedback from others. We often don't know what we don't know. And so that again ties to the need for understanding in a dialogue, because otherwise you don't know what the other is thinking. So I love Deceiver, that episode, so much, because we get, for the first time, Gabby gets to see someone talk back to her from the other side and really just lay into her and say, no, here's the problem and you're contributing to it. Why did my mother have to die? What's the deal? And she can't resist the feedback in that moment. She has to sit there and take it and process it. And that starts the process of understanding that carries on the rest of the season. So it's interesting. And then, don't blame and shame others to defect your guilt. That's not happened in this series. Don't be lured by false intimacy. Beware the tendency to connect with others by gossiping about someone else. Well, I don't think that gossip happens. That's the one thing about Attack on Titan. Everything is pretty tied to multiple things, but gossip happens in this world, but it's not like an integral part. There's other things at play that are worse than gossip. So, but yeah, those were the whole thing about dignity and everything. I really thought I was going to be able to do a whole framework based on that after episodes 1 and 2, and then the rest of this season happened, and that just threw that out the window. But I think with the 10 temptations, you can see that throughout the series, and I think that the pieces are there. Isayama gives us little chunks to be like, here's how things could get fixed. Our characters aren't going to do them, but they're there so that we, the audience, know. And it's like, again, that's why I think this is a tragedy. But going back to the rest of symbolism, we get all the parallels in this series. So many parallels between Reiner and Eren, between Falco and Mikasa, and Armin and Eren, there's so much to talk about, and I feel like when we get to the characters and ranking them, I'll talk more about it. But there's just so many parallels with the characters, and finding out the parallels between Marley and Parody, seeing how they have the way that they set up their council, the way that the society works, the way that there are literal walls encasing the Eldians of Marley. Like, it's all so, there's so many parallels within this season. But something that came up upon rewatching that I want to note real quick. There are two things. One, during episode 1 of season 4, Gabby, as she's waiting on the armored train to come to throw the grenade at it, she keeps saying the word. She's like, wait, wait, wait. And in the moment, the way that she said the word wait, it reminded me of how Eren said tatakai, tatakai. Like how he said fight, fight. Like, it was in the same cadence, the same way. It was interesting. And Gabby and Eren are kind of reflections of themselves in different ways. But it also reminded me of, in the next episode, Reiner kept saying the word wait. So totally different contexts, but you have Eren, Reiner, and Gabby in this like triangle, and Gabby's kind of in between Reiner and Eren, and it's sort of bizarre, right? Gabby as a character, she started out like, her whole prototype is based off like a gender bent Eren, and her whole motivations at the beginning seem like they're tied to Eren's characters in season 1, a lot of them. But then as the season goes on, it's almost like she also takes on a reflection of Reiner. She goes through the same journey that Reiner does. Like from episodes 11 on, she's learning about these people of parody just like Reiner did, and it's starting to change her entire worldview and making her question everything. It's crazy, right? And so the only hope is that she won't end up in such a disheveled mental state as Reiner is by the end of it. And then Sasha Purvis noted that there's a parallel between Reiner and Annie fighting in episode 3 and Bertolt watching, with Armin and Eren fighting and Mikasa watching. Like our two trios both fighting it out for different reasons, but under similar vibes, similar tones and circumstances. The only thing that's weird about that is, at first when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh yeah, Reiner and Annie, just like Eren and Armin. But here's the funny thing. The roles are reversed. You would think it would be, because in the Reiner and Annie fight, Reiner gets the shit beat out of him by Annie, and Bertolt is watching. And Reiner has the resolve and has the last word, right? Reiner has the resolve to move forward and also has the last word. But the difference is, in the other fight, Mikasa's off to the side watching. It's Eren versus Armin, but Armin is getting the shit beat out of him, not Eren. And Eren is the one that has the resolve saying he's moving forward, but Armin has the last word. So it's interesting how they're similar and different, those fights are, but there is a parallel there with our two trios. So yeah, dreams. Everybody noted that the dream Falco had in episode 1 was an anime only thing. I was like, oh man, really? Because I was going to say Eren and Falco having dreams at the beginning of each season kind of shows the parallels between those characters. But if it was anime only, I don't know. But we have a lot of talk about freedom and slavery in this season. A lot of talk about what it means to be a slave to something, what it means to be free. There's lots of talking. And it's so sad because this whole series, seasons 1 through 3, have set up the Survey Corps, the wings of freedom. Like what that symbolism has become, it's so altered now. I can't look back at seasons 2 opening with Sasagio and view it the same way. I'm like, it has a totally different meaning now. It's almost ruined, right? It feels so sad. But you have all these people seeking freedom in different ways. You have Levi, Armin, Mikasa, Eren, Gabby, all this, Falco, lots of characters seeking freedom just in different ways. And Maria B noted that freedom is different for several characters. For Mr. Browse and Falco, freedom almost seems like having a mind free from oppression and having compassion. For them, that's freedom. It's not being tied to hatred and the cycle of violence. For them, that is freedom, being free from that hatred. Armin's freedom is tied more, in a sense, to discovery, seeing the world and engaging with all the people that are tied into it. For Eren, freedom seems to be having the power to make your own choices and change the world as you see fit. And does he have that power or not, really? And so I also think it's interesting that Falco, his name literally tying to a bird, and in the ED, him reaching, in episode 1 of season 4, him reaching for the birds in the sky, him reaching for freedom that he hasn't gotten. Like, that's interesting. And so there was a lot of people that tied Gabby and Falco to Armin and Eren, and I could see that. Falco has quite a different outlook than Eren. And it's interesting because Falco and Eren are tied together in the sense that they're both seeking freedom, and I guess you could tie Armin into that too. But with Gabby, her concept of freedom is not so much, it's Gabby's freedom, her concept is tied more to equality and respect than it is not being controlled. So her concept of freedom is a little bit different than the others. And so then you have to think into consideration Eren and the Attack Titan moving forward towards freedom, eliminating his enemies. Is that going to include Armin and Mikasa in part 2? I don't know. There's that to think about. And then the idea that Eren is the least free character because he can't see freedom the way he wants to. The world just isn't letting him be free in the sense that he wants to be free, and it's just killing him. And Armin's view of freedom is being able to move forward too, but towards discovering other cultures. And so my question is, would he be against the plan? I don't know at this point. It seems like he understands the plan. He respects what Elena and Eren are trying to do. I don't know if he's on board with it or not. But again, Armin only has 13 years to live. So his perspective is a little bit altered compared to everybody else that are going to... Like Jean. Jean's like, I'm not going to be a Titan. I'm going to be this old man trying to defend my country if they come to attack us. And I don't have any kids. There's no kids to help back us up. We're just going to be a bunch of old geezers protecting the island. Whereas Armin's like, I'll be dead at that point. So it's a little bit different. It's interesting. And then going back to this idea of humanity in a cage, and I'm going to tie that back to slavery, but the idea of humanity in a cage, connecting back to season 1, to the ED and season 2's ED about not being alone in the bird cage and the problems with being ruled or having your choices. That's my thing too with the plan of Zeke and Eren's, is that it's literally two people deciding the choices of everyone, of an entire race. It's two people that are dictating those choices for the rest of the society. And the thing that bothers me too about it is that they don't know, right? I think I would be more on board with Zeke's plan, as awful as it is to euthanize an entire race. I think I would be more on board with it if they told the entire people of Parody, and the people of Parody were like, no, okay. But I think that they know the people aren't going to be on board with it. And so that's why they're not telling them. So again, I don't know. And so then we have this idea about not being alone in the birdcage. And so we go back to Reiner being alone in episode 3. When Reiner was alone, he was about to kill himself. He was about to shoot himself in Door of Hope. And Falco saved him. Falco hit on the wall and saved him. When Reiner was alone during Assault, going into Assassin's Bullet, he was alone, but Falco saved. Like, there was Falco like climbing into the Armor Titan and saving him, like with his hand on his shoulder, but then him and Gabby saved him in that moment. So Falco was alone, or Reiner was alone several times at the beginning of season 4, part 1, but Falco and Gabby saved him. Eren is alone in the second half throughout most of the season. He's by himself, but who's saving him? That's a big comparison. So if we've been comparing Reiner and Eren this whole season, and they're two sides of the same coin, Reiner has had people try to save him through Falco and Gabby and them, and he was accepting of that. Eren is alone now. You could argue that Armin and Mikasa maybe tried to save him, but he rejected it. So where does that leave us? It's almost like I feel like Reiner has accepted that others are trying to save him, and he's accepted his humanity more as a person, and Eren has rejected his humanity more. So it's funny that these two sides of the same coin are moving in opposite directions. And of course they're fated to fight each other at the start of this next season. Of course they are. So what do we do with that, right? It's just interesting. And so that leads us into this concept about slavery. And Eren hating that concept. I said it back in episode 14. I don't think that Eren necessarily hates Armin and Mikasa. I think that he hates the concept of slavery itself. Because several of you are pointing out in the comments, they're like, what's the point in hating a slave? They didn't choose to be in that position. Don't hate the person. Hate the process, right? Hate the concept. And so I think Eren, he doesn't hate Mikasa and Armin necessarily, but he hates the position that they're put in. He hates that they're a slave, in his mind, to these different things. And we have that kind of elaborated on and complicated by Kinney, who defined, a lot of you pointed out, because I keep saying that, you're a slave to something. A lot of you pointed out that Kinney didn't necessarily view that as a negative thing. Kinney said that being a slave to something was just a way of surviving, like a way to get through, a way to push forward, right? And that it wasn't so much negative. And I thought that was an interesting thing maybe to tie in with Eren, in that Kinney noted that slavery was just something that was, being a slave to something was something within you that pushed you forward. It kept you going, right? And Eren talked about how that people who push themselves forward see a different kind of hell. So maybe Eren is realizing that he is a slave to something, and it's pushing him forward though. So he's gonna roll with it, right? It's something interesting. I feel like that's tying to Eren in some way. Kinney's words are. It's hard to articulate, but that idea of being a slave to something isn't necessarily negative. It can be a push forward, and maybe that's what Eren's doing. But Eren also, is Eren being self-loathing in that fact? He's like, I hate people that are slaves, but I myself am a slave to something, and that's the only thing keeping me moving forward, so I can't help it, but I hate it. Maybe that's something as well. I don't know. And then, so I want to talk about this really briefly. It was noted in the Discord about how this entire series, we've noted just different choices and how they impact and different, and it's all related to violence and conflict. And somebody was noting in the Discord, I can't exactly remember who, but was noting that they were lamenting that one of the things, Isayama talks about so many different viewpoints, so many different perspectives, and most of it is centered around war. Most of it is centered around the concept of war and how it affects people, how people react to it, how it drives people and their cultures, how it destroys things. Like, that's the big focus of this series. If I had to pick a focus, I'm going to say it's about that. But they were noting in there how we really don't have Isayama in his world building. There's not a lot done with religion and philosophy. I'll argue philosophy here in a second. But I do think that is one aspect, if I had to pick at this series just a bit, is that we don't get a lot of religion involved in the discussion. And that's opening up a whole nother can of worms, which I'm not going to do in this recap, or we'll be here for 8 hours. But I do think there is a missed opportunity or an abandoned concept with the wall cult. We start to get it in season 1, and with Pastor Nick, we start to explore that a little bit, and then the plot kicks in and we kind of abandon it. And I think that is, Isayama can't do it all, right? He can't do it all. Isayama's probably like, damn it, I've made this insanely complex world and all these complex plots. I can't touch base on everything. It's not the real world. It is a fictional world. I can only do so much. And I do get that. So I'll give Isayama a pass on that. But I do think it is a missed opportunity because I kept thinking the wall cult and the wall religion would be tied more into the story. And they just kind of become generic. It doesn't really go anywhere. And I feel like in season 1, they built up this kind of Christ metaphor with Eren, that he was going to be this savior. And you can kind of look at it now through Yelena. Yelena's kind of our religious zealot, maybe, person in place here. But I feel like there was that Christ metaphor with Eren early on, and they kind of abandoned it, and then they start to come back with it with this season, but it's not quite the same. So I don't know. It's not a nitpick, really. It's not a negative thing for me, but I do think I was expecting more with the wall cult and religion tying to the Titans and the mythology somehow, and Isayama just doesn't really have time to focus on that. I will say, though, in terms of the philosophy angle, they were commenting that there's not really any philosophers like Socrates or Plato in this world. There's not like any big thinkers sitting down like spouting stuff out to the masses. There's not, but I would argue that you could probably take any character in this story and each character's perspective, you could probably derive a philosophical example out of it. And each character, you could find a character, I think, in this series, you could find multiple characters that represent multiple philosophical trains of thought and that could be representatives of that. And I think that that's kind of cool, right? You could look at the perspectives of characters like Magath versus Zeke versus Eren versus Levi versus Hanji and Armin. You could take different characters and kind of pick apart their dialogue and their viewpoints and tie it to a specific branch of philosophy. I think you could do that. I think that's possible. The religious aspect's something totally different. But again, Isayama is covering so much ground in this series. If we don't talk about religion, that's fine. If we don't bring that onto the table, okay. But yeah, I do think the wall cult is probably the one aspect that immediately comes to mind when I think of things I wanted expanded upon in this show. The wall cult back in seasons 1 and season 2 was something I was waiting to hear more about. And I thought with Pastor Nick we'd have more impact, but then he dies like an episode into season 3 and I'm like, oh, I guess we don't have time for that. So it is what it is, right? Speaking of Isayama's decision to nix Pastor Nick and get rid of that, all these characters in the series, decisions, they all have consequences. I've spent 36 hours this season talking about the decisions these characters are making and the consequences of their actions, but Isayama does such a phenomenal job of pointing out that every character's choice has an impact. Sasha's death, I never imagined her death would have as big of an impact as it had this season. I thought episode 8, I was like, okay, well, episode 8, we're going to get the major impact of her death. Episode 9, we see the ramifications in the aftermath. I didn't think it would carry on to episode 11. I didn't think it would carry on to episode 13. I didn't think it would keep carrying on from there. I was like, wow, her death really, the choices behind Gabby's actions have had so many consequences for so many people. It's so important, I think, to note that the littlest thing in this show can impact in so many different ways and branch out to so many other different things. And I feel like season 4 part 2 is not going to shy away from that theme either. So Decisions. It's hashtag no regrets, right? We're going into part 2 with hashtag no regrets. See what happens. Ugh. And so then that was my next point. No regrets. Levi's words coming back to bite him. Seeing the effects that it's had on Eren. Pixis and Levi, they told Eren to have no regrets and to trust in yourself. Trust in your comrades or trust in yourself. And Eren picked himself. So we can't have regrets because we told him to do it. It's like, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. So yeah. So that ties to the idea of who is the enemy. And again, Isayama using Peak to turn that question around. And we'll talk about it more in the OP lyrics when we get down to it. But I do think that the wise words from a pitiful woman come back the most. And the answer is, who knows? Who knows who the enemy is? It's all about perspective. So, with that being the case, we're going to dive into RIP number 5. Just talked about her, old Lobov and Sasha from episode 8. The rule of 8. Didn't let me down. So yeah, Lobov, we're going to talk about him real quick. Lobov, I mean, what can we say about him? He was, I didn't really even remember. The only reason I remembered Lobov was from No Regrets, and it was like a relative of his. But Lobov was in season 1. He was threatening a soldier that tried to defect. He was threatening him that if he defected, he'd kill him. And then we cut to 3 seasons later, and he defects from the garrisons to help the Survey Corps for the more nobler cause. And he dies for it. He hesitates to kill Gabby, and he dies. So I think it's a cool representation of Lobov trying to do the noble thing and do good. But as Isayama has noted, the noble thing in this series often gets you killed. So what can we do? But Lobov, we salute you. You did not have the 8-pack like our other Survey Corps members, as I was pointed out, but you didn't have as much time to train with the ODM gear, so it's fine. But we toast you, dude. And then Sasha. God, Sasha Browse. What do we say that has not already been said in the comments about her? I feel like somebody commented that she didn't do a lot in this series. I argue that she's done more in death than she has in life, and that's the tragedy of it all. Because I think Isayama was going to kill her back in episode 2 and then decide in season 2 and decide not to. And honestly, there are parts of this season that could work if she had died back in season 2. You could argue that Deceiver still would have worked because Kaya still had that memory of her. The only thing that would change is Niccolo's involvement in all of this. And Niccolo's such an integral part. I'm very curious to know at what point did Isayama decide to include Niccolo and change how her death involved the plot. Because I feel like at some point, I could see how Sasha's death would be involved in Children of the Forest with Mr. Browse's speech and how it had to do with Deceiver and Kaya's speech to Gabby. I see how if she had died back in season 2, it still would have had impact. But Niccolo kind of changes the game. So I'm curious to know if there's anything out there where Isayama talks about this. That would be interesting to know. But our potato girl, our source, someone noted that when the comedy relief dies in the series, it's really bad. Yes. Yes, it is. It's really bad at that point. So it's like, I feel so horrible that she's died. She was honestly the first person of the main crew that I thought would die because of the whole death being not, what am I trying to say? Not expired, death being expanded and held back till the last moment. But in any case, she was our potato girl. She was our first experience with Keith Shaddis. She was our first experience into humor. She was our first tie into Ymir. Ymir getting onto Historia for helping Sasha and being kind to her. That whole thing. And Sasha just being there to be a source of comedy and a source of like levity. And then at the very end, it seemed like Sasha, her sparing Gabby and showing compassion and her like having a moment of levity where she was looking out with like melancholy over Marley. And that cuts back to the train scene where she was so excited to go to Marley. She was so excited to like infiltrate Marley and set up a base there and like take stuff from home. And Mika says like, you do know what this is, right? And Sasha's like, it'll be fine. And then you cut to her actually on Marley having to do this mission and kill people. And she just looks so melancholy, like it's not what she imagined. And you can also think that she's at Marley thinking of Niccolo's home. And she's like, we're attacking Niccolo's home. And how that would have affected her as well. So her death was extremely sad, very melancholy. And in hindsight, rewatching leading up to her death while she was on Marley, you could just see how sad she was. And it's like, yeah. And then once you find out she was in a relationship with Niccolo, it's like, oh, that's why she was so melancholy, because she was assaulting the home of her lover. And it's like, so a very sad death to our potato girl. But she was one that I think, even if you didn't like Sasha's character, you didn't think she had a big impact on the story, she is one of the more unforgettable characters of the series. And to that, we give a big old swig and a toast to her. Oh, buddy. So, it's time to rank episodes. we're 30 minutes into the, we're 2.5 hours into this time to rank episodes. So I couldn't do this alone. I was like, how do you rank this season? How do you even start? Because to be honest, in rewatching this season, there are maybe 2 episodes that I was like, I guess I'll put them at the bottom, but I didn't want to. This season has been the most consistently stacked season of this series so far. And seasons 1 through 3 it was hard to rank the top 5 of seasons 1 through 3. The top 5, I was like, I don't know. I really like all 5 of these. It's anybody's guess. But in seasons 1 through 3, there was a definitive worst episode. Not a bad episode. I would argue there's not been a bad episode in Attack on Titan. It's been one of the very few series of anything I've ever watched where everything has meaning and purpose and ties into the next episode. There's no filler. It's all good. It's just, what is the least good? And so with seasons 1 through 3, I felt like I could instantly be like, oh, that's at the bottom. That's the bottom. That's the bottom. That's the least important episode. Not with this season. No. So I did a poll on Patreon and asked for some responses of people's to rank the episodes. I'm sorry that the format was really complicated. It was the only way at the time I could think to do it, but I know better now. You all have given me some ideas, and so I feel like I'm probably going to have to do the same thing in part 2, because I'm probably not going to be able to rank the episodes. Probably not, if it's anything like this season. But I did, so I want to go through everybody's 16 through 1 alongside my own. Surprisingly, when we got to the top, my views were the same as everybody else's. So I was like, great. Glad we're all on the same page. But, so this is the majority of Patreon that voted versus me going through this. The bottom is all a big mess. My bottom picks are not everybody else's bottom picks, except for number 16. Number 16 is guides. We got Eren's 8-pack. We got Flock handing him the robes. We got Zachary blowing up. We got intensity and tension. And it's the least good episode of the season. That's when you start with guides at the bottom of the list, that's when you know. But honestly, the only thing that separates guides, when I put guides at the bottom, yeah, there are all those iconic moments, but it is literally a transition episode. It is transitioning us into the trilogy that is 13, 14, and 15, and then 16. It is transferring us into that. So I was like, okay, all right. I was like, I get it. I get why it's the bottom. It was the bottom for the Patreon people. It's the bottom for me. It's still a really good episode. It's still really good, but it's at the bottom for me. I'm like, okay. So that's where we start. It's all uphill from here, right? Now, number 15 and I, we disagreed just a little bit. Number 15 had above and below as Patreon had above and below as number 15. I had it as number 14. So, but they had number 15 as above and below. I knocked this one down a lot compared to Patreon, but I had Midnight Train as number 15. It's so hard because they're so good. But I get above and below. We'll talk about above and below here in a second. But I put Midnight Train as number 15 only because it just, in the grand scheme of the entire season, it's a great episode. It sets up a lot of things. It's the first time that Falco and Eren meet. It sets up the Reiner's conversation at the dinner table. But I feel like Door of Hope expands more on that with Reiner's side of it. And it's a transition. It's chugging the train along. It's getting the exposition leading us into Marley. And there is a scene with Falco and Reiner on the train. There is a scene with Grice like lifting Gabby up. and it's a parallel directly to what we see in episode 8 with Flock. So, and Flock and Colt as comparisons is interesting because they're totally different characters, but regardless, Midnight Train had the least, you could argue there's a lot of relevant moments in Midnight Train, but they all get expanded upon in later episodes that I was like, it's fine. Rewatching, I was like, Midnight Train, I originally had Midnight Train a little higher, and then rewatching, I was like, it's, compared to the other episodes and their relevance, I was like, it's 15 for me. It's 15 for me, and Patreon had Above and Below as 15. Now, for me, Above and Below is number 14. And then Patreon had Brave Volunteers as number 14, which I shot Brave Volunteers up way higher, but we'll get to that. Patreon had Brave Volunteers as number 11 with the majority. I had Above and Below as number 14. I love Above and Below. It's so hype. It's great. It's leading us into the cliffhanger. The whole thing with Peak versus Eren. The whole thing with Peak being like, hello, boys. And Porco being like, God, quit flirting. The whole thing with Gabby and her character development. The whole thing with Levi and we're uncertain where he is. But the thing about Above and Below is it is a transition episode. Just like Guides, it is a transition episode. And it is leading us into the next season. It's not an episode that I think has a lot. I think Guides and Above and Below, when they're on their own, they don't have as much weight. They're transitioning into something other. The thing that made Above and Below go above Midnight Train for me is the finger, is Peak. That big hype moment where Peak has the finger and she's like, here you go. And you could argue Midnight Train that it's us knowing that Eren's there. I didn't know at the time, so it reduced the hype for me a little bit. But Above and Below builds up a lot more hype than Midnight Train. So that's the only way that it got to number 14 for me instead of 15 on Patreon. But number 13. Patreon had From One Hand to Another. And I had that up a spot to number 12. So we're not too far off. They had number 13 as From One Hand to Another. I shot this down a lot on the list, but I had The Other Side of the Sea as number 13. It's such a good episode. It starts us off with the Marley perspective. Again, how y'all rank these, I don't know. But for me, rewatching episode 1, The Other Side of the Sea, it sets up a lot of things. It's a good setup episode. And it ties back to Above and Below. Like, it all comes full circle. But there's just so many more good moments in other episodes that come after it that I was like, it's a great first episode to get me hooked to this season and to explain that, okay, we're going to get the Marleyan perspective. Great. Glad to hear it. And it sets up, it explains like Zeke's power more. It explains like where Reiner, he's like, I'm sick and tired of walls, like all of that. But it sets up Gabby and Falco and them. But it is just a setup episode for me. It's setting up stuff. And then it blossoms later on in the other episodes. So I had to put it number 13 for that position. Patreon puts it way up at number 10, but I put it number 13. And so number 12 on Patreon was Midnight Train. Justifiable. I get it. Number 12 for me was From One Hand to the Other, which is number 13 in Patreon. It's number 12 for me. From One Hand to Another, again, it's a solid episode. As I was rewatching the season, I had a little chart out to the side. And I started out with From the Other Side of the Sea in the middle. And I was like, okay, we'll see which episodes are worse and better than it. And as it goes, I was like, oh my gosh, this is getting complicated. Because yeah, From One Hand to Another, setting up the thing with Willie, setting up like it's again, a setup episode. We don't get the payoff. I feel like the episodes later on that are at the top of this list are the payoff episodes. But this episode, it sets up so much with Willie and McGath. It sets up the festival. Reiner, loses all of his money buying pizza for all of them. What can he do? Our boy. I feel like episode 4 made me really realize I want to give Reiner a hug. I think that episode made me realize, Reiner, you simple boy, I want to give you a hug and heal you from your emotional burden. But it was basically like a nice setup episode. And it's episode 4, so it's the end of part 1. It's the end of the first act, kind of, with this season. And so it sets all of our stuff with Marley up. Everything with Reiner and Gabby and all of them, the Marleyan warriors, their whole perspective is set up in 4 episodes. And at the end of it, when Gabby's like, things are going to change, aren't they? Then it goes from there, right? So it's such a good episode, though. The Statue of Helos. all like the whole discussion between McGath and Willie, the whole mystery of the Warhammer Titan, seeing the family. Like, it's such a good episode. And it's number 12 on the list. So, number 11. Number 11, again, I put Brave Volunteers as number 11, which was way down on the list on Patreon. Patreon put number 11 as Sound Argument, and I bumped Sound Argument just up a couple notches. So we'll talk about Sound Argument here in a little bit. But Brave Volunteers, I put it up a lot higher because it is such an informational episode. We find out so much of what led us to this point. We get the fact that Armin has been talking to Annie this whole time. We get the Shell callback. We learn about Yelena and Anyan and them coming to shore and meeting up with Levi and them. We get Niccolo established. We get the whole dynamic. It's the aftermath of Assassin's Bullet. And it's such a good aftermath episode because it explains how we got here. It's everything I wanted. I wanted explanation after Assassin's Bullet. I'm like, okay, we need explanation of how we got to this point. And it gives us that. It gives us all the backstory. We get the setup of Niccolo loving Sasha, changing ships. Like, it establishes so much. And then it ends with Eren looking in the mirror saying, Tatakanai, like, fight. And so it establishes where our characters all are at the halfway point of the season, which is really important. And it does so in a very succinct and fluid episode. Like, just from start to finish, I was like, okay, we got so much in this episode. But it's still number 11. They're still so much better. So what the hell? Okay. So then number 10, they had as Other Side of the Sea. I had it a lot further down on the list. I put number 10, and again, God, I'm probably going to get flack for this. Number 10 is Deceiver for me. Deceiver's a lot higher on Patreon's list, but Deceiver is my number 10. We're getting the top 10 now, the top 10 of part 1. Deceiver's number 10. There's no Eren in this episode. I think it's only the second. Funny enough, the 2 episodes that Eren has not been in are episodes called Trust and Deceiver. Okay. Sure. And a lot of you noted that they switched the titles, that this episode should have been called Guides and Guides should have been called Deceiver. I believe it's intentional that the only 2 episodes that Eren is not in are Trust and Deceiver. I think that's entirely intentional, and the animation crew was like, nah, just change the titles of the episode so it all symbolically wraps up. I'm like, okay, cool. But I love Deceiver as an episode. I think the only thing that bumps it down for me is because we do spend a good little portion of the episode of Gabby, the whole beginning with Gabby and Falco getting out of the prison. It's fine, but rewatching it, I wanted them to just get to Kaya. I was like, okay, just get to the point where you get to the Browse family and Kaya. Like, we spend a good chunk of the episode just getting them to the conversation with Kaya, but not the actual conversation. Now, the actual conversation with Kaya, once we get back into the old town and Kaya, like, basically tells Gabby what's what, from that point on, I was like, oh, this episode. And that's what bumped it up to the 10th spot for me. And Patreon has it as number 8, so it's not too far off. But it bumped it up for me. That whole point, once we get to Kaya, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I feel like if it had been that intensity from start to finish, it would have been way higher. But we do spend a good chunk of the episode getting to that conversation, and the getting to is kind of like, it's fine, it's good, but it's not as good as the other episodes that are ahead of it. So it's number 10 for me. Number 9 on Patreon. Again, I'm just barely off on these. Number 9 is my number 8. Number 9 was Assault on Patreon. And for me, number 9 is Sound Argument. Sound Argument, I went off on a baby daddy theory. I just went full scale into Eren baby daddy mode. I feel really embarrassed in hindsight. I'm like, oh God, you really went for it. That was my whole thing. But I'm sticking to my guns. I had a reason to think so. So sure, even though it's probably not the case, it's just Farmhand Coon. But I do like Sound Argument a lot because it is exploring all the different angles that everyone in Parody right now is viewing Eren in the situation. It's getting into Hanji talking with Eren. We get to see Historia, even though she looks miserable. It's getting into the whole idea with Armin, and then what do? We need to talk to Eren. It's setting up a lot. It is a setup episode, but it is far more compelling, I think, than Guides and Above and Below. There's a lot more under the surface that I feel like going back. And some of you said that there'd be a part in some of you are like, oh, wait, you'll go back to this episode once you get to season 4, part 2. I don't want to know when. Do not tell me the episode. I don't want to be spoiled. But at some point, I know I'm going to go back to this episode. So I'm like, okay. I told everybody in the comments, I'm like, when I get to that episode in part 2, when I get to that episode, then in the comments, tell me to go back and watch my discussion of Sound Argument. Until then, I don't want to know. I don't want to be surprised. I want to be surprised. I don't want to have that hinted at or spoiled. So just wait till I get to it in part 2, and then you can go back and tell me to go back and rewatch Sound Argument, and maybe I'll realize it in the moment as well. So, but yeah, Sound Argument is my number 9. Number 8 for me is Assault, which was number 9 on Patreon. Number 8 was Deceiver on Patreon. So again, we're just flopping things around. Assault is an assault on your emotions. It is a battle episode, and it's done very, very well. There's not a lot of, you could argue there's thematic stuff involved, but Assault, the Warhammer Titan gets eaten. It's crazy. Porco's used as a nutcracker. We get to see inside what's happening. Gabby and Falco crying their eyes out, getting Reiner to come and help them. Falco reaching out to Reiner. The whole thing with Levi coming in to save Eren. It's just, there's a lot going on in that episode, and it is a battle episode, and it's done very, very well. And Zeke, the whole mystery of Zeke and me being like, is he really on Marley's side? Is he on Parody's side? What's happening? And so it was just a lot of mystery, intrigue in the midst of a battle episode. Is very well done. And then of course we have Armin's whole thing where he's lamenting the loss of life and asking Bertolt if he saw the same things, which he did. So again, tying to Armin's character, doing all that, it's great. So then that leads us to number 7. And number 7 was the same for both Patreon and me. And honestly, when I started the rewatch, I had this up way higher. And then the more I rewatched the series, I was like, oh, it's going down to number 7. But Patreon and myself both had Door of Hope as number 7. It's an amazing episode. Door of Hope made me 100% on board the Reiner simp train. Full disclosure. After that episode, I cried in that episode. I cried. I've not cried in Attack on Titan this entire series, and Door of Hope made me shed tears at Reiner about to take his life. It was visceral. It was horrible. And then we get, there's that guy. Who's that mysterious hobo? It's Eren. We figured that out in that episode. There's so many good things that happen, but the other episodes are just better. That's all I can say. It's such a great setup episode. It sets things up. It explains Reiner's backstory. We finally get backstory on Reiner, Marcel, Annie, and Bertolt, and them going to Parody. It's a great lead-in to From One Hand to Another in the Declaration of War. It's so damn good. And it's number 7. God! It's just a great episode. But the other episodes are better. And that leads to number 6. Again, number 6. From here on in, I'm looking at the list. We all agree. Patreon and myself, we agree from number 7 onward, it ended up being the exact same order. So I feel better knowing that. I feel better knowing that Patreon agreed with me for the most part. There were some nuances. I just went with what got the majority of the votes, and that's what secured its spot. There were some discrepancies. Not everybody voted for a certain episode to be number 1 or number 2, but I just went with the majority of the votes. And so the majority thought that door number 7 should be God. No regrets. The majority said that Door of Hope should be number 7. And both Patreon and myself agree that the Warhammer should be number 6. The Warhammer, I felt so conflicted during that discussion. I debated it. There's only been one discussion since the Warhammer that I've been like, I feel really bad about the discussion. And we'll get to that episode. But the Warhammer Titan, that episode was insanity. It made you, as an audience member, question everything morally, being like, we should be rooting for the Survey Corps and rooting for Levi and Mikasa, but here we are, and we've just spent the last several episodes dealing with learning about Marley and connecting with Gabby and Falco and Udo and Zofia, and now they're dying, and it's horrible. Udo's death is right up there with Mike as one of the most gruesome deaths in this series. The fact that you see Udo's head exposed, the hell, it's disgusting, it's disturbing, and what do we do with it? And just that whole episode made me question so much, and it tied together so many things from the previous episodes, and it's it was just hell unleashed, and it's great, but it's not as good as the top 5. So, Warhammer Titan's great, but the top 5, we all agree on them. Patreon as a majority and myself agree on these top 5. Number 5 is Assassin's Bullet. God, Sasha's death. Sasha's death, Gabby getting aboard the airship, the entire discussion with Jean and Gabby, and the entire discussion with Jean and Connie and Eren and Zeke and everything, the reveal of Yelena, we meet her for the first time officially. We get Zeke on board the ship, Levi and them confronting Armin and Mika's forlorn, disappointed glances at Eren, them getting off the island, taking the Warhammer, Reiner and Eren's departure. It's a very emotional episode. I think Sasha's death bumps it to number 5 for me because it's so emotional and how it's handled and everybody's reactions to it. It's very good. So these top 4, I think you could reorder these top 4 in any way, shape, or form, and I wouldn't argue with you. I wouldn't argue with you if you reorganize this entire series. This entire season, I wouldn't argue any order. If you put Guides as first because of Eren's 8-pack, okay, sure. I could see Door of Hope was really up there for me until I rewatched this week. But these top 4 are definitely the top 4 episodes of the season. Maybe the series, with the exception of one. Only because it's really hard, and that's number 4 for me. This didn't make the top 10 overall. You could have argued its way into the top 10, and I'll get to that. But number 4 on both Patreon and for myself is Savagery. I will be honest, Savagery is really hard to watch, but I really like it. I really love it. It's so difficult to watch, but thematically and with the story and everything that it's representing, it's very, very good. And you get why it's necessary for the plot to move forward. But the whole thing with I think Keith affects me the most because Keith didn't ask for any of this. He's just doing his job, damn it. And y'all just beat him up. That was the one thing. I was like, Eren discarding his humanity. And in order to discard his humanity, he has to distance himself from Armin and Mikasa. And that's why he's cruel. Okay. It's really hard. It's a bunch of bullshit. Eren lies to them and it doesn't quite make sense. But if that's the method, if that's the means to the end, okay. But there was no reason for Keith to get beaten up except for Flock to prove a point. That still bugs me. But Levi's whole descent and his dissension from humanity, his confrontation with Zeke, him killing the Titan shifters, Zeke's whole monologue, Eren's thing, the whole dinner scene with Eren, the Yelp 1-star review table scene with Eren. It's just such a good episode. It's so good, but it's so hard to watch. And I think that's the only reason it's not in the top 10 overall, is because it's so hard to watch. If it were in the top 10 overall, it'd probably be number 10. When we get to the top 10, I'd probably substitute it out for number 10. Maybe, but we'll get to that. So these top 3, again, you can reorder them in any shape or form. I'm glad Patreon as a whole agreed with me on this one for number 3 because I was going to feel like, I'm about to, when Patreon, and here's the thing. Soul Salvation is number 3. Okay. Soul Salvation is number 3. And upon rewatching, I'm going to keep it at, I was like, oh no, it's number 3 for me. There's a couple factors. I honestly think, and this is why I don't like being told what episodes people are looking forward to. I usually don't let it affect me. It usually doesn't. People were amping up Warrior, and I was like, it's fine. And then Warrior hit, and I was like, oh. But I will be honest, this is the first time that the hype it's been a letdown. And I was like, oh no! Because a lot of people on YouTube and Patreon were like, oh, Soul Salvation is my favorite episode of the season. Maybe the series. And I was like, okay. And I'll be honest, I didn't want to, but I was getting myself hyped. I was like, okay, awesome, cool. It's a really good episode. But I was like, okay, yep. It's really good. It's a solid episode. It's so good because we finally get Zeke backstory, and that's why I've wanted since season 2. We finally get Zeke backstory. It's amazing. It is the B-side to that day. It is the dark side to that day, and explains so much of the counter argument to Grisha, right? It explains so much of the counter argument to Grisha. But my issue with it is that it is the B-side to that day. I felt like that day was so revelationary. It changed the game. It changed the entire series as a whole. I was like, oh shit, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, that was the effect that day had. I was like, oh, okay. And then Soul Salvation does change the game, but not as much as that day. I feel like it is changing the game in that we now know Zeke's plan and we see the ramifications that have led Zeke to this point. But I felt like it was a little, for me, it was overhyped. I was going into this thinking it was going to be the end all be all episode of the series. And I ended up thinking it was an amazing episode, but it didn't change my top. I'd already watched my number 1, number 2 picks. And by this point I was like, oh, it's as good, but it's not better than my number 1 and number 2 picks. And so that was again, this is all subjective. I know a lot of you are like, this is my favorite episode of the series and the season. And I'm like, if you believe that, I don't blame you. It's a good episode. But again, this is my cautionary tale to you all. Don't tell me what episodes you're hyped for. I don't want to know, because this was the one example where I did get hyped for this episode and then I watched it and was like, oh, that was good. Okay. And it didn't live up to my expectations. So it was still amazing. It's the third best one of the season for me, and we'll get to where it places in the series. But I don't want to be overhyped for part 2. So don't hype me. that's my warning here. So we have number 1 and number 2, and number 1 and number 2 is actually switched. I'm looking at this now. Patreon put my number 2 as number 1. I put my number 1 as their number 2. But you could alternate these, and I think you'd be fine. So Patreon put Declaration of War as number 1. I'm putting it as number 2. Declaration of War is amazing. It is amazing. I love it. Absolutely. There's like 1 or 2 things that separates it from Children of the Forest for me, which is my number 1 and Patreon's number 2. There's a couple little things that separate it for me. Declaration of War is amazing. I love it. The conversation, I've been waiting since before season 3 for Eren and Reiner to have a conversation, for them to talk to one another. The dialogue in it, rewatching this episode, the dialogue is amazing. The character moments, Reiner's voice actor, Hosea, oh my God, like him breaking down. Eren, like the micro expressions, the confrontation, Falco being caught in the middle of it, the tension that keeps building and building. You know something's going to happen, but you don't know what. Willie Tybur explaining the whole past and explaining the truth of everything to the people of Marley and the people of the world that are there. And it all builds and builds and builds. And then I think that's what separates it for me and Soul Salvation is I like an episode where it builds to a climax and we get to a point. And Soul Salvation built to a climax and it built to a point, and then it was like, oh, that's the point. And then Declaration of War was like, that's the point. And so it's like, it built it up a little bit more for me, and then it connects to the entire rest of the season, which you could argue Soul Salvation does as well. So again, apples and oranges and kiwis at this point. But I felt the hype a little bit more with Declaration of War, and I felt the overall message of it resonated more with me. And so I can get why it's number 1 on Patreon. Like, it was a resounding number 1 on Patreon. I was like, yep. But the resounding number 2 on Patreon and my number 1 pick is Children of the Forest. It is arguably one of the best episodes for Attack on Titan for me. It does everything I want in Attack on Titan. It builds up the mystery, the intrigue, the monologue that touches to the main theme. I am fully convinced that the Children of the Forest, going back through this series, there are so many references to forests throughout this entire series. The forest of the giant trees, the children, and they're in a forest talking about the children. Like, it's just everything ties back to this children in the forest metaphor. It's one of the big themes I think Isayama is pushing to us, the audience. Like, the main point is that we as adults don't start wars and don't let your kids fight in them. Like, if you want the future generation to thrive and be at peace, then don't drag them into the forest if they don't have to be. And so that whole big message that Isayama purports throughout this episode is probably one of the reasons I love it so much. It ties to like Bystander and Friends. But then also there's that damn flock trolling, the mystery and intrigue. Like Eren popping up out of nowhere. Eren popping up out of nowhere is like a warrior moment where you don't expect him and he's just there. Flock, the whole thing with him and his trolling with the wine, like, I felt like it was one of my favorite reactions I've done for this series. It's right up there with Warrior. It was one of my favorite reactions. I was so hyped up in the moment. I was shaking after watching it. I was numb. I was like, but it wasn't numb like with Savagery where I felt like sick to my stomach. When I watch Savagery and Soul Salvation, I get queasy. When I watch this episode, Children of the Forest and Declaration of War, I get hyped. Because the emotions are all there, the stakes are all there, but there's just that hype with Attack on Titan that it gives you that's hard to describe in any other way. But yeah, Children of the Forest is a perfect episode. It's so damn good. So yeah, so then I tried to do the top 10 overall. Like, how do you even do the top 10 overall? How do you even do this? And so the top 10 overall is so difficult. And because at this point, we're up to like 70 something episodes, you could justify this. I don't know how many ways. I don't even know. Maybe at the end of the series, when everything is all said and done, I'll ask Patreon to, like, everybody, patrons and the public, to rank their favorites. Maybe. I don't know. How do you even do that? How do you even make that a poll? But it's crazy, right? Because the top 10 episodes overall, these are just subjective, and they're just ones that I've enjoyed the most. And honestly, there's no rhyme or reason to them. I had Perfect Game down as number 10, but you could substitute with Savagery. You really could. You could substitute Perfect Game with Savagery, I think, and still be in the same boat. Number 9, I had Season 2 Warrior. It's the last part of Season 2. Everything's Season 4 and Season 3. Poor Season 1, Season 2. # regrets. But Warrior will always be such a hype episode, and so I have to keep it in the top 10. Warrior has to be. It's such a good episode. It's the one that showed you that Isayama, like, this is how Isayama does business, is Warrior. And I'm like, mad respect for that episode. Number 8 and number 7, I have as Hero and Midnight Sun. I love Hero and Midnight Sun. They go together as a pair, so you have to keep them as a pair. And the same goes with the next couple episodes. But Hero and Midnight Sun, remember back when things were hopeful? in the weirdest of way, Midnight Sun is more hopeful now than Season 4. How is that even possible? But back when Armin sacrificed himself, when Eren, like, pled, it's such a contrast. You see Eren, like, pleading for Armin's survival, being like, Armin's the one to save us all. Armin is the one, more than myself or the commander. Armin is going to be the one to save humanity. And just begging Levi to spare Armin instead of Erwin. Which, again, Eren knows Levi's an Ackerman, so... But the idea that message of Eren being like, no, we have to do this for my friend, and then you contrast that with Savagery, where he basically just all but beats Armin to a pulp. It's like, damn. But those episodes are so good. Midnight Sun and Hero. And so that ties in number 6 and number 5, which number 6 and number 5 are Friends is number 6 and Bystander is number 5. But I could argue I look back more on Bystander. I think in terms of an episode, Bystander sits fine at number 5. For me personally, in my soul, I love Bystander the more and more I think about it, because it ties more to the idea of that being born in this world makes you special, and that you don't have to be like a prodigy or something, or a wonder boy or anything to make a difference. And Keith made a difference, even if he thought he was just a bystander. It's like he saved and brought Eren back. He saved Grisha, for better or worse. Like, it all ties back, and it's like, damn, right? It's just Bystander's such a good episode, and Friends kind of co-alongsides with it, so you have to keep them together. So that leaves your top 4. I put Soul Salvation as number 4 and That Day as number 3. Again, like I said earlier, that day was the revelationary, like, that day brought us all to the dance of Season 4. Like, it opened the door and was like, oh, here's what we're about to deal with. This is the world Isayama's been hiding from us. Okay. Fine. Like, that's what it did. And so I had to put That Day above Soul Salvation just because it was the original. It was the OG basement episode, and then Soul Salvation is like the B-side of the basement, so the beast side, if you will. So, and then number 1 is Children of the Forest, number 2 is Declaration of War. And who knows? Season 4 part 2 may change this whole thing around. I honestly, I look back on Bystander, and I realize I like it more and more as time goes on. But as an episode as a whole, it just doesn't have as much in it as Soul Salvation, as That Day, Declaration of War, and Children of the Forest. But I do come back to it more and more as reference. So, oh, buddy. So before we move any further, we need to do toast number 6 to old Zachary, or Zachley. What an odd character, right? What an odd character. I was thinking about this. I was like, Zachley is such a weird character in this series. He started out as the judge in season 1 that gave Eren, basically he saved Eren's life in season 1. He saved Eren's life and gave him to Levi and Erwin. Hashtag no regrets. Zachley is in Zachary / Zachley, people pronounce his name differently, is in charge of a lot of different things in this series, but he saved Eren's life. He gave him over to Erwin and Levi, mainly out of spite towards the military police, ironically enough. And then he ended up being involved in a coup where they took down the generals that had been in place. What a bunch of jokesters too, by the way. Looking back on that, the former King Rhys and those council members, what a bunch of jokes. Like, we got nothing with them. But Zachary took him down. He said he would probably do it anyway. And so we got them taken down and out of the picture. He made that awful torture chair, the human centipede chair, and then it ends up becoming his downfall. His source of violence, his source of hatred ends up becoming his own downfall. And the Jaegerists kill him. So Zachary was a very odd character. He had a deep impact in the story, that's for sure. But he was a very, very different character. So we salute you anyway, Zachary. In episode 12, you passed away, but you hopefully will not have died in vain. But in any case, we toast you. I went and restocked my glass before we started the ships, and I realized that 2 of these is like a bottle of wine. So this may get dangerous, but we're going to talk about ships now. Oh God, ships. Ships. So yeah, the ships. It's time to talk about them. Isayama, he wants us to just not have sex or be in a relationship. They're too much. They're too much. Isayama's like, sex, never heard of it. So yeah, oh my God. We got ships in this season, but Isayama's like, I stand by my notion that this dude probably went through some massive breakup, and he's like, never again. So, but yeah, so Armin and Annie, a genuine ship, not just a crack pairing anymore. They're actually a thing. I get so frustrated with episode 14 because of that, though, because it's basically suggesting that I'm so conflicted because now Eren's put into Armin's head that Bertolt's in his head. So I'm like, is Armin ever going to be able to have a genuine conversation or relationship with Annie? Because he's afraid that Bertolt's the one spurning him to feel these things and not his own genuine emotions. Thanks, Eren, for sinking my ship. So yeah, I don't know. But I thought that Armin and Annie were a potential ship even back in season 1. And so now to see it finally kind of like confirmed 3 seasons later is sort of crazy, right? Just how about that, right? And then maybe Hitch and Annie as a relationship. Some of you back in the OVA were talking about like Hitch and Annie as a pairing. I can see it. I can see Hitch and Annie because Hitch has been there too, talking to Annie just like Armin. And you could argue that Hitch doesn't have any Titan shifters in her head, so her thoughts are all genuine. But I personally think Hitch more wanted to become BFFs with Annie. They wanted to paint their nails and talk about boys. They didn't want to, actually be in a relationship. But if you ship Hitch and Annie, I get it. I can see that too. My Levi and Erwin ship, it lives on, y'all. It lives on. Levi's still thinking that we got crumbs of Erwin in this season in Savagery, and I needed them. I needed to see Erwin because he has been sorely missed from this season. God, I miss Erwin. I miss him so much. It's so sad. And the Levi Erwin ship lives on. Levi's he's made a vow to kill the Beast Titan like Erwin, like he promised him. So I'm like, is Levi going to kill the Beast Titan? I don't know. Or is Levi going to become the catalyst that gets Zeke eaten? We'll talk about that. I don't know. But Levi's on a mission and Levi's MIA, so I don't know how that's going to work. But does anybody ship Levi and Zeke? That's such a weird pairing. I was thinking about that during Savagery. I was like, I wonder if anybody ships them. It's like a crack pairing because they hate each other. But, somebody has probably wrote like a 40,000 enemies to lovers Zeke and Levi fic. Someone's probably done it already. And I'm like, okay, Sure. I love their dynamic in this series. It's probably one of my favorite dynamics of the show so far, or at least in this season. It's one of my favorite dynamics is Zeke and Levi's. So if somebody shipped them, I could see it. I really could. But, you know. And so then, speaking of Armin, I lamented seasons ago that Armin was getting no love in this series. He's getting lots of love now. There's Armin and Annie as a ship. You could argue that Armin and Jean is a ship. I still don't quite ship Armin and Jean. I just don't. I view them as like the BFFs that are like best friends solving crimes together. But I don't know. There's just something I can't ship him with Jean. I don't know why. But you could argue that Armin and Jean are a ship. I can definitely see if you're going to argue Armin and Mikasa as a ship. I can see that, although I see them still as best friends. I'm more of an Armin Annie person, to be honest. But if you ship Armin and Mikasa, I could see it. If you ship Jean and Mikasa at this point, I can see it as well. Like back in the jail cell, now that Mikasa's distancing herself from Eren, I don't want our King Jean to be used as a rebound, though. That's the one thing. I don't want Jean to be... Jean would not be anybody's sloppy seconds. No, sir. No, sir, at all. But if you shipped Jean and Mikasa at this point, I could see it. Some people said they shipped Armin and Eren. After episode 14, I don't know. But maybe in season 4, part 2, that will change my mind. But I don't know. And then, so Connie and Sasha. No. Connie and Sasha got like friend-zoned. Hardcore friend-zoned. Connie and Sasha. And y'all told me for seasons, I'm glad you didn't spoil me, but for several seasons you guys were like, Connie and Sasha are more like friends. And now I get it. They're more like twins. They're like brother-sister vibes. It's Niccolo and Sasha that is like, Niccolo and Sasha, what is with Isayama setting up these OTPs and just instantly sinking them? Like, we get a post-mortem OTP? You give us Niccolo and Sasha after she's died, Isayama? Are you kidding? It's like, we get Historia and Ymir, and now Ymir's dead. I'm like, Historia, you and Niccolo, screw Farmhand Coon. Like, you and Niccolo could probably, like, have a couple glasses of wine and talk about your former lovers. Like, you all get together. It's really sad because now that we see Niccolo and Sasha together, like, we see what could have been, it's so wonderful. And I'm like, Isayama, you just delight in our pain. Absolutely. So, we'll get to Farmhand Coon. But we also got we touched back on Grisha and Dinah, and Grisha and Carla. It's very interesting that the two relationships that Grisha are in are tied to birthright and being special. You had with Grisha and Dinah, they viewed Zeke as special because of his birthright, because of his royal blood. But then you have Grisha and Carla, and they viewed Eren as special just because of his birthright and being born. And so it's so funny. One of you commented and said that the child that Grisha wanted in Marley was Eren, and the child that he wanted in Parody was Zeke, and it was just reversed. And it's so fascinating to see that dynamic. But yeah, Grisha. Going back to watching episode 3 again and seeing Dinah just walk right past Bertolt, right past the Colossal Titan, and walking straight through. I'm like, she didn't even stop. She was so focused on Grisha. And that makes me wonder, too, if there's something with the Titans and, like, free will. Because Dinah had some will in that. Like, her love towards Grisha was so strong that it dictated her actions. And that ties back to the Titan that was in the Elsie's diary, Elsie's notebook. That Titan acted different. It loved Ymir so much as the subjects of Ymir. It loved Ymir so much that it revered her and acted differently than normal because of it. So I'm like, that's interesting, right? That there's some tie to that. And I wonder if they're going to explore that anymore. If that's going to be something that's explored in the next season. This idea of the Titans, like that love being so powerful that it transcends their state of being. I don't know. It just seems like they bring it up with Dinah and they bring it up with the Titan in the Elsie's notebook. And that's the only times we really see it happen. So I don't know. It's interesting. But then, yeah, Eren and Historia, my ship reigns. I do ship Eren and Historia to an extent. I think if Eren at this point in season 4, up until Savagery and up until Sound Argument, if Eren was going to be with anybody, in my mind, it's Historia. But a lot of you have noted wisely that Eren just Eren doesn't need to be with anybody at this point. He needs to be loved for sure, but he doesn't need to be in a relationship with anybody. But I did have a big Eren Historia ship, as you all saw in episode 10. My shipper goggles came on full scale. And I will note, Ymir and Historia are still an OTP. I was only shipping Historia with Eren because Ymir was gone. Girl needs some love. And Eren has genuine chemistry with Historia, so it was like, makes sense. But Ymir and Historia definitely still an OTP. And Farmhand Coon, I give Farmhand Coon a hard time because Isayama gives us nothing on him. We don't even get to see his face. We just see the back of his head. It looks like he has red hair. It looks like he's a ginger. He has red hair. Okay. All right. This is like a little flock baby come out. But it looks like he has red hair in the rewatching episode 10. So I give Farmhand Coon a hard time. But someone else commented, I forget who it was, but they commented that like Farmhand Coon realized the errors of his ways. He threw rocks at Historia as a child, realized how bad that was, and then out of guilt, he started working for her and developed this love for her. And you know what it reminded me of? Have you ever seen Zootopia? Okay. In Zootopia, Judy Hopps grows up on a farm out in the sticks, and there's this fox that constantly pesters her and teases her as a kid and bullies her. And then she goes on and becomes an adult and comes back home, and the fox that pestered her realized the errors of his ways and apologizes to her and is like, I was just a messed up kid that was taking my pent up aggression and taking it out on you instead of, internalizing it and blah, blah, blah. It would be like Historia and Farmhand Coon is like if Judy Hopps ended up getting with the farmer fox that apologized to her in the movie. That's what that ship is like to me. So that's what I feel like. I'm sure that Farmhand Coon is a nice guy. She could end up with a lot worse. And it is kind of symbolic, I guess, that he's a no-name rando and the Queen of Eldia ends up with him. I guess that ties to the whole fact of like being special because you're born. He has no special birthrights, no claim to fame, no secret prophetic ties to anything, no chosen one syndrome. So it is symbolic in a way, and I like that. But I just want to know Farmhand Coon, Isayama. I just want you to show me his face. Just let us get to know him for like more than the 3 words he says. The only words we've heard him say are, you need to come inside Historia. We have to keep your body safe for the baby. That's like, I'm glad he's concerned, but that's all we've heard or seen from him. So I just want to know more. I'm a very character-driven person in shows, and not knowing anything about Farmhand Coon, I'm like, it's just, maybe by season 4, part 2, we'll get to see more of him. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Eren and Mikasa? Welp. It's so conflicting because I know Eren cares for Mikasa, and Mikasa obviously cares for Eren, but man, savagery just takes, if you didn't like Eren and Mikasa, you guys probably liked that episode, but I feel so conflicted and torn. And the sad thing about it all is that at the end of the day, I think Mikasa still loves him. And I think Armin still cares for Eren too. But Eren's just pushed them away and they're like, what can we do? And Zeke! Y'all told me, you're like, when I was like, why doesn't Zeke have a kid? Why doesn't he have a kid in all this? And y'all were like, well, it all makes sense now. Zeke wants no relationship. And the sad thing about it is that Zeke wants no relationship. He wants no like sexual relationship or any kids or anything, but he does need love the most, I think. I think of all the characters in the series, Zeke needs some loving. Like our poor boy, he's been deprived. And so Yelena and Zeke as a ship is kind of like Hanji and Titans. Like I think Yelena reveres Zeke and puts him on a pedestal and is in awe of him, kind of like Hanji was with the Titans back in season 1. So I don't really ship Hanji with anybody, and you could ship Yelena and Zeke, but I don't think it's reciprocated. It's definitely an unrequited love. Like I don't think Zeke has that in him for anyone at this point, which is really sad because Zeke deserves some love. Sad days. Hanji and Anyan Kapan. Someone said to pronounce his name Onion Coupon, and I was like, oh god. Anyan Kapan. I could, if you shipped Hanji with Anyan, I could see that. Anyan's relationship with Hanji is sort of like Moblit's relationship in an odd way. Anyan does not revere Hanji as much as Moblit did. That's the big difference. But they both come at it in a very casual, friendly, fun way, I guess. In a casual and friendly way, at least. So if you did ship them together, I would understand that. But I don't really ship Hanji with anybody at this point. Hanji's more, I guess, maybe not aromantic or asexual in a way, but Hanji, I just don't see them shipped with anybody. So, and then Gabby and Falco, they're just kids. So it's kind of weird. It's like, they're like 12 or 13. So do we really ship them together? But it's very clear that Falco has feelings for Gabby. And Gabby has feelings for Falco. So someone commented, they're like, man, the two most canon ships of this series so far are between two children and a man and a dead woman. And I'm like, wow, if that's not saying anything about the ships in this series. And I'm a romantic at heart, so I want there to be romance in Attack on Titan. But damn it, Isayama's not giving it to us. But I will argue he does give us some ships in the form of Peak. I love Peak. And I really think Peak and Porco are a thing. I really ship Peak and Porco. Porco's grown on me in the second watch around. Porco's grown on me. I gave him a lot of hell the first time around because he's a stubborn character. He's kind of like Connie a little bit. Some people compared him to Jean, and I was like, yeah, he's kind of like Jean, but Porco's like a combination of Jean and Connie, sort of. But I really ship him in Peak, especially after episode 16 when Peak's like, "Hey boys," and you see Porco looking up at her like, "Why are you flirting with all these guys?" Like I love it. And on rewatch, episode 2. I'm sorry, I stand fully by my conviction that Pete got Reiner out of that room so she could have her way with Porco. She's like, I've been stuck in a Titan body for 2 months. Women with grown women needs. I ain't getting it from Reiner. He's a mess. Get out of here. I'm going to get it with you, Porco. I am fully convinced because after that, we get the scene of Porco seeing her on the stairs. We get Porco telling her like, why does your crew know you on a first name basis? Like, Poor Porco has spent like the rest of part 1 of season 4 actively trying to keep Peak all to himself and failing miserably. But I'm fully convinced that they totally got it on after Reiner left the room. I'm totally convinced season 2 that's what happened. That's my headcanon. I'm sticking to it. Absolutely. Some of you ship Jean and Peak. I think that's funny, like the cart titan and the horse, because Jean is often referred to as a horse. That's funny. In the same vein, Colt, his name kind of means a horse too, so I don't ship Colt and Peak at all. But Jean and Peak is a fun little crack pairing, and we got some of them together in Assault, so that's interesting. And then mainly Peak in the fandom. Everybody's simping over Peak. I'm one of them. I'm not attracted to women, but I would simp over Peak for sure. And then Eren and Peak. No, I don't see that. That's definitely a crack pairing. But they do have an interesting dynamic in episode 16. For sure. I don't know what's going to happen with Peak, but she is a very shippable character in this series. She's the cart titan. She can carry all the ships, right? Some people said that they ship Flock and Eren. I wrote in my notes, oh my gosh. That is a one-sided affair for sure. Flock likes Eren. Maybe that's true, but oh god, no. Oh god, no. Flock liking Eren, oof. Eren, I don't think Eren likes Flock at all, but I think he's just going along with him because it's convenient. But Flock liking Eren, I can see it, but god, that ship. Ugh. The Burger King and the Whopper together at last. So the Burger King and the Big Mac together at last, who knows? And then let's be honest, we have a lot of ships in this series. There's 2 I want to note. They're both equally tragic. One is Willie Tiber. Willie Tiber had like an amazing relationship with his wife, with his kids. He had a loving relationship with his wife. He seemed to love her. It's again the opposite of Rod Reese. Rod Reese like was so distraught he sought out Historia's mother instead of his own wife out of grief. Willie Tiber, him and his wife have an amazing relationship seemingly. They have like 5 kids together and they all have a great family dynamic. And Isayama's like, well, isn't that nice? No. So Willie Tiber, sucks that he has like one of the more prominent relationships in this series and then get rid of him and his sister. And then the other one is Reiner. Reiner needs some love, y'all. Reiner and Eren, they have like no love in the series. And I don't think Eren wants love at this point. I think Eren's like on his own, doing his own thing, and he just wants to be on his own. But I feel like Reiner wants a hug. And this whole series, I like wanted to give Reiner a hug. I felt so bad for him. There's just no love for Reiner. He is just a depressed babysitter at this point. And it's really tragic. I was like, damn. Because y'all laughed at me when I shipped Reiner and Annie back in season 1. Y'all laughed at me and I was like, why? And then now it makes sense after episode 3. I'm like, oh, because Annie beat the tar out of him. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So yeah, no love. Bertolt was off flirting with Annie. Annie didn't like Reiner. Reiner didn't have any of them. You could argue maybe Reiner and Marcel, but then Marcel dies, so Reiner just literally has nobody. It's really sad. It's very sad. I guess in that same vein, you could ship Eren and Annie. That was a ship I had back in season 1. It was Eren and Annie. I'm curious if Annie plays any part in season 2, how that dynamic of her and Eren is gonna go, because Eren learned all his martial arts moves from her. So interesting. But yeah, I don't know. So that leads us to toast number 7, though, and that is Varys and Levi's Survey Corps comrades from episode 14. I didn't want to do 30 separate drinks, so I'll probably do one for Varys and one for the entire crew. But man, we didn't know Varys and his crew at all, but it was such a tragic moment seeing Levi lose 30 of his comrades. Levi's just always lost comrades, and it just, that being the spark that spurns Levi to lose his humanity and attack Zeke. And when Zeke's like, oh, you... And that's one thing that gets me with Zeke, where he's like, oh, those poor, pitiful things that you killed. And Levi's like, honey, I've killed a lot of comrades. You have no idea what you've made me do. Like what you and this whole situation with Marley has made me have to do. And the whole situation with the Titans, it's like, oof. It led to an amazing moment, but their deaths really sucked. And they didn't even know it was coming. So, toast to Varys and the Survey Corps members that were with Levi. Ooh. So, this is always my favorite part of the recap review and RIPs. My favorite part is the character rankings. I always love the character rankings. They're so much fun. I want to bring it up over here. I want to bring it up. Let me see on here if I had anything. I've got notes about the character tier rankings. I'm going to talk about them after I rank the characters, but I am going to bring them up. I want to get started on this here, so I'm going to set this up here and talk about it, but oh my god. So the character rankings. Yeah, let me pull it up here in 3, 2, 1. Let's start now. So this character ranking chart. Okay, it was hard to find. I was looking for season 4 part 1, and they kept just giving me season 4, and I was like, I just want part 1. So we've got a lot of characters here. This is always my favorite part, and people are like, why do you save it for last? And I was like, well, because like you save the best for last, right? So I like getting all the symbolism and stuff out of the way, get all that out of my system, and then we can talk about the characters. And usually by this point, I've talked about a lot of the characters in general. So there were a lot of characters in season 4 part 1 that we have to go over, and so I'll make note of them. There aren't any D-ranked characters. I honestly don't think there's any D-ranked characters in this series. I really don't. Upon further inspection, now at the end of the series, when I get through everything involved with it, the manga included, I probably will do like an overall tier of every Attack on Titan character and just rank them all. And maybe there'll be some D characters show up then. But as far as this series goes, there's not really any D-ranked characters. Would be characters I just hate, that I just can't stand, right? I would say that would be the case with them. C-ranked characters, I feel are meh. Here's the thing I'm going to do. C-ranked characters I don't know enough about. If I put you in C, we didn't know enough about you to make a better judgment. That's how we're going to phrase this. The B-ranked characters is the meh column, because usually in B, you're either, you can't decide one way or the other. I was like, I don't hate this character, but I don't like this character. So C is R, we don't know enough about them. D is I hate them. B is like, They're just, I feel conflicted. B is my confliction category. I don't know where to put them, so I will put them in B. C, I don't know enough about. D, I hate. A, I like the character a lot. I love him. And then S is like, y'all are top tier, simping for you, will do things. So let's go ahead and get the C rank characters out of the way, shall we? Like I said, I don't really have a D rank character in this, but let's get the C rank character. Let's get old Ymir out of the way. Hi, Ymir. Hi, Ymir Fritz. You showed up in a vision to Zeke in the last episode for 5 seconds. We don't know enough about you, but you're the catalyst of all this stuff. So I want to make note that Ymir Fritz, I know that's her. It has to be. She's a Fritz. She's got blonde hair, blue eyes. She fits the motif. But she looks like she is not royalty. She looks like she is either a slave herself or she is someone that's working on a farm, kind of like Historia was. It's interesting. She has like, her clothes have like dirt and stuff on them, and she's carrying a watering bucket, and she looks sad. So we don't know her story, but she clearly looks like she's had a bad past. Okay. But that's all we know about her. We just know that she's tied to Zeke, and that's all we get. So I can't rank her any higher because I know nothing about her at this point. Okay. As far as other characters that we don't know enough about, I would say, Louise. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Louise. You could argue that Louise, I know some people are gonna be like, oh, she'd be B or A rank, which is not A rank for me. We don't know enough about Louise. We get just enough to know that she was influenced by Mikasa to join the Survey Corps and to fight the Titans, and that now she's fighting for the Jaegerists and for Eren. And we know that much about her, but she literally, aside from just being a character in the background, aside from that one moment she has with Mikasa, we just don't get anything with her. And I feel like that will probably change going into the next season, especially if Flock and them start to move, but we just don't get enough with her that I'm like, I wish we knew more about you. Same thing with Lara Tiber. As much as Lara, she had some badass moments as the Warhammer Titan, Lara, like, freaking badass, going in there being like, what's your last words, Usurper Eren Yeager, and it's her last words. Like, she was really cool in battle, and I love the design of the Warhammer Titan, but she just, we don't get anything about her other than that she's avenging her brother. That's all we get with her. And I wish we'd had more time with her character to get to know anything about her other than she's wanting to avenge her brother, but that's literally all we get. That's it. So I have to put her in C because we just don't know enough about her other than she has a really freaking cool Titan, and that's the Warhammer Titan. But it's not enough for me to bump her to B yet. No. And so I would say, as far as B characters go in this too, I'll put Zofia and Udo in B. We do get some with their characters. We get a couple episodes with their characters. Up until episode 6, we get their characters. And it's enough that we build a relationship with them. And you could tell when they were introduced into the series, you could tell that they were going to be, I never thought when they were like, one of us is going to be the armored Titan. I was like, not you two. I was like, it's going to be Gabby or Falco. One of you two will be the armored Titan, but not Udo and Zofia. But we do get enough of their characters that we sympathize with them, right? We do get enough with them that we understand their characters, where they're coming from. But again, much like Lara and Louise, we don't do enough with them to build them up to A rank, but they're pretty solid in B rank right there. So we're going to keep them there. But RIP those two. Got to keep them together, but it's pretty sad. So other B rank characters. Other B rank characters. I'm trying to say, you know what? I feel really bad, but I'm going to bump Ymir to B rank here. Only because, and Ymir's always been an S rank character. And when we do the overall tier, okay, when we do the overall, see what I'm doing is I'm doing by just based on season to season with these. So every time, and I've always ate my words. Like last season, I put Reiner down to A rank, and I was like, and people were like, ha ha ha. And then the season before, I put Levi down to A rank, and they were like, ha ha ha. And now I'm putting Ymir in B rank just for this season because we get one shot of her. We just see her getting eaten by Porco, and that's it. We don't really get any other interactions with her, and that's sad. When I do the final ranking of all the characters, it will be as the series as a whole, and then her ranking will change a lot. But in terms of just this season, and this is all subjective, in terms of just this season, I'm going to put her in B rank. Same with Annie. Annie hadn't done shit. Annie, as Hitch would say, Annie's just been there. She's still intriguing, and she's tied to Armin. I'm still interested in her, but damn it, she hasn't done shit. I want Annie to do something. And I'm hoping that she does in part 2. So I'm hoping we get there. But we just don't get enough out of her. And I'm going to put, in the same vein, I'm going to put Kassaver in B rank too. Kassaver, B for Beast Titan. Kassaver is, we do get things with Kassaver like Udo and Zofia. We only get him for one episode. But I would argue that unlike Kruger, he leaves an impact. It's hard to explain, but I just feel like there is some mystery to him still, which is interesting. But I will say this for Kassaver. I do appreciate that he did give love and devotion to Zeke when nobody else would. And I do respect that. I feel like I would bump him up to A rank if we learned a little bit more about Cassava. If we learned a little bit more about him as the Beast Titan. I feel like if we learned more, and I'm going to talk about the Beast Titan at the end of this, but I feel like if we had learned a little bit more about his Titan and his time as a Titan shifter, if we'd seen a little bit more backstory, and maybe it's in the manga, I don't know. I could have bumped him up, but we just get just enough to explain Zeke's motivations and Zeke's character. And Cassava kind of rides along with that. So I don't know. He's just B rank for me because we just don't get enough about him. Kind of like Udo and Sophia. I'm going to put the Hizuru woman down in C, now that I'm thinking about it, because again, she redeems herself. At first she comes across as she doesn't care all about Mikasa at all. They're just after the resources of parity. But then when we come back later and she talks to Mikasa a second time, face to face, she says that she does care about Mikasa, and Mikasa's like, well, I'm still not leaving my friends and family, so there's that. But I'm going to put her down in C rank because we just don't get a lot with her. But yeah, Mr. Cassava, I'm going to put him down in B rank. Looking at our characters over here. Zachary, I'm going to put in B rank. Zachary, he was he was a character that I feel like had more impact in season 3 than he did in this season, but he was probably one of the more interesting parts about Guide in that he died. His death was like one of the most interesting things about that episode, but he does have impact in that he did turn down Armin and Mikasa, and his chair came back to bite him. He's an interesting character, but we just don't get a lot with him. So he's good in B rank. Good in B rank. Oh, buddy. I'm going to have a lot in S and A. I'm going to tell you right now. Lots of S and A's, right? That's what we're going to have because, God, these characters are so good this season. I'm trying to weed out any more B and C characters. You know what? Grisha, my dude, you are B. I said so in episode 15. It's funny I'm putting Cassava and Grisha on the same playing field. And Grisha is only in B rank instead of C rank because we know with Eren that he turned things around, right? And there are a few moments in Soul Salvation where he looks at Zeke and it's almost as if he's looking at Zeke for the last time before he goes to the wall, the last time he ever sees Zeke while he's alive. And he realizes in that moment what he's done. And there's that briefest of moments. But still, I think Grisha was A rank in last season, and I was like, you definitely went down because that whole outburst and the way that he treated Zeke as a kid, nope. Not having it. Not having it, Cotton. And I don't see Dinah on here, which is interesting, but I would have put Dinah in B rank too if she had been on here. I don't see her, but yeah, Grisha went down a knock. The only thing keeping him from C rank is that glance he gives Zeke right at the very end, like he realizes in that moment his mistakes, and then the fact that he did turn things around. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. We got lots of A and S rank characters, y'all. Lots of A and S rank characters. Oh my God, where do we go? Where do we go to from here? Okay, is there any more B characters? I don't think there's any more C's, if that makes y'all feel better. I don't think there's any more C's. I'm going to put Colt in B. I am. Because we haven't seen a lot out of Colt. What we've seen out of Colt is a Midnight Train. We do see him supporting Falco. We do see Colt supporting Falco, which is really good. I like that. It's great. I'm also going to put Bertolt in B rank too. I'm going to put Bertolt for B rank because Bertolt we don't see a lot of. We only see him in episode 3 in the flashback, and we see Armin like accessing him in his memories. That's pretty much it. All right. Pretty much it. We don't see that. But with Colt's character, yeah, he does. His whole stick is that he's trying to save his brother, and he's trying to perpetuate Gabby becoming the armored titan instead of Falco, so that he can save him. That's really cool. But Colt's character, aside from he has a conversation with Zeke, where he questions why Zeke, how he's like the founding titan, and we, the audience, are like, well, he's royalty. Aside from that, and Midnight Train, where he hoists Gabby up, Colt doesn't really do anything in this season. Like at the very beginning of the season, the first couple episodes, he has some presence there, kind of like Sophia and Udo. But once episode 4 happens, he kind of like drops off, and then we see him at the very end with Reiner and Above and Below. But his character hasn't done a whole lot. I'm very curious to know what he's going to do in part 2. I have my suspicions. I suspect he's going to sacrifice himself to save Falco. That's my suspicion. I think he's going to die, and that's going to be a catalyst to whatever happens with Falco, but I don't know. I don't think Colt's making it off the island. I think Colt's going to die. He's not a Titan shifter. I don't think he's going to become a Titan shifter. I think Colt is going to die in this season. It's just a matter of when and how. That's my theory. I don't see Colt living long. So that I don't think he's inheriting the Beast Titan. I have my theories about that, but I don't think it's going to be Colt. All right. So there's that. But other than those characters, are there any other B characters that I can point out in this episode? Are there any others? I don't think so. Niall, I'm going to put Niall in B. Yeah, I'm going to put Niall in B. Niall, I'm going to put in B only because, again, we don't see a lot of Niall. The only things we see of him is that he's babysitting Falco and he sticks up for Historia. That's pretty much all we get out of. I feel like Niall and Zachary are in the same vein. We don't see a lot out of Niall this season. And again, that may change next season. I'm sure that some of you are going to look at these rankings and laugh your asses off. And I'm going to be like, oh, why are you laughing for? And then I'm going to be proven wrong. But yeah, I just feel like Niall, he's just where he's at. And that may change. You know who has bumped up to A rank, though? Speaking of in the military, old Keith Shaddis. Keith Shaddis is A rank, my friends. No, Keith Shaddis, A ranked for sure. Our dear sweet Keith, bystander bumped him up to A rank in my books, and he stays there. Our boy Keith, he has just this season. Him standing up to Flock, him being like, I take on all you kids. Keith is just trying to do his damn job. That's all Keith's trying to do. He's not trying to reinvent the wheel. He's just trying to go along with what he knows how to do. He doesn't know what else to do, so he's just doing what he knows how. And I can't fault Keith for that. I feel bad for Keith in this season. He gets the shit beat out of him by Falco and the cadets. Not really by Falco, by the cadets on Falco's orders. And I'm sure he still forgives all those kids at the end of the day. That's the sad thing. Like, Keith in my books, like a genuine, our bystander Keith, like a damn hero in my books. Like, just doing his job. I can't fault the man for that. Right? I can't fault him for that. And I'll put Anyan in the same vein for A rank. Anyan is just doing his job too. Like, he's our brave volunteer. Anyan's following along Yelena because Yelena will probably kill him if he doesn't. And Anyan values his life. But Anyan, I liked his character from the very start. From the moment we saw him in Brave Volunteers, I really liked... Well, we saw him before then. We saw him as early on as Assault in the Warhammer Titan, actually. But I really like Anyan's character. He's super chill. He's nice. I love his entire monologue about gods and deities and that the founding Titan was, connected to God and things like that. Like the way that he views the Titan shifters, it's interesting. And that he's so open-minded. Anyan is such an open-minded character. And he's so progressive in his ideals. It's sad because he has to follow along with Yelena right now. But I feel like if anybody's going to desert from Yelena and help them, of the Brave Volunteers and the Aegrists, it would be Anyan. I feel if anybody was going to do that, it would be Anyan Kapan. But I like his character a lot. I don't want him to die. I'm sure he will, but I don't want him to die. I like Anyan's character quite a bit. So other characters that have kind of grown on me too. Niccolo. Niccolo's A ranked. Niccolo, God. Episode 13 with Children of the Forest. His voice actor. Holy cow. And a lot of you said his voice actor is not a well-known voice actor. Knocks it out of the park. Oh my God. His voice actor was just amazing. He was so good. His voice actor was just absolutely wonderful. I loved the portrayal of his character. I loved how his character progressed from just being this cook from episode 9 to like progressing to having an important part in the rest of the season. Like, he is relevant from episode 9 on. Niccolo becomes a relevant character in this series. And I love it. I'm like, oh my God, yes, please. I love that Niccolo he takes charge as a character. He speaks his mind. He's outspoken. And he has a lot of good points. He has a lot of anger issues. We established Niccolo's got some anger issues. And they come to bubble and term in the course of episode 13, but then he reins himself back, realizes the errors of his ways, and tries to reconcile and tries to work from it. I'm like, I can't fault Niccolo from that. So I really like his character a lot. I have no clue. He has no combat experience. So if he's going to stay safe in this series, I think his best bet is just take the Brouses and get out of there. I think that's his best bet, because Niccolo doesn't seem like he has a lot of combat experience. He's just a cook on a ship. So I feel like his job is to get the Browses out of there and then hide away, right? Or who knows what his goal is going to be, what his role is going to be in part 2. I don't know. If we're going to put Niccolo up there, though, in A rank, we got to put Sasha with him. Our girl, Sasha. I put her in A rank because I feel like she's done more in death, oddly enough, to impact the story than she has living, which is sad. But I love her character so much, and the fact that her and Niccolo had a thing. I love the comedy that she brought to this series. It was really good. I think she's always teetered in that A to B rank for me because she hasn't had a lot of things to do in the series, but anytime you see her, she's a memorable character. So, and her death has had so much impact on the story in terms of thematic elements, the plot, everything, that she has to be A ranked. I mean, she just has to be. And I'll put Hitch up there in A rank. I will. I'll put Hitch up there as well. Hitch has grown on me over the course of this series. When we first got introduced to her in season 1. Back in season 1, I thought Hitch was just going to be this gossipy little prissy girl that was not going to have anything to do. I thought she was going to die in season 1. I thought that was it. And she's carried over all the way, like in Trust. She had a big role with Marlo. And then her carrying on to this series, talking to Armin, and then the OVA, her connecting with Annie's character. Girl, she's had stuff to do, and she has had an impact. She's been kind of like this moderator character, this kind of outsider character that comes in and talks to our main characters and kind of keeps them on even keel, right? It's in her role in this series is interesting, and I'm curious to see where it's going to go from here. But I really liked Hitch in the scenes that she had with Armin and Annie and the rest of the season. So I'm going to be curious where she goes to. She wasn't in a lot of this season, but the episodes she was in, she made an impact. So, and you all know that Erwin is S tier in my books as a whole, but I will bump him down to A rank this season, only because he's only in one part. Erwin is A rank. He's S rank in spirits. S is for spirits. And so we do the overall ranking. I'm sure Erwin will be back to S tier. Erwin will be back to S tier at that point, but he really is only in Levi's flashback this one time. We'll talk more about Erwin's character when I get back to my notes, but for the character ranking, he really is only in here in spirit, and he does spur Levi on. He does encourage Levi to act the way that he does because of his promise, but that's really the only time we ever see Erwin. So I have to bump him down from S rank to A rank just for this little blip in time. But then he'll come back, I'm sure. Right? He'll come back, I'm sure, for the overall. We shall see. Kaya. I'm going to put Kaya in A rank. Girl. Kaya's whole thing with Gabby, her whole discussion of Gabby and being like, look, Gabby, this is the way the world is. Why is it this way? Why are we contributing to the cycle? What's going on? Her entire monologue in Deceiver, it was such a breath of fresh air. And as many of you have commented, I think it's important that it was Kaya that talked to Gabby because they're both kids. It was peer talking to peer. It wasn't an adult talking down to Gabby. It was someone of the same age and same position talking to her one-on-one and face-to-face and eye level. And that was really, really cool. I absolutely loved that. So for that reason alone, the moment where she tried to stab Gabby, though, it was like, ooh, girl, she had a moment of regression. But then she collapses and cries right afterwards. So it was just a moment of her lashing out of aggression and sadness more than anything. And it ties back to the whole children in the forest thing, that we've got to keep the kids out of the forest because otherwise they turn out like Kaya in that moment where she just lashes out because that's the only thing she sees as the solution. And it clearly wasn't. But speaking of children of the forest, we're going to go ahead and just get our first S rank out of the way. Mr. Browse. I mean, S rank father, S rank character. Several of you have commented he's like the one character in this that Isiam is using to represent such a happy, positive, reinforced message in this story. And Mr. Browse, despite all that he has lost, he hasn't given up hope or dignity. He hasn't fallen into despair. He is a truly positive force in this series. And he's not dead yet. Knock on wood. Thank goodness he's not dead yet. I was so worried in episodes 15 and 16 that something was going to happen to him. But no. He's able to make it through so far, and he's just this calm voice of reason that I think this series needs. It's the levity that the series needs to bring these characters back down to reality. And the sad thing is that Eren doesn't get to hear any of those speeches. That's the sad thing, is that Eren doesn't get to hear any of the Children of the Forest speech, which maybe Eren already knows what he's getting at. I don't know, but Mr. Brass is definitely S tier. I'll put Magath in A rank. I really at first I gave Magath a big hard time in episodes 1 and 2 because he talked down, because he was playing the Marleyan role. He was talking down to Colt and them. But as the series goes on, and if you rewatch it, Magath is such a compelling character. He's so interesting. He's so interesting. And I really like his viewpoints. I really like the idea that he wants to make everyone in Marley equally understand the horrors of war so that they'll stop it. So they won't want to go to war. It's kind of like what Eren's wanting to do. It's kind of not what Eren's wanting to do, but it's kind of the point Eren makes in episode 3. He's like, if people knew how horrible war is, they'd never want to be a part of it. That's what Magath is wanting to do. He wants to make Marley part of the war so that they get it and they want to stop it. I can't fault the man for that. And he cares for the warrior candidates. He cares for the kids. He wants the best for them despite this shitty situation. It's just, you can argue a lot of his actions are obviously harming Parody. They're going to war with Parody, but at the heart of it all, he isn't a malicious character. He does the place he's coming from and his actions make sense. And I really grew to like his character over the course of this season. I'll put Willie up in A rank as well. Willie, even though I flirted with putting him in B rank because we don't get a lot of him, his monologue and declaration of war, his whole speech, the theatrical, his one-man show was so effective. It was so good that it just stands out. Like, he's a character that when you rewatch, especially rewatching season 4, part 1, I was like, oh man, I gained an appreciation for his character. There's still a lot of things that he talks about and does that I'm not on board with, obviously. But his character is compelling and you remember him. And I'm like, okay, it's compelling enough that I put him up in A rank. And plus his voice actor just does a phenomenal job in that whole thing with Declaration of War. Okay. So other A ranked characters. Connie is A ranked for me. Definitely. Connie is up there in A rank. Alongside Sasha and Niccolo. I feel like you gotta put Niccolo, Sasha, and Connie together. They're inseparable, right? I like Connie's character a lot. He's a more generalized character in that he's more simplistic in his thought process. He's not super analytical like Armin and Jean, which I like characters like Armin and Jean a lot. But Connie is just a straightforward character. He's not simple, he's just straightforward. And he's easy to understand. You get his motivations. He frustrates me a little bit in this season because he instantly is against Eren and he doesn't seem to want to understand Eren. Jean questions whether or not the things Eren is doing is for a reason. And I love that. Jean is questioning. He's like, we know Eren. Why is he doing the things that he's doing? Connie just chalks it up saying that Eren's a douchebag. And while that's funny in the moment, overall I'm like, come on, Connie, you know Eren's more than that, right? So that does knock him down to A rank for me, but I like Connie's character a lot. I thought Sasha and Connie would have died before this. I thought they were dying in season 3. They didn't. Here we are, but I really thought they were. So the fact they've made it this far, I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. Historia, she bumps to A rank this season. Historia, I feel so badly for her. And when we see her, it's so sad because you see her in the previous scenes earlier on in the season. Like you see her early on in Sound Argument. And she's so happy and charismatic and just glad to be with Armin, with Mikasa and Eren. And then you cut to in the present and she's so miserable. But I put her in A rank over B because we do get to see her more. And we do get that her motivations are mysterious. But I want to know more. She does bump down from S rank for me because we just don't see enough of her. But there's enough mystery with Historia that I feel like she's going to be obviously important in part 2 because she has this baby. But I'm curious to know what her character is going to do during the rumbling and all this. Is she just going to chill out in the farmhouse? Farmhand Coon is not on here. I keep looking for him down here in the chart. He's not on here. For the record, I put Farmhand Coon in B. He seems nice to her. That's the only reason he's not in C. Is because he seems nice to Historia. That's just bumped him up enough in my book. But Farmhand Coon is not on here. But yeah, Historia, I wish we could see more of her, but what can we do? but she's still A-ranked for me. You know who else is A-ranked? Flock. Flock, I can't hate him. I can't. Here's the thing. I love to loathe Flock. I love to give Flock a hard time. He's a great character to pester as a commenter and as an audience member. Flock, his motivations, very much like Zeke, Flock's motivations are perfectly clear. They make sense. He's not my type of character at all because of the decisions he's making. But I get why Flock is doing it. It all makes sense. I'm like, no, I get it. Flock, his character, totally understand. I get what he's doing. I get the deal. We're going to talk more about him when I get back to my notes. But Flock's character, he is, and maybe I'll just go ahead and talk about it. He is the dark legacy of Erwin. We talked about this in the comments with several of you, and I'll probably mention some names back when I get back to my notes. But Erwin's legacy, there's a light side of it and a dark side of it. In the light side of it, you see Hanji and Armin and Levi, and you see kind of the more positive aspects of what they took from Erwin. Then you have, on the dark side of things, you have Flock, who viewed Erwin as a devil, and it was like, no, we need this to survive. And Flock just took it and ran. Like, he just took the concept and ran. And then he found Eren, who fit that criteria of what Erwin was originally going to offer him, and just went with it. And so I don't blame Flock for the decisions that he makes. The one thing I am kind of always getting upset about is the fact that he chose actively to hurt Keith, but it was for the cause that he believes in. And Flock, kind of like Eren, believes he's taking charge of his destiny. He has the freedom of choice, and he's reveling in it. He's like, nope, I'm going to do what I want, and none of you can stop me. And Eren kind of feeds into it. Eren's like, sure, here, Flock, keep doing these things. So I am curious how Flock's going to respond to the whole sterilization thing. I am curious how that's going to go, and I'm curious what's going to happen with Flock. I don't see Flock living to the end of the story. I don't know if Eren's going to betray him and he's going to die, which would be the ultimate tragedy, that the one person he idolized ends up betraying him. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I kind of want Hanji to take him out, to be honest, because he's had such an antagonism against Hanji, or Keith to do it. But the Keith would be kind of ironic, actually. But I don't know. I don't see Flock living past season 4, part 2. But I don't know. I don't know at this point. I don't know who's going to die, who's going to live. We'll talk about that. But Flock's character, I get it. Our Burger King, I will celebrate. I will put him in A rank because I love to pester him and celebrate his flockiness. And as many of you have commented, that his name means, you know, he's been in the forest too long. Flock is the one that tends the forest. He's fostering, Flock Forster, he's fostering this cycle of violence because he's just stuck in the forest. And some of you noted that, like, the idea that we say flock, it's like a gathering of birds, and Jaeger means hunter, and Jaeger is also a type of bird. So you have, like, flock gathering all of the Survey Corps, all the Jaegerists together, and herding. They're all hunters going into the forest together. One of you noted, like, the name meaning of that, and it was interesting. But yeah, so Flock, our boy Flock, he gets put in A rank. Absolutely. Other A rank characters, our boy Pixis, he stays in A rank. I would have put Pixis up in S rank, but then when you find out that Pixis is possibly going along with the ideas of continuing on Zachary's plan of killing Eren, I was like, But Pixis, I'm glad I stuck with Pixis. Way back in season 2, y'all told me not to give up on him, and I'm glad I didn't. Because Pixis is really, I love Pixis. Pixis was my first simp of the series. I simped for Pixis first way back in season 1. I think it was around episodes 8 or 9. I was like, yeah, this guy knows what's up. And Pixis has not disappointed me. Our man has a sweet mansion. He's catering to ladies left and right, trying to get that information out. He has Anka by his side. Anka's not on this chart either. I probably would put Anka in B, because we don't see a lot. All we know about Anka this season is that she sticks by Pixis' side and she didn't drink the wine. But I like Pixis this season. I'm glad that he was the voice of reason after Zachary died to kind of keep the military, police, and everybody in check. But sadly, he's drank the wine. So, it's so sad. Pixis has drank the wine. I really hoped he hadn't. I really hoped that since he was in the garrisons, he hadn't drank the wine, but he did. So he'll turn into a Titan. That's sad. I can only hope that if Pixis turns into a Titan, that it's a lady that takes him out. Because he said back in season 1 he wanted to be eaten by a lady Titan. Maybe Annie will take him out. I don't know. I debated that in season 1 if Pixis would get killed by Annie. It'd be interesting if that's what happened, or if Mikasa or somebody took him out. I think if Pixis dies by the hand of a woman, it will be fitting, but I don't want Pixis to die. But again, we don't know if these guys are going to turn into Titans or not. They very well may turn into Titans, so we just don't know. As far as other A-ranked characters, Porco grew on me. Our boy Porco, he grew on me, you know? I at first, at the beginning of this series, at the beginning of the season, I didn't like Porco's character. I really didn't. I thought he was mean to Reiner. I thought he was just saying these things just to spite him because of his brother dying. But the more we get to know Porco over the series, and the more you kind of see his motivations and why he's acting the way that he does, and that it's part of his character, he grew on me. He honestly did. I think that Peak helped with that. I think that Peak helped me realize a little bit more about Porco's character. And then when Reiner wakes up in episode 11, or in episode, yeah, it's either 11 or 10, when Reiner wakes up, Porco being nicer to him because Reiner just saved his life. It's like Porco was a lot nicer than he was in episode 2. And I was like, oh, look at you, Porco. So he's grown on me, the old Jaw Titan. I'm still not happy that he killed Ymir. I will always resent that because I'm like, dude, you took Ymir's power, but he had no choice. And he didn't know Ymir at the time. So, but yeah, Porco rose up to A rank for me too. Are all of the rest of these S ranks? Are they? They might be. God, they might be. You know what? Okay. I am going to say, we're going to do some, there are a couple S ranks still, there are a couple A ranks left in that, but let's get some S ranks out of the way. Oh, you know what? Our King John. Our King John, we're going to have the cemetery photos line up. Our King John, he is S rank for me, as always. God, I was worried this season in part 1. You know, we got a lot with Marley the first 6 episodes, and then that's when Parody came back in. And when we first saw the Survey Corps members coming back in, I was really worried that we weren't going to get a lot out of Jean. I was really worried that either Jean was going to die early on in this. We saw the preview of him in episode 1, which y'all say is anime only. We saw the preview of him with the newspaper, which, for the record, they make a point. I wondered about this looking back and rewatching this part 1 this week. We see Jean reading the newspaper, but isn't the newspaper in the language that the Parody people are not supposed to read? Isn't the language in the newspaper the same as the tin can? And Reiner knew that Ymir was a Titan shifter because she could read the tin can and knew she was from overseas. So if that language is different and the newspaper is different, then how is Jean reading? Or is he just looking through it, just pretending to read? Maybe that's it. Maybe he's just pretending to read. I don't know. That kind of crossed my mind. I was like, is it in the same language or is it different? So we have that. But our King Jean, the idea that Jean has gone to be a leader, he's grown to be a leader throughout the last 3 seasons. In season 4, part 1, he's a leader. He's offering sound advice. He's hesitating. Flock just wanted to chuck Gabby and Falco out a window. But those miscalculations are going to come back. I am guaranteeing it that Zeke's miscalculations, he did not anticipate Gabby and Falco coming to Parody. That is going to change the game in some shape or form. It's going to be a deciding factor in all of this. Gabby and Falco nearly prevented it. He just wanted to toss him out the window. But Jean not only saved Gabby and Falco's life once, but he missed Falco that time with the Thunder Spear. I'm convinced he aimed away out of instinct and hesitation, that he aimed it away and saved Falco's life. And then in turn, Falco saved Jean. So he saved Jean from getting hit by Gabby's bullet. So our king, and then him throughout the rest of the season, just constantly questioning things, being a voice of reason, asking why Niccolo's acting a certain way, reasoning out the thing with the wine, him telling Armin and Mikasa that maybe Eren is doing this stuff for a reason. Like, Jean is my spiritual guide in this show. Like, I am relating so much on Jean on like a mental level going into this. Like, a lot of the thoughts Jean has had throughout this series and this season, I've been like, nope, we're on the same wavelength. Got it. And then him questioning the plan, all of this. Our King Jean, you were wonderful this season and you've had a great glow up. So, I mean, you could lose the chin strap, but you've got a great glow up. Yeah, so, speaking of which, Yelena, I'm going to put Yelena S tier. I am. I like Yelena's character a lot. God, she's just something. Yelena is S tier for me. I like Yelena's character a lot. I can't predict her character, but it's the weirdest thing. You can't predict Yelena's character, but it's also in character. Like, she's unpredictable, but it makes sense. Like when she killed Grease, which Grease isn't on here. He would be C rank, by the way, because we don't know a lot about him. But with Yelena, her killing Grease, it was shocking, but it was on point. It made sense with her character. Her devotion towards Zeke and Eren makes sense. She is like going along with this plan because she believes that it's going to make them into gods and legends, and she reveres them, and it's just she's such a definitive character, and she has such a defining personality, and she's so interesting to watch. Like on screen, every time she comes on screen, I want to watch Yelena and see what she does, because she's so captivating as a character, and her character is consistent and engaging. And I have no clue what they're going to do with her next season, but I'm excited. So I'm like, okay, I'm all aboard the Yelena train. And if I'm going to be all aboard the Yelena train, then I'm all aboard the Peak train. Peak is S tier. Girl is S tier. I freaking love Peak. Simp train for Peak. Because I think in episode 16, she elevated herself for me. I was like, oh girl, yeah. Like her telling the truth to Gabby, while simultaneously wooing Eren, while simultaneously like double crossing Eren, while simultaneously leading them up to her comrades, while making a point, and then teasing the troops, like doing all that, God, Peak. She really elevated herself, and she's such a like Peak's character. She's like kind of the opposite of Annie. She's really kind and compassionate, and she's critically thinking like Annie is, but she's openly kind and compassionate, whereas Annie is like very withdrawn, right? Annie's very withdrawn in her inner emotions, and Peak seems very expressive of them. And that scene in episode 16, I was like, that got it. Now, she may not do a lick of anything in season 4 part 2, and I may bump her down to A rank, but for episode 16 and on, I was like, okay, Peak, you got me. I'm here for you. I get the hype. To think that she was the cart Titan back in season 3, and back in season 3, I was like, oh God, who's this ugly Titan? And now I'm like, oh God, it was Peak. Sorry, girl. I didn't mean to insult you and your Titan shifter. You can't help that. Okay. But I am honestly gonna put, and I know that a lot of people are gonna be like, I'm gonna put Falco in A rank. I love Falco. I'm going to put Falco and Gabby in A rank. Okay? I'm going to explain why. Because their characters, Gabby and Falco, and you may be like, why'd you put Peak in S rank and Gabby and Falco in A rank? Because it's personal preference. but I feel like Peak has reached the moment that I think Gabby and Falco are headed towards. I think Gabby and Falco as characters, I like Gabby and Falco a lot as characters. Falco I've liked from the start of the season. And the reason Falco is an A rank and not S rank for me is my thing, like my screen blipped out for a second. I was like, what's happening? So I think the reason that Falco stays in A rank and not S rank is because Falco he's been kind of at a plateau this season. We see him at the beginning of the season, and he was like A rank from like episode 3. I was like, oh, Falco's A rank. I really like his character. I like where it's going, but it's not really gone anywhere this season. I think that they're saving that for part 2. Falco's character, like, you instantly like his character, and his main goal this season has been to keep Gabby from being psychotic and from going crazy and killing everybody. And psychotic's not the right word, but he's been basically keeping Gabby in check. But in keeping Gabby in check, he's kind of like been a stagnant character for me. Like, he's kind of been at a plateau. I feel like next season he has the potential to do something. He's with Niall right now. I don't know what's going to come of that, but Niall's been put in charge of him, someone from the other side. So I don't know where that's going to go, but I feel like Falco's character is going to do more next season, and I may end up liking his character a lot more, and he may go up to the S threshold, but right now he's just kind of like at a plateau. But I like his character a lot, and I like what he represents in this series. I like that he is that open-minded figure that's soaking things in like a sponge, but he's doing so in an open-minded fashion. His character has always been like in a nice open-minded place, and it's not really grown necessarily, it's just stayed consistent. Gabby is A rank for me because her character has grown. I'll be honest, I didn't like Gabby at the start of this series. I didn't like Gabby in episode 1. I was like, girl, no. She reminded me a lot of Eren. She still reminds me a lot of Eren, but I didn't like her character at first because she was so, like, not arrogant, but so headstrong, and she was so twisted and warped by the mindset that she'd been indoctrinated with that I was like, oh, girl. And then when she killed Sasha, I was like, girl. But then from episode 11 on, that's when Gabby started to really grow on me. Because once she gets woke by Kaya's words and starts to realize that, hey, we're not so different, you and I. And then Gabby starts to go through this slow transformation where you see her start to pick up on, oh, wow, yeah, everybody is all dealing with these struggles. The enemy I thought was my enemy is maybe not necessarily. My only fear is that she's going to regress going back now that Peake's taken her. My only fear is that she's going to regress back now that Peake and the Marleyans have shown up. But I don't know. She hesitated with Peake to give her the gun and to shoot it and to aim at Eren, so I don't know. But Gabby has grown on me as a character. I like her character. I'm putting her in A rank more because I'm excited about the potential of her character and what it will become in the next season. But I don't know. Her and Falco are big question marks. There's so much potential with both of those characters, and I don't know. It could either go in a good way or a negative way. I just don't know. If Colt dies, I'm like, how is that going to affect Falco? If Reiner dies, how will that affect Gabby? If either Gabby or Falco die, how will that affect Colt and Reiner? I don't know. I have no clue going into this what's going to happen with those characters. But I like both of them, and they've grown on me this season. So, and they've gone from being, when they were first introduced in season 1, I thought they would just be like little catalysts to get us the Marley inside, and then once we went back to parody, they wouldn't be in the picture. I thought they'd be stuck on Marley and we'd never see them again. No, they've become central main characters. And I'm like, okay, cool. And so I guess that's why I put them in A rank. Reiner's an S rank character. Y'all told me, much like I did with Levi in season 3, in season 2, I'd put Levi down to A rank, and y'all were like, oh, you'll have Levi back up. And like by the end of episode 2, I was like, oh, Levi's back up to S rank. He got back. By the end of episode 1, I was like, oh God, Reiner's back up to S rank. It took me 40 minutes. It took me 40 minutes to get him back up. But honestly, Reiner, we saw so much of his character in this season, and we learned so much about him. And he came from a character that we kind of knew about to getting his full story fleshed out and seeing his mental state, seeing where he is psychologically, like seeing his journey. Like he became the main character, the protagonist in episodes 1 through 5. And then Eren showed up. And so then Eren's like, wait, I'm the protagonist. Thanks, bye. But Reiner's become a protagonist in this series, and we've gotten him like stripped bare. It's so funny because, and for the record, if I'm going to put Reiner up in S tier, I have to put Eren. They're two sides of the same coin. They have to be put together, obviously. And so what's interesting is that this whole part 1 of season 4, we've seen Reiner be peeled apart, and we've seen his humanity slowly revealed, and we've seen the humanity revealed. And with Eren, it's the opposite. We've seen the humanity pulled back. And so we've seen with Reiner, we've learned all about his character. He's out in the open, stripped bare naked for us, under a sheet in a hospital, and we've come fully to understand his character. And the opposite happens with Eren. We know Eren's character, and now Eren's shrouded in mystery. So it's like the opposite has happened. So it's so curious. But again, I've said this back in the whole theory portion that Eren is one of the more complex and interesting characters that's been a main character in a series that I've read and watched. And the mystery surrounding Eren is so interesting, and I want to know what Eren is going to do. And I'll be honest, Eren is not the type of character I usually go for in series. He's not the type of main character I usually root for, but I'm so baffled and fascinated by him. And he does such interesting things in this series, in this season, that I have to put him in S tier. So we have Eren versus Reiner set up, so I'm sure that's going to go somewhere. Maybe it's going to be a misnomer and they're going to have like 5 minutes of it and then Eren pieces out. I don't know. But Eren and Reiner are such interesting main characters. And I always thought since Warrior, it would be Eren versus Reiner. I didn't think we'd have Eren versus... It's going to be like round 5 of Eren versus Reiner at this point. I didn't think it would be to the extent that it was and that it would keep going like it has. But I feel like Eren and Reiner, they're destined to be tied together to one another. Whether it's fighting one another, I don't know. Again, the Warriors, we don't know what their reaction to this whole sterilization plan is going to be. we don't know what that reaction is going to be. I'm curious to see what it is, but we haven't got there yet. But Eren and Reiner are simply S-tier characters for me. Like, just so fascinating, amazing characters that both deserve a damn hug. And you know who else deserves a hug? Zeke. Zeke! I debated on putting Zeke in A rank. I did. I debated on putting Zeke in A rank. I had him in B rank last season because it was B for Beast. We didn't know anything about Zeke. And I debated on keeping him in A rank, but on rewatch, Zeke's character is fascinating. It's fascinating in the same way that Eren and Reiner is fascinating. And I feel like if I put Yelena and Peek up there, I gotta put Zeke up there as well. But Zeke, we finally get to understand his character motivation. I don't like it. I don't like what his character is doing, but I understand it. I get it. I get why his character is doing the things that he's doing. You get his tragic backstory. You get his past. You get what's motivating him. It makes sense. It's not something that I like necessarily. And his character, again, his character does some things that I'm like, really? Like when he told Levi, he's like, oh, your poor pitiful things. Like there's some things that Zeke says that I'm like, that's very childish. But then you think about it and you're like, well, Zeke didn't have a childhood and his entire mental state's been stunted by his lack of childhood and his traumatic upbringing, that it kind of makes sense. You don't have to like it, but as a character, I respect it and I understand it. I think that he's one of the better characters Isayama's created alongside Eren and Reiner. And so, yeah, it's like Eren and Reiner. I totally get it. Mm-hmm. They're very fascinating characters. And I think Eren, Reiner, and Zeke are some of the most complex and developed characters in this show. And I'm very curious to see. I think Zeke's going to die in the next part before his contract is up. The question is anybody going to inherit Zeke? That's the question. And I guess we'll get to that point, right? But if I'm going to put Zeke in S tier, then Levi's got to go there too. He's back, baby. I would argue Levi is one of my favorite characters in this show. I relate to Levi a lot because Levi is older than I am, but I am in my 30s, my early 30s. And so I relate to Levi. Get off my lawn, you Marlians. I get it. I relate to Levi's character. Levi just wants to open up a tea shop and get some rest, damn it. But he can't because he's got things to do. I love that despite everything that's happened to Levi, he remains a character that is compassionate and he cares for the lives of others. And he's open about that, even though his face and gestures try to hide it. And Levi's like just letting go of his humanity to get at Zeke. That whole scene with him and that, him like questioning like what's the hope we saw. And I glanced, when I was taking my dog out to his bathroom, I glanced at my phone and El Ribeiro made a comment talking about how that Levi, they had faith in Eren. He was the hope for saving humanity back when it was just parity in the walls. Back when it was just them versus the Titans. There was hope that Eren be the one to do it. And he was. And now that it's versus the world, there's a question of whether Eren is going to be up for that. And Eren seems to be proving everybody wrong, but Levi's questioning it. He's like, is Eren the hope that we really strove to save? Is he the salvation that we need? And it's like, And so I'm going to be very curious whether it's going to be Levi versus Eren in the second part of season 4. I didn't think we'd get to this point, but I'm really curious if these two monsters are going to go at each other. And then honestly, Hanji is S rank. Hanji, our detective, our Scooby-Doo detective, Hanji is just trying to solve crimes and save people. Hanji is trying to understand it all. Hanji is trying to figure out what the deal is. I love Hanji in this season. I love Hanji having to come to grips with Sonnis's words to her and figuring out like when Hanji remembered Sonnis's words and realized like how much she felt like she wasn't in control of the situation and told Erwin's ghost that him putting her in charge was a mistake. I felt for Hanji because I'm like, girl, no. Hanji, my person, you're trying. And Hanji is trying. It's just Hanji doesn't know what to do. And so I am curious to know now that Hanji's with Flock and they're near Zeke and Levi, how that's going to all go down. But I have to respect everything Hanji's done this season to try to be diplomatic and also figure things out, but also fight for the people of parity. Like Hanji's trying to juggle all these different things at once. And some of the balls have fallen, but they're just trying to keep as many in the air as they can. And maybe that ties back to that baseball scene with Eren. Maybe Eren's trying to throw up the ball like he's juggling it. I don't know. And then Armin and Mikasa are S tier. Let's be real. let's be real, Armin and Mikasa are S tier. Armin's one of my favorite characters in the show. Armin is our narrator. They're one of our main characters. Eren said that Armin was the one that would save humanity. Now, what that's going to look like, I don't think Eren was lying when he said that. So whatever that's going to look like, that's going to be interesting. But Armin's been the one character that's still trying to pursue the peaceful resolution. And Armin is realizing how difficult that is. It's not going to be easy. And Armin's realizing that it's not easy and that there's a lot of stakes and that things aren't working out the way they planned. But Armin's still trying. He's not given up hope. And that's the big thing. Armin knows it's difficult. And Armin is realizing just how seemingly impossible this situation seems. But he hasn't given up hope. He hasn't fallen into despair yet. He's still trying to figure things out and work and move forward. So he's not like Eren in that regard. He is moving forward just in his own way. And Mikasa the same way. Mikasa, I feel so bad for her. But we've seen Mikasa has been more emotional this season. And a lot of you point out that Mappa has given Mikasa more emotions and developed her more as a character this season than she has been in prior seasons. And I don't know if that's true with the manga or if it was just with Studio versus Mappa. I don't know. But Mikasa has been more emotional this season. And we've got into more of Mikasa's psyche. Her being kind to Gabby despite it all. You know. And maybe it's because Gabby related to Eren and Mikasa could relate to that. But that's not an Ackerman bond. So I just feel bad for Mikasa because I feel like Mikasa's lost at the end of this season. And I want Levi to talk to her or somebody outside the circle to talk to her that can offer her some positive reinforcement. Because our girl is sad and she's ditched the scarf. And I'm like... But being a boss this season, like, girl's S rank. So, yeah. That's where everybody is. Again, this may all change next season. And this is just for this season, right? As a whole, when I go back and look at the series as a whole, probably after I read the manga, because then I'll get to see everybody a second time. Then I'll do another, like, full-on... I'll probably do a season 2 recap for part 4, season 2. Because everybody says it's not ending at part 4, at season 4, part 2. So I'll probably do a recap at the end of that. And it'll just be for that part. And then when we do the overall character tier, it'll be as a whole throughout the series. So... But yeah, that only took me an hour to rank the characters. Why not? Why not? But yeah, okay. So let's go back to our notes here. Good Lord. So basically, regrets. Eren and Reiner have to be the same together. Eren seems to be becoming less human. Reiner's been regaining his humanity to us, the audience. Grisha's other side was revealed. The B side through Soul Salvation. Magath, Gabby, Peak, Porco, Flock. Characters, they grew on me. Honestly, Flock, as much as he is our Burger King, I appreciate his character in the series. Porco, Peak, Gabby, and Magath grew on me. Flock being the dark side of Erwin's legacy. Willie Tyber being a complicated character despite how little we know about him. Zeke, I put on here, Willie Tyber is a complicated character with little that we know about him. Zeke is a complicated character with more known about him. So there you go. Pixis proved himself again. I think Pixis is going to die next season. I think he is, but we'll get there. Which characters exceeded expectations? Flock, definitely. Season 3, some of you noted in the comments for season 3, they were like, when I was like, Flock's a redhead little shit, you're like, Romania is based. And I'm like, okay. And I guess so. But yeah, Flock, his character, who knew? But we had that. And then my phone just went off, like, to signify, I was like, Flock's trying to order food. But then aside from that, Eren exceeded expectations, like seeing where his character has gone to, seeing from the flashbacks of him opening up to his friends and saying how much he cared about them to now when he's shrouded in mystery, like, what the hell, Eren? What are we doing with this character? I don't know. His character exceeded expectations. Gabby and Peaks exceeded expectations. Armin exceeded expectations, being the Colossal Titan. Mr. Browse of all people, him and Keith. I didn't think we'd see Keith Shaddis again, to be honest. I thought Keith Shaddis' back in season 1, I'm like, that's the last time we'll see him. Then we saw him in Bystander. I'm like, well, that's the last time we'll see him. And now we saw him again, so who knows? Maybe this is the last time we see Keith, but I don't think so. Because I feel like if Keith's the one to take Flock down, that would be irony of all ironies, but I don't know. That gives me hope we'll see him maybe again. Maybe to prove Flock wrong. Maybe to make Flock eat his words. Because again, Keith is like, hey, we might need this Survey Corps to battle some Titans in the future. We're about to have a rumbling with a bunch of colossal Titans. Would be nice if we all knew how to slice an ape, eh? Like, I feel like Keith's gonna come back in this. Maybe Keith wasn't crazy. And then Mr. Browse, who knew? Who knew Sasha's dad would be that relevant, you know, this far along in the series? Just who knew, right? Just, oh my gosh. And then, which characters changed the most? I would argue that as far as changing the most, Eren. Eren, it's so funny because it's not the change like you think. Like, his character hasn't changed in terms of his morals and his principles. He's just changed in terms of his demeanor. That's been the thing. We're used to seeing Eren as this, like, outspoken, loud character that we've seen be, like, really emotional throughout seasons 1 through 3. And in this season, he's, like, numb. He's just so empty, seemingly. And it's like, it's such a character shift, right? Has Flock reached his final form, perhaps? I don't know. I don't know if this is the peak of Flock. I don't know. But his character's changed a lot. Sadly, Historia has changed a lot. It's kind of like Eren and Historia. Both of those characters, they hit such emotional highs in season 3. And then in this season, they're so numb and miserable, seemingly. Both Eren and Historia. And it's really sad. Like, I don't know how to feel about it, but they've changed a lot. Which characters do I want to see more of? I would love to see more of Annie. I'd love to see more of Annie. I'm curious if Annie ends up breaking out of her shell in season 4, part 2. My big question is if Annie ends up becoming relevant to the plot, whether if she doesn't die by then, but if she becomes relevant to the plot, will she have heard what Armin and Hitch said to her? That's my biggest question with Annie. Is she gonna know what they said to her, or is she gonna wake up and be like, "Who are you all again?" And it's gonna be like, "Ugh, I don't know." I want more Jean and Armin interactions. I want more of Jean and Mikasa. I want Mikasa and Levi to sit down and have a conversation about the Ackermans. I think that Mikasa needs to talk to Levi because Levi is going to be able. I think Mikasa, if she laments to Levi. And she's like, I have this bond with Eren and it's forcing me to be who I am. I want Levi to be like, that's bullshit. And him to be like, no, that doesn't dictate your actions at all. I want Levi to have that conversation with her. And I don't know if we're going to have it or not. So I don't know. And then more with Eren and Zeke together. I want Eren and Zeke, more conversations with them. They're such an intriguing duo of brothers. And that conversation they have in episode 15 is so interesting that I want to see more of it. And I don't know if we're going to get to that point or not. But I want to see more of Eren and Zeke together. And then there's the question of who is safe? Who's being replaced? Well, Magath didn't die. I was like, is Magath close to the rule of Mars? I don't think so. Because we had Marlo, Marco, and we had Marco and Marcel die, but Magath is not a Mars, so he's not the rule of Mars. But is Marley gonna go? Is Magath tied in with Marley? I don't know. We had a lot from Marley die in this season 4, part 1, so I don't know. As far as who's safe, I don't think anybody's safe at this point. The only characters I feel are safe in this series, we don't know about Levi and where he's at. I think he's alive at the start of part 2, but I don't know. The only characters I think are safe are Armin and Mikasa and Eren. I think Eren's going to die by the end of this series. I really do. I don't think he's going to live out the rest of his 4 years of his term. I don't think so. I think Eren's going to die. I don't know about Levi. Is he safe? What injuries is he saying? He took that blast from that Thunder Spear head on. So at the very least, he could have lost a limb. He could have gotten part of his chest blown off. We don't know. His head, I don't know. Maybe he got his eye damaged. I don't know, like Hanji did from that blast from when Moblet saved her. I don't know. It looked like he was turning away, but I could see maybe if he lost an arm or a leg, that's going to be, what is Levi going to do? I don't know. I don't know. At that point, it's like, how is he going to be able to battle if he loses a limb? I don't know. But so I assume that Levi is safe, though. I feel like there's stuff still with him and Zeke that hasn't been touched upon that we still have to go through. Christopher Peterson noticed that he's like an anime character, but I still think he's going to live. Hanji, I feel like Hanji is connected to Levi. She's got death flags. I feel like poor Levi is going to lose everybody close to him before the end of this series. It's going to be like the curse of the Ackermans. He's going to live on and everybody else around him is going to die. I don't know. But maybe Mikasa can be with him. Maybe he'll be with his relative, Mikasa. But I think Hanji has death flags. Her and Flock, or Hanji and Flock, I think are going to have an issue, have a battle at some point. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I feel like Hanji and Flock are being set up to take one-on-one. Is Historia out of the conflict? I don't know. Is Farmhand Coon safe? What about the baby? Is Farmhand Coon going to die? Is the baby going to die? I don't know. It's Isayama, so anything goes, right? Isayama has not shied away from child death. He could kill this baby too. I don't know. I think Eren's safe for now because he has a plan that he's trying to enact, whatever that is. Armin is the narrator of our story. And Isayama has said that he puts himself in Armin's position a lot. I feel like Armin is the narrator of our story for a reason. He's the savior of humanity. So maybe Armin being the savior of humanity is him writing this story down and sharing it with the world as a cautionary tale so that they don't, oh my God, what if Armin's whole legacy is he writes down after this battle is over and if this whole sterilization plan comes to fruition, if Armin's whole legacy is that he writes down the story of Attack on Titan and he leaves it for the world and says, don't do the shit that we did. Don't get in this situation. This is our cautionary tale to keep you away from this horrible destruction and violence. And it's kind of like The Lord of the Rings where Armin, he writes the story down and then passes away. That's really sad, but I could see that being the case as Armin is our narrator. I could see that being the case. I think Mikasa is safe at this point. I'm fingers crossed King Jean is safe. I don't know. I thought Jean might die in this season, but he didn't. And so I was like, he got close. He got some near scrapes with death. I'm like, well, buddy. So I don't know, but no one else is safe. Reiner, he's not safe. I don't think Falco and Colt are safe. Porco's not safe. Porco and Peak, I don't think they're safe. I'm curious how Gabby's going to get away from Peak. I guess Porco could use his claws and cut the chains and separate Gabby and Peak. That could be how that happens. But I don't know. I'll talk about Falco here in a minute. But Zeke, I don't think is safe. I think Zeke's going to die. The question is Zeke going to die before or after him and Eren like join hands and start this founding? I don't know. But God. So yeah, God, this is long. This recap's so long. I'm looking at how much I've been separating into parts. I'm like, it's all adding up. But we have another toast. It's not our last toast of the evening, dear God. But we do have a toast with Tom Casaver from episode 15. Casaver, I wish we'd known more about you. He was such an interesting character, and he gave Zeke what Zeke wanted from the start, a childhood parental figure that showed him love. And it's really sad the circumstances in which he had to get that parental figure, but what can we do? So to Casaver, I feel for him. I'm sad that he had to die. He lost his wife and child just because he lied about being a Marleyan. And it's awful. And he seemed like a decent, nice person, which is sad. Like the good people in this series, Isayama was like, well, time for you to go. I'm slowly realizing that, but to Tom Casaver, you were the Beast Titan. We don't know what Beast Titan you were. We're going to talk about that later, but we don't know what kind of Beast Titan you were, but you were the Beast Titan. So cheers. Dear God, I still have to discuss the OP and the ED and the trailer and the conclusion. This is a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, y'all. Hope y'all had nothing else to do for the day except listen to me ramble. So I did break down the OP and ED lyrics. I did break them down. We're going to talk about them. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on them because, dear God, I've been talking for nearly 5 hours. But I did want to break them down. So the OP and ED, they're both very interesting. I think the OP is from Eren's point of view. I get that impression. So the first starting lines, let's start a new life from the darkness until the light reveals the end. I was trying to figure out what that means. I was like, does it mean destroy the world and start anew? We'll start a new life out of the darkness of nothing, out of the void of existence. We'll start a new life out of there until the light reveals the end. So you could think of like the light at the end of the tunnel. The light reveals objectives. Some people argue that once you're born, you're destined to die, because once you've started your life, it's going to end at some point. So once you're born into the world and you see the first light, it's revealing the end as well. I don't know if it maybe means something along those lines. Fear, hate, sorrow, desperation, even you look miserable. And I feel like in this line, Eren is showing how he feels about himself in all of this. He's revealing that he's miserable with the choices he has to make. He's had to show fear of the future, fear of what he has to do. He's had hatred towards Zeke's plan and towards this is the way things have to go. Sorrow because of Sasha's death and the fact that he has to kill people. Desperation, like desperation with Hanji in the jail cell, like find another option. What other options do we have on the table? Like, I feel like he says when even you look miserable, he's talking to himself in the mirror. Like, you just look like a miserable person right now. Because he's just having to do these things he doesn't want to have to do. All in the sake of change. And then look down from above, I feel awful. The time has come, let's all go home. Now that line, I feel could tie to Reiner and Zeke. Because if you're looking down from above, it's like in episode 1 of season 4 where they all look down on Fort Slava and feeling awful, being like, we're looking down from above, feeling bad about the things that we're about to do and the destruction we're about to cause. And that could relate to Eren as well. You know, looking down on Armin and Mikasa from the jail cell, from him above being like, I feel awful about all of this. But the time has come, let's all go home. Meaning like, it could refer to episode 1 of season 4 where they're at Fort Slava being like, let's solve this, let's end this battle and go on home. Go on home could mean that we're all going to die and that's our salvation. We're going back to heaven or wherever we came from. Could be tied to that. It just seems like whoever this is intended to be referencing, they're upset at what they have to do, but the time has come. We need to go back to where we're from. I feel like it ties to Eren, but it could tie to Zeke and Reiner as well. Sinister faces, growing curses, this is my last war. So I feel like it's the world and others looking down on the subjects of Ymir, that the sinister faces and growing curses, like people are cursing the subjects of Ymir, that it's that. And the whole, this is my last war, that's just Eren, Zeke, Reiner, and the others saying this is the last war we want to fight. We want to end it all with this generation, is what I think it's referring to. I love this line, angels playing disguised with devils' faces. And it's like, the subjects of Ymir are devils, but are they also the saviors of humanity? Them dying is going to save the world. Is Eren seeming like a devil, but he's also a savior? That's, you know, everybody's a god or a devil. It just depends on who believes it. So I love that line, though, because you can look at it from a number of different ways, from a number of different characters' perspectives, right? So you have that. Children's clinging to their coins. Children cling to their coins, squeezing out their wisdom. And in the second verse, it's children cling to their coins, their very last coins. That line is probably the most hard for me to decipher out of the entire song, because it's saying by children, it can refer to the children in the forest, but you could also say it's those innocent that don't know any better, that they're clinging to things that are materialistic, the last of their wealth. They're tokens that they're given trying to find meaning for, but they're children, so they're innocent and they're not smart enough to understand the truth of it all, right? And maybe the very last coins means eventually their options are going to run out. So maybe it's referring to, by the children, maybe it's Eren referring to like people like Armin and Hanji and them that are clinging to their wisdom and knowing that peace is an option, knowing that diplomacy is the best thing that they should seek, but it's their very last coins. They're having to use them. They're running out of them and they're running out of options. And eventually they're not going to have any left. Maybe that's what it's meaning. I don't know. I love this line too, though. Destruction and regeneration. You are the real enemy. So the destruction and regeneration line, it can tie to the power of the Titans. The Titan powers destroy and then they just regenerate and they're the enemy over and over again. But the whole line, you are the real enemy, that can be a number of different things. It can mean that Eren himself, he views himself as the enemy. The world views the subjects of Ymir as the enemy. The power of the Titans itself is the enemy. And he's saying, well, you are the enemy. Like you are the ones with the power of the Titans. So, or maybe it's that destruction and regeneration, you are the real enemy. Like the idea that the cycle of violence itself is the enemy. The destruction and regeneration of it. It's not destruction and creation, it's destruction and regeneration. Meaning that things are destroyed, but then they just come back to the way things were. It's not like you destroy something and create something new. It's you destroy something and then you regenerate that same thing over again. So it's the cycle of violence that's the enemy here. I love it. The only memory left is trauma, imaginary friends, kind words. The only memory left is trauma is pretty self-explanatory, meaning that Eren and the others are only left with memories of pain and suffering. And then the idea of the imaginary friends, kind words, meaning that kindness is illusionary, or that maybe Eren is left alone with no friends, that he didn't have any friends in this situation. Maybe that's what's referring to. And then the idea of the train and the flowers comes back once after this. It says, the evening train was shaking. I purified the imperfect flowers. Meaning that the transportation, the way forward is unstable. The way forward is hard. That we have to move forward. The train keeps going. We have to follow it. But it's shaking. It's not steady. It's not sturdy. It's going to have some conflict along the way. And maybe the beauty that was delicate and perfect. That part's interesting too. I purified it. How? And I'm going to tie that to a later lyric, but the idea that flowers are something that's beautiful and delicate, and so they're them being imperfect, him purifying it, making it perfect. So, that part's interesting. The pain in my heart is getting higher. My comedy show. That's probably my favorite line of the whole thing. That is the one line that stuck out when I listened to this song beforehand. My comedy show at its peak. That is my only hope. That lyric is my only hope that Eren is putting on a show and it's killing him inside. The pain in my heart is getting higher. My comedy show at its peak. Like Eren is being a clown. He's like, I have to put on this show in front of Eren and in front of Armin and Mikasa. I have to pretend to hate them and I have to pretend to do all these things even though it's killing me because I know it's what I have to do. That's what that lyric represents to me, and that's what I think is referring to. The frogs were crying on our way home. This is my last war. So I'm wondering in that moment if the frogs crying on our way home, as we go back to a solution or to try to get peace, people are dying or croaking. That ties to frogs. Like frogs crying is croaking, which means death. So people are dying and that's leading us back to our way home, back to the beginning. Maybe he's saying why we should end it so we don't have to witness other people suffering. Maybe it's time to this is my last war. But then we tie to a scenery with no way home. Sunset burns and turns upside down. So maybe at this point in the song, at the juncture, at the bridge, it's like, well, I want to go back home, but there is no way home. There is no way back to where we were before. There is no way back to happiness. And that kind of ties to season 3 when Armin and Mikasa and Eren were sitting there saying, we'll be able to move forward and change things, but even if we change the future, we're never going to go back to the past we once had. And that seems like that's what this song is referencing, a scenery with no way home. That there's no way to go back. That train ride home, that train moving forward. Eren's trying to purify the imperfect flowers. He's trying to find a way to solve this imperfect crisis. It's so delicate. And there's no good way to do it. And the sunset burns and turns upside down. So I'm thinking like darkness is coming at the end of the day, or it's the start of a new day. Like the sunset turning upside down means that like it's dawn, right? A sunset upside down is dawn. So it's like going into darkness is making it a new day, right? So it's changing into a new cycle. Time to leave school with a crying chime. It's slowly falling down. To me, that feels like everything, you're going to have to leave behind everything you've learned up until this point, and everything around you is collapsing. Like finding time to leave school with a crying chime. Like we're about to learn about Marley and the other side of the world, and everything we've learned so far is about to get flipped onto its head, and all of the things that have been our unshakable morals are about to come crashing down around us. And then I'll never finish my way home. It's okay to cry now. Like these next 3 lines, these are very dark. I'll never finish my way home. It's okay to cry now. Saying that like maybe Eren, he's like, I'm never going to go back to peace and happiness that I once had. And now I can anguish about it and understand it. And then this line, rape blossoms disappeared along the railroad tracks. They'll bloom again next year. That line is so odd. It's like the train is moving forward. It violated and destroyed the purified flowers, but they'll come back. And so I wonder if that means that beauty can persevere despite the violence, that despite everything that happens, no matter how much the people and the flowers are violated or destroyed, they're going to come back. I don't know. They'll bloom again next year. I don't know. Does it mean like life will carry on? And then these last 3 lines. Time to leave school, stepping in others' shadows. When I noticed I was alone at dawn. I'm alone in the end. It's okay to cry for now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. I have to do my homework and go to bed. Those lines are so eerie and dark because it's like, is it saying like Eren is leaving what he's learned behind? He's leaving what he's learned and following in others' footsteps? Or is he stepping into the shadows of others? Is he stepping into the other person's shoes to understand them? He's leaving what he's learned to step into the enemy's shoes and learn what they've dealt with. And then he noticed he was alone at dawn, meaning like, was his perspective at the end of it different than everybody else he's followed? Is that what it's saying? And he says, I'm alone in the end. It's okay to cry for now. So is that signifying that Eren's going to be the last person alive at the end of the day? That that's what he thinks? He's going to be the last person in the end, and then he'll be able to anguish and lament? I don't know. But he says, I have to get ready for tomorrow. I have to do my homework and go to bed. Meaning he has to make preparations. He has to do his research, to do his homework, to learn what must be done and how to do it. Is he going to play Zeke? Is this going to tie into it? I don't know. But maybe. And so then the ED, we get Falco's point of view. So we have Reiner. Is it Falco's point of view? Is it Reiner's? Is it still Eren's? I feel like that the ED is more hopeful than the OP in the weirdest ways. Maybe not. But in the ED we have, in the blink of an eye, a second ago, the world deserted. If you can still flutter your wings, please relate to him. So I had this on here. I made some comments here. I'm like, so basically, is it saying if the world is destroyed or if you're alone, then you can still be free? Is it trying, please relate to him. Is it trying to get us to understand Eren and relate to his cause and relate to what he feels? What does that mean? That's curious. Multitudinous, which I had to look that up. It means numerous or varied birds with wings ablaze as their ashes whirl away and they smile with peace. I figured that meant the Titans, like, or the people of Eldia, the subjects of Ymir. They're varied people who have their wings ablaze, right? Maybe the Survey Corps with the Survey Corps wings ablaze. As their ashes whirl away, they smile with peace. Meaning that they didn't die in vain, maybe? That they died on their own terms? I don't know. I hope someone can spread the testament that I have been here, even if my bones morphed into sand and disappeared. So someone's trying to say, tell my story, share my legacy, even if I'm gone. So again, tying to Armin as the narrator of the story, maybe Eren and Zeke as the gods, according to Yelena, trying to spread what they've tried to do to tell others, even after they've morphed and disappeared. My friends' voices were swallowed and trampled. That's the reason it cannot end. We push our backs to keep moving forward. That makes me think that it's Eren, right? That makes me think that it's Eren. My friends' voices were swallowed and trampled. That's the reason it cannot end. We push our backs to keep moving forward. It's Eren saying we push forward. We push ourselves forward because our friends have been swallowed and trampled by the cycle of violence and it can't end. That we have to push our backs and keep moving forward for the sake of those lost or whose voices were taken away or for who has been enslaved, right? Maybe. If you run from the spiral, he rises and I fall. So the question is, who is he and I? You can't run from the cycle, maybe, that there's miscommunication, a desire to be together. How'd this story start? The moonlight that illuminates the pillars shines a faint memory. Maybe saying that like memory is distant, like where did this all start? Does it matter? It kind of ties back to Niccolo and Gabby's conversation. Like, who cares where it started? The point is that the cycle of violence has continued, and that's the problem. As if it were looking for him. Let's be in that story together. As if it was the guiding voice was misheard. The floating sea, because his is the story you started. So, and then they repeat the bird verse, and then it says at the end, for bones which morph into sand will still live on and flourish. Meaning that there's some hope to this, that even in death, the story continues and lives on. It's a lot more abstract than My War, and I'm wondering if I knew whose perspective it was from, which you can argue is from a lot of different characters' perspectives. So, I don't know. It's interesting, right? It's interesting. So, okay. But yeah, that's the ED and the OP lyrics. I'm very curious in the comments down below what you're all, obviously no spoilers. If it ties to season 4 part 2, I don't want any spoilers, but I'm curious to know your thoughts about those lyrics. And what all they could possibly mean. Like, those are just my guesses, but it's hard to, you could break it down in so many different ways with different characters that I'm like, I don't know. So I do feel like the ED is a little more hopeful maybe in its message than the OP. I feel like the OP is about Eren. I feel like the OP is from Eren's perspective. But as far as the ED, it could be from Eren's perspective. It could be from Falco's. It could be from Reiner's. It could be from all their, could be from the subjects of Ymir in general. I don't know. But I've been told that we need to watch the, the trailer for season 4 part 1 up until the point where Eren puts on his jacket. I've heard that's where we need to stop. So I'm going to pull this up here. I'm going to pull this up, right? But I've been told to stop once Eren puts on the jacket. I've been told to stop the trailer because then it's going to get into some part 2 spoilers, which you put it in part 1, part 2 spoilers in part 1. What the heck? So we're going to start this here, and I want to watch it here in 3, 2, 1, and see what this trailer is about. Okay. All right. Got that bird, that damn bird of fate. Ooh, And Falco, all right. The animation looks a little bit different too. It's dangerous here. Yeah. Fly away. Go fly. Oh man, I bet everybody watching this was like, what the hell? And they probably thought that was maybe parody. Like, what is this? What's happened to our world? Okay, or maybe not. And the Falcon. Falco and the Falcon. Whoever destroys the machine gun becomes the next warrior. All right. Oh, man. Okay, and they're getting Reiner's glow up firsthand. Okay, and seeing the yep. The new world. Okay. Man, this is cut really well. What is Pete with her hair down like this? What is Hellos with the statue of Hellos in the sunlight? What? I guess that was in episode 4. Oh, wow. Oh, you're going to show that with Reiner in the trailer? What? Oh, God, this was really good. Holy shit, I'm glad I didn't watch this. Oh my God, yeah. That piece has been taken away. Oh my God, what? They really went all, oh my God, is he Levi with the blood on his, what? No, oh my God. Okay. And stop it right there when he puts the jacket on. Oh my God. What? Are you kidding? That shot of Levi in the forest was not, have we seen that before? The hell? Man, they spoiled so much. I'm really glad I didn't watch that before this season. Oh my God. I'm glad I didn't watch that. Oh my God. Okay. That was great. That was really great. Wow, that was a great trailer, but it spoiled so much. Thank you, Weird Penis, for making me watch that. The animation was a little bit different. Interesting. Huh. So as far as part 4, season 4, part 2 goes, I have been told that I could watch the OP after and during episode 22, but not before, so I'm not going to. But I can watch the ED, just don't look up the lyrics. So I'm not going to. I figure I'll talk about the OP lyrics and the ED lyrics in the part 2, the season 4 part 2 recap when I get to it, God. But then as far as the OP goes, it's gonna be like season 3 part 2, where I'm gonna skip until episode 22. Not gonna watch it. Some people were like, well, you could just listen to it. I'm like, no, because again, all that does is I'm just gonna be sitting here like this for a minute and a half. Y'all don't want to see my hairline. I don't want to do that, and then timing it is just odd, and then I have to edit it, and then I'll be looking at it while I edit. So no, I'm just gonna wait. It'll be worth it, and then look up the ED lyrics after it's all over with, all said and done, right? Oh my gosh, we still have one more toast. I'm gonna save the rest of this wine for when I watch episode 17, probably later tonight. Gonna save the rest of this wine for then. So God. But our last toast of the evening is to Grease from episode 16. He was C rank because we didn't know hardly anything about him, and he was kind of a jerk, calling Sasha a spawn of a devil whore and saying she reeked of potatoes. But he didn't deserve to be clocked in the face by Elena. So sorry, bud. You got on the wrong side of Elena there. We don't know Elena's last name, do we? I guess we'll find out eventually, but we toast you, dude. You didn't deserve to die, but you were kind of a jerk. Wow, so I've talked for over 5 hours. Surprising no one. Editing this is going to be fun. So yeah, we're at the conclusion. So it's all down to this. Finally, please no spoilers. I feel like I've gone this far without spoilers. I've made it this far. One more part to go, right? One more part to go. And so I am going to watch this on Crunchyroll, for the record. Those of you that don't know, my internet lags so horribly with Funimation, so horribly, that I know for this season, I want to watch it as concisely as possible. And I like Crunchyroll's title cards, so I'm going to probably watch Crunchyroll's their version just for that. If y'all want to send me the files through a Google Drive or something, that'd be great. I'm all for that. That's fine with me. That way I wouldn't have to watch, I wouldn't have the possibility of a lag. But until then, like for tonight's episode, I'm going to watch it through Crunchyroll. So we'll just deal with that. It has been nice though, watching season 4 part 1 with the Blu-ray files. Thank you again for sending me those. A godsend it has been, this entire viewing experience. But yeah. So, questions going into season 4. I do have questions. And then I have predictions. So, I do have questions. Obviously, are the Titans in the walls getting released for the Rumbling? It seems like that's going to happen. What all that entails, we'll find out, right? Will Armin and Parody join forces with the Warriors in light of the plan? That's a big question. In light of all of this, in light of the Rumbling and everything, is it still going to be Parody versus the Warriors? Is it going to be the Warriors versus the Rumbling and Parody's going to fight alongside Eren? What is that going to look like? I'm so curious how the sides of this battle are going to shape up and who's versus who, and how once the Rumbling starts, if it does, what is that going to affect? How is that going to change the game? I don't know. I'm so curious. What's going to happen? This literally seems like the second coming of the Titan War, but it's the other Titan shifters versus Eren instead of it just being. It seems like you have Armin, who's on the side with Parody. You have Eren, who seems to be over here. You have Annie, who's over here on the thing, and then you have the other warriors. So yeah, it's just like the Titan War where they're all against each other. But I'm curious how that's going to change. Are they going to stay divided? Are they going to unite against Eren? What's going to happen? And I figure that depends on what Armin is going to do. I feel like is Armin going to side with Eren, label him the savior of humanity, and go along with the plan? But then Eren said that Armin was the savior of humanity. So is Armin going to become the savior of humanity by going alongside Eren or fighting against him? What is that going to look like? does Eren still believe that Armin is the savior of humanity? So there's a lot of questions there. Like, what? I feel like Armin is going to be a major player in all of this. He's been our narrator. Him and Eren have been our two. Eren, Armin, and Reiner. Those three, Eren, Armin, and Reiner, have been our key central figures in season 4, part 1. And then you got Levi in there too. But our Titan shifters, you have them, and then you have Levi. They're our main 4. And then you have arguably Zeke, Falco, Gabby, and all the others. But I figure Armin is going to be a major influence in what others do. So I'm very curious about what's going to happen with that. Eren says Armin is the savior of humanity, not me. Where will that go? How does that all fit in? Will Eren confront the founding Titan or Ymir Fritz? What does that even look like? I don't know. What happens when Eren and Zeke touch? Is it like an electrical shock and they go into another dimension? I don't know. Where do they go? What happens? Does time stop? Does time freeze? It would make sense if time freezes because that would give the founding Titan time to erase everyone's memories. Will they erase people's memories? I don't know. They have the power to do that, right? I don't know. Will they turn everybody into Titans? I have no clue. What is up with Ymir Fritz? What's her deal? What's her backstory? How did she get in touch with this source of all living matter? How did she get this whole thing in the first place? Where did the Titan powers all originate from? Why did she split into 9 different beings at her death? Something seems unexplained. And it says Sasha Purvis pointed out that Kruger said she touched the source of all living matter. When did that happen and how? What? How does that work? There's so much. That's the biggest mystery now, is the source of it all. We've had the Titan lore explained. We've had the founding Titan explained. We've had the Titan shifters explained. We've had Marley explained. And now it's back to the basics, like back to the start of this whole damn thing. What was the origin story? We need the origin story of all origin stories. And that's my biggest question going into this. What will Armin and company do in light of knowing the plan with the warriors against them? If Eren succeeds in the euthanization plan, then what do they do afterwards? Do they keep fighting, or are they like, well, we're all sterile now, so we're just going to have a big orgy? I don't know! I'm just like, I don't know. It goes back to Reiner's words. We're all murderers with a short time left on this world, so YOLO. I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. Don't know. The condom factory in Parody is suffering a lot, right? I don't know. I'm going to keep my mind out of the gutter for the rest of this video. What will Falco and Gabby's role be in all of this? That's a big question. How is Eren going to find Zeke? That's a big question. Who is going to die? And I'm like wringing my hands. Like, who's going to live throughout this? I've said to several people and throughout several reactions, at this point, all of those plans on the board are all good and bad in different ways. So at this point, I'm not even rooting for sides. I just want our characters to make it out alive. You think that's not a lot to ask, but it is in this show. So at this point, I don't know what side is going to win, what that even looks like anymore. At this point, I'm just rooting for characters and hoping that they don't die. That's all I can do. I feel like at this point, that's all we, the audience, can do, is just hope that these characters stay alive and that there's some... I don't think it's going to be a happy ending. I think this is going to be a bittersweet ending to this series. I can only hope that it's bittersweet and not an utter despairing tragedy. And I think Isayama has us by the balls, and he can do whatever he wants at this point, and we just have to accept it. So there's that. Goo. But yeah, so as far as predictions for season 4. Eren versus Ryan round 5. Will it be like a 5-minute battle, or will it be an entire episode? I don't know. Is Annie getting released? Maybe. What will she do? Whose side will she be on? What purpose will she have? Will Eren just kill her? I don't know. Is Levi and Zeke getting a rematch for the 3rd time? Will Zeke win 3rd time's a charm? I don't know. Here's my thing about the Beast Titan. Brandon Coolgamer and Sacha Purvis both noted that the Beast Titan, apparently, they're like, what if the Beast Titan, because I was lamenting, I was like, the monkey seems like a pretty valuable form for the Beast Titan, so why did Mr. Cassava, why was he not considered to be useful in battle? And Brandon Coolgamer was like, well, maybe, what if the Beast Titan isn't the same per user? What if it changes? And I was like, oh. And Such a Purpose kind of said that too. And at first I thought it was kind of a spoiler. I was like, are you spoiling me? Did the Beast Titans take different forms per person? And I guess it's kind of a spoiler. But then I thought back in season 3, during that day, there was a shot during the Titan War of all the Titans on the page. And I kept looking over and seeing this giant dog. And I was like, why is there a dog Titan? When did that happen? That could have been the Beast Titan. The dog could have been the Beast Titan. And it's just what the Beast Titan turned into in that moment. It was a dog. It could be that. So Zeke becoming the monkey, could it be tied to the fact that it's his royal blood? And, monkeys are considered to be like the evolution of man, like the start of mankind. So the start of the Titans is the royal family. Maybe that's why he's a monkey. Is it because he had the monkey doll and that's what he imprinted on? Maybe that's the case. I don't know. Somebody pointed out that in the season 2 OP that there were different animals surrounding the Beast Titan. So maybe those were all different options that people could become if they become the Beast Titan. I was like, oh, so it could become anything. So the Beast Titan, if Jean becomes the Beast Titan, it could become a giant stallion for all we know. The Trojan horse. If Colt becomes the Beast Titan, oh my God. If Colt becomes the Beast Titan, it would be like he's like the Trojan horse of Marley. Maybe. I have a theory. Before I get to that theory, AJN pointed out that this also makes sense because we see how the Jaw Titan looks different between Ymir and Porco, and probably looked different with Marcel, and did look different with Marcel. With Marcel and Porco, it was similar. It was a different hair color, but similar eyes and similar shape. And Ymir, it was a little bit different, right? So that kind of ties to the fact that the Titan shifters do alter their appearance slightly depending on who inherits them. That it is tied somewhat to their identity, which I think is interesting that these seemingly autonomous beings have their own identity once they're in Titan shifter form. So the armored Titan would look different if Gabby inherited it, and the female Titan would look different if Falco inherited it. Right? I don't think that's limited. I think the female Titan is just a versatile Titan shifter and can do multiple things. It's a multitasking Titan, but doesn't necessarily have to be a female inheriting it. Now, my theory is that Falco's going to become the Beast Titan. That's my theory. One, because his name is Falco. And as soon as this whole theory about the Titan shifter changing forms got pointed out, I was like, well, with Colt, you have Trojan horse theory, that Colt is a horse. So if Colt became the Beast Titan, it'd be like a Trojan horse thing. It'd be kind of funny. But I think that it is all tied to Zeke and that damn wine. I think that it's all going to be the irony of all ironies is that Falco drank the wine and is going to turn into a Titan, is going to turn into a Titan at some point. And I think my headcanon would be that Zeke and Falco end up in the same spot together towards the end of this. And it may be after him and Eren connect. It may be during the rumbling that Falco and Zeke get in the same place. And Zeke goes to turn the others around him into Titans, doesn't realize that Falco's drank the wine, and Falco turns into a Titan and eats Zeke. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Falco is going to eat Zeke and become the Beast Titan. And it would tie back because if the Beast Titan changes its form based on who turns into it, Falco's whole motif has been a bird. And Calvi said back in episode 2, he was like, don't we have any Titans with wings? That'd be important. That'd be relevant. That'd be something we could use. I think Falco's going to eat Zeke at some point and turn into the Beast Titan. And maybe he'll be a bird. Maybe he'll be able to fly. I don't know. But again, if Falco or Colt eat Zeke and become the Beast Titan, that's going to throw the whole plan of everything off, meaning that Historia will have to eat a different Titan shifter. Maybe Reiner will offer himself up to Historia as the armored Titan. Who knows? But that's just my theory. Ever since Falco drank the wine, I was like, he's going to become a Titan shifter. They're not just going to have him turn into a Titan and die. Not Falco's character. No, not this character that's tied so integral to freedom. Unless Isayama's just that cruel and he's just going to make Gabby kill him or something. That would be awful. But who knows? Maybe that's what's going to happen. But I just felt ever since Falco drank the wine, I'm like, he's going to turn into a Titan shifter. Would he inherit the armored Titan? Maybe. I don't see Falco as Peak's Titan or as Jaw. I see it more as Jaw than Cart, but I don't see him as either of those Titan shifters. It doesn't fit Falco's motif. it would fit Falco's character and his purpose in the story if he became the armored Titan, because he would take that away from Gabby. That would make sense. I'd be all for that. But I think with Zeke, the ultimate tragedy of Zeke's character is that Zeke is his own destruction. And I think that it would be interesting if Zeke gave the wine that was supposed to stop that was supposed to turn these other Eldians into weapons, and Falco drank some of it, and then Falco ends up eating Zeke. Like, that just seems like a very kind of darkly poetic tragedy that would be befitting of Zeke's character at this point. I don't know. That's just my headcanon. I don't know going into the season what's going to happen. Historia's supposed to have a baby. I'm not sure what that's going to be like. If the baby's going to live, if the baby's going to die, if there's going to be complications. We don't know anything about that, but I predict she's going to have the baby by the end of this series. Maybe the series is going to end and Isama's never going to tell us. Maybe. And then the term enemy is just thrown out the window. Hate and violence is the enemy. Hatred and violence is the enemy. And I'll be honest, I'm at the end of this video nearly, but I realize in the back of my mind, as I'm recording all this long-winded rambling, that there's some serious shit going on in the world. And I finished episode 16, and the next day, stuff was coming out in the news, and I literally cried over my breakfast because I was so sad about it. Because I know people watching this video are probably caught up in it. And it's really sad. And so I'm hoping that despite this series being about death and destruction and despair, I hope that my ramblings in some way help bring some kind of light into this. But hatred and violence really are the enemy of this series. They're the villains. And the cycle of violence is the villain. And the shitty thing is that these characters at this point all have to deal with it. And there are no easy answers. There are no kind answers. It's just they've reached the point in the series where they're up against a wall and they have choices that they don't want to make. But what other choices do they have? And so the thing about it is, in our own world, we do have choices. And that is the one nice thing, is that you can't escape. It's almost like you're escaping from this terrible world into your own reality, being like, man, glad we don't have Titans in our world. Glad this isn't the case. But then you see stuff like that happening and it just makes me very sad. So I do want to recognize that that is always at the back of my mind. And so I'm going to try to keep as open mind as I can going into this series moving forward. But it is very troubling and sad. And yeah, hatred and violence, war, it's the enemy. It is the real enemy. And so I wonder if Armin and Mikasa are going to try to reach out to Eren one more time to try to save him. And try to be like, look, you can throw away your humanity, you can throw us away, but we're still going to come back because we love you and care about you. I don't know if the series is going to do anything like that. I feel like it will be at least one more time, like a counter to savagery, but I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't have a clue. And then, yeah, if the anime doesn't end with the manga. If the anime does not end with the end of the manga, that's what I'm reading my notes here. So at the start of this season, I thought that this whole series would round up with part 2. And I was like, well, when part 2's over, I'm going to watch Attack on Titan Junior High and start reading the manga. And then as we've gotten closer to part 2, a lot of you have said that you don't think that this series is going to end with part 2. It's just big old tease, right? It's going to either be a third part or a set of OVAs or a movie or something. Or one of you said today on in the Discord, God, and my mind is mush at this point, but we're talking about how, I want to get your name right though. I want to give you credit where credit is due. We were talking in the Discord about this today, about where it was going to end at. And one of you noted, and it was Paco. Thank you, Paco Still. Paco Still is noting that they thought that it would be kind of cool if the last couple episodes of season 4 part 2 were like 45 minutes to an hour, and that would round out everything. That'd be amazing. I don't know if that's going to happen, but basically what I'm getting at is the anime is what brought me to the dance. And so I want to see the anime full in its entirety before I dive into the manga. And that may be disappointing to some people, and I'm sorry, but I want to see everything anime only first, and then dive into the manga and analyze it a second time and see it all the way through in that format. So if season 4 part 2 does not end the Attack on Titan story, then I'm going to hold off on the manga It's gonna suck. I'm as desperate to read the manga as you all are, but I want to see it through. I'm a completionist. I'm like, I want to see it all the way through. So I'm going to wait until the anime is entirely over with and then read the manga and analyze it. And who knows, if we have to wait a while for that to happen, it'll be a nice way to give myself some breathing room, because I haven't breathed since Christmas, since the last 2 months, the last 3 months, since I started part 1 of season 4. It's just been like, there's not been a lot of sleep. So it'll be nice to rest after that. But I'm thinking that I still am going to watch Attack on Titan Junior High after season 4 part 2 is over, because God will need some levity. We'll need some levity at that point. And then it'll be fun to talk about that series with what we know about Attack on Titan so far. So I am still going to do Attack on Titan Junior High after season 4 part 2. But if the series doesn't end with this last part, then I am going to hold off on the manga. So I do apologize if you were really excited about me reading the manga yet. It is going to be held off for a little bit, but I am going to read it. I've got several volumes saved, so it's there. I've bought them already. They're there waiting. It'll just be a matter of time. So we'll see as it gets closer what that's going to look like. But this section alone, God, it was 2 hours. So I'm sorry this took so long. But did you expect anything less? Did you expect anything less? And now I'm going to go eat. I'm going to save this wine for after supper. I'm going to go eat myself some dinner, eat some food, and drink some water, and then sit down and watch episode 17. Hey! So, oh God, we'll see what that's like. But yeah, in the meantime, God, thank you for watching this. Thank you for supporting me and for introducing me to this series. I've become obsessed, as you all probably guessed. And so now we're on part 2 of season 4. We're here. It's all downhill from here, right? So I'm curious to know your thoughts down below. Please no spoilers. But in the meantime, I hope you all have a wonderful week. Please stay safe, take care, and yeah, I'll be back very soon with season 4 part 2 of Attack on Titan. Bye.